Chapter 41. Looking at Li Chengqian's expectant face, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "If Gao Ming wants to hear a story, it's useless for you to look for me. You have to look for Lan Er." Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't wrap his head around it. He looked at Lan Er in confusion. At this time, Lan Er smiled proudly and said, "Brother has already told Lan Er the whole journey to the west. Lan Er has recorded it in the booklet. If Brother Gao Ming wants it, you have to give me a story in exchange." Hearing Lan Er's request, Li Chengqian suddenly looked embarrassed. If he could tell stories, why would Changle ask him to come over and steal the story? After searching his mind for a long time, he really couldn't find a story that could be exchanged. Li Chengqian was in a dilemma. "Sister Lan, can I exchange it with something else? For example, how about Brother Gao Ming exchange it with 5 strings of cash?" As Li Chengqian spoke, he gestured 5 with his hand. He felt a little distressed. 5 strings of cash for a booklet was a little expensive in his opinion. Although he was the crown prince, his daily expenses weren't abundant. Even his father had been scrimping and saving. He couldn't even bear to repair the palace, let alone him. However, Li Chengqian didn't know that Lan didn't care about 5 strings of cash. The little girl's concept of money was still relatively vague. Lan shook her head and said, "Lan doesn't want money." "Well, let Lan think about what to do." Then, Lan tilted her head and rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she smiled slyly and said, "Hee, Brother Gao Ming, Lan will lend Journey to the West to you today, but you have to agree to a request of Lan in exchange." Lan hasn't thought of the specific request yet. Lan will tell you when she thinks of it. "How about it?" Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. This was more expensive than 5 strings of cash. As the crown prince of the Tang Empire, how could he casually agree to other people's requests? Li Zixuan couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded slightly. "Lan don't mess around. Quickly go and bring that booklet to Gao Ming." Lan was a little disappointed and could only agree in a muffled voice. Then she pouted and thought to herself, "This big Brother Gao Ming is really stingy." No matter how stupidly Chengqian was, he would still be able to tell what that expression, that gaze meant. A dignified empire's heir apparent was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. At this moment, Li Chengqian was a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly said, "All right, Lan, Big Brother Gao Ming agrees to exchange with you, but your request must not violate the laws of the empire." Lan was still disappointed. When she heard this, she immediately said happily, "All right, Lan, we'll go and get Journey to the West now." After saying that, in order to save time, Lan especially took the scooter and rode it to the backyard like a gust of wind. Li Zixuan saw that Lan could move so quickly by stepping on a strange wooden board. He couldn't help but point at the scooter in surprise and say to Li Zixuan, What is this?" Li Chengqian was a bit confused. It was fine that Li Zixuan's family was wealthier than his, but why did he have these strange things that even the imperial palace didn't have? Li Zixuan smiled and explained, "This is a scooter. I made it for Lan to play with when I was bored." "Why? Is Gao Ming interested in this?" Li Chengqian was a bit embarrassed for making a fuss over nothing and said, "No, I was just wondering if I could make one for Sister Changle. Changle's health has always been poor. The imperial physician said that she can't do excessive exercise, but this scooter should be quite suitable for her. Actually, it's quite suitable for me. I have to find an opportunity to let the supervisor make a few more so that I can play with them when there's no one around," Li Chengqian added in his heart. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child. Even if the children of the imperial family matured early, they still had a child's heart. It was reasonable for him to be curious about this scooter. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but think of that beautiful girl with a kind of morbid beauty and a dignified beauty that didn't belong to her age. Suddenly, he had an idea. He turned his head and said to Li Chengqian, "Don't worry. Gao Ming, if this scooter were to be sold, would it be a big seller?" Li Chengqian answered without thinking, "Of course it would be a big seller." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Since Gao Ming thinks so highly of it, I have a business here. I don't know if you would be interested." Li Chengqian's eyes lit up. "Brother Zixuan, Could it be that you want to sell this scooter? Li Zixuan nodded and said, I plan to open a shop that specializes in selling this kind of rare item. I still have a lot of methods for this kind of rare item in my mind. In the future, there will be more and more products. I wonder if Gao Ming is willing to cooperate with me? Of course I'm willing. Li Chengxian quickly responded. This was a good thing that fell from the sky. Unlike Li Zixuan, Li Chengxian knew the profits of the chicken he gnawed on like the back of his hand. Even his father was a little jealous of the profits. Now that Li Zixuan wanted to launch a new product and wanted to cooperate with him, only a fool wouldn't be willing. However, Li Chengxian thought about it and hesitated. But how do we cooperate? To be honest, the East Palace isn't as rich as your family. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, There's no need for Gao Ming to pay a lot of money. I'll use 2,000 strings of cash and my skills to get 70% of the shares. Gao Ming, you use 200 strings of cash and help me recruit a few skilled craftsmen to get the remaining 30%. How about it? Pulling Li Chengxian into the partnership was mainly because he was afraid that his profits would increase in the future and easily attract the covetous eyes of his peers. With Li Chengxian, the most powerful second-generation official of the Tang dynasty, protecting him, his shop would have a lot less trouble in the future. Hearing this, Li Chengxian thought about it. This was a great bargain for him. He said happily, Then I'll thank Brother Zixuan. I'll send someone to send the 200 strings of cash over tomorrow. He thought that if he squeezed around, he should be able to gather 200 strings of cash. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. The East Palace was also short of money. As for the craftsman, I know a very interesting person. I'll introduce him to Brother Zixuan another day. Li Chengxian added. Li Zixuan was a little curious and said, Since even Gao Ming says that person is interesting, I can't wait to meet him. Li Chengxian was quite confident in that person. He smiled and said, Brother Zixuan, don't worry. That person will definitely meet your standards. At this moment, the two of them saw Lan coming over on a scooter with a booklet in her hand. With the previous experience of being at a disadvantage, Lan stopped accelerating when she was not far from the two. She just let the scooter move over according to inertia. Lan came in front of them and handed the booklet to Li Chengxian. She said, It took Lan a long time to finish writing this. Brother Gao Ming, remember to get someone to copy it and return the booklet to Lan. Li Chengxian naturally agreed and eagerly took the booklet. He was very happy and couldn't wait to finish reading the booklet. Li Zixuan saw that it was still early and suggested, There's no time like the present. It just so happens that Gao Ming is here today. Why don't we go to the East Market and choose a shop? He chose to open a shop in the East Market, mainly because it was close to home and the palace. Although the West Market was bustling, it was too far away. It was also Li Chengxian's first time opening a shop. He found it quite novel. He looked at the time. It was indeed early. Since he had taken a day off from his mother, it would be a waste to return to the palace so early. Thinking of this, Li Chengxian eagerly said, Of course. Let's go now. Lan hurriedly said, Lan wants to go too. Just like that, the four of them went out and walked towards the East Market. The other person was Steward Wang. Li Zixuan didn't know the market and wasn't good at bargaining, so he brought Steward Wang along. Chapter 42. Today, Han Yushi was instructed by Han Lijing to fill a gourd with the first batch of fruit wine brewed by the Han village and send it to Chang'an for the young master and young lady to taste. It was not easy to have a chance to enter the city, so naturally, Iron Egg went with them. He even put a big grasshopper he caught recently into a bamboo tube and planned to give it to his sister Lan. Ever since Li Zixuan left the Han village, the scene of them escaping from the tiger's mouth in the mountains kept flashing in Han Yushi's mind. She could not forget it. Thinking that she would be able to see the young master today, Han Yushi got up early in the morning to dress up. She put on a relatively new pink dress and took out a silver hairpin from an exquisite wooden box at the head of the bed. She pinned it on her beautiful hair. This silver hairpin was left to her by her mother. Han Yushi, who was already fresh and refined, became even more beautiful. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was so radiant that she attracted the attention of passers-by along the way. Fortunately, The Tang dynasty was still relatively clean. Generally, no one dared to kidnap women in public. The siblings entered the city from the Yinxing Gate in the east of Chang'an. Looking at the neat streets and magnificent buildings, Iron Egg did not know where to put his eyes. He looked around randomly, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden for the first time. They did not know that from the moment they entered the city, a pair of eyes had been watching them. To be more precise, they were watching Han Yushi. A man with a face full of pockmarks and dressed like a scholar carefully followed behind Han Yushi with two servants. The scholar with a face full of pockmarks stared at Han Yushi's figure from behind and drooled as he looked at her. "Young master, if the old master knows about this when we go back, he will break our legs." The short servant next to him saw his young master's lustful face and knew that his young master did not have good intentions towards the girl. He could not help but persuade him with a bitter face. The pockmarked young master was lustful at this time. How could he listen to him? He said impatiently, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that these two came from a village outside the city? Later, when we enter the alley in front, the two of you go up and knock them out. Carry the older one to my house outside the city, and throw the younger one to a random place outside the city to bury them. No one will know." After he finished speaking, he licked his lips and sneered wickedly. "This little lady is really charming. She's even prettier than the courtesans of the Emerald Smokehouse. This young master has traversed the fields of flowers for so many years, but I've never seen such a stunning beauty." When the two servants saw their young master like this, they guessed that they wouldn't be able to persuade him otherwise. Their faces were bitter. In the past, the young master had done this kind of thing many times. However, after being discovered by the old master, the ones who were punished were always the servants. This time, they could only pray that things would go smoothly and not be discovered by others. When Han Yushi and Iron Egg walked into the alley between Xianping Square and Shangping Square, they felt that there were a few people following behind them. She stopped in her tracks and turned around to look. Han Yushi saw a wretched man with a face full of pockmarks staring at her lecherously. She immediately felt angry and flustered. However, when she looked up and saw that there were no pedestrians around, this alley was remote and narrow. Han Yushi was very anxious at this moment. "Little lady, how about coming home with me? How about I take you in as my 8th concubine?" The pockmarked man chuckled and said. As he spoke, he wanted to go forward and touch her. As for the little brat beside him, he didn't care about him from the beginning. "Get lost! Don't touch my sister." Iron Egg picked up a stone in the corner and stood in front of Han Yushi. He raised the stone in his hand to deter the 3 people in front of him. At the same time, he whispered to Han Yushi behind him, "Sister, take the opportunity to find the young master later. They can't catch up with me." Han Yushi quickly shook her head. "How can I do that? If they catch you, they will beat you." Iron Egg said anxiously, "Sister, what time is it now? If I am caught, I will at most be beaten up." Iron Egg has thick skin and is not afraid of being beaten. "But if you are caught, sister, it will be different. Children from poor families took charge of the family early." Although Iron Egg was young, he still knew a little about the dirty dealings of these rich young masters. He understood that if his sister fell into the hands of this scum, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. He might as well go up and be beaten up. Anyway, he had thick skin. Han Yushi's face turned pale when she heard this. After struggling for a while, she said, "Iron Egg, you must be careful. Sister will go and find the young master for help." "Want to leave? None of you can leave." The pockmarked man snorted coldly. 2 servants blocked their way, one in front and one behind. At this time, Iron Egg suddenly exploded. He threw the stone in his hand at the servant blocking the way in front and shouted, "Sister, quickly leave from here. I will stop them." Although Iron Egg was young, he usually did a lot of farm work and was not weak at all. His stone hit the servant's forehead directly and smashed him to the ground. The pockmarked man was shocked. He didn't think that this little brat, whom he had always looked down upon, would have such great strength and speed. Seeing that one of his lackeys had fallen, he hurriedly joined forces with another tall servant to close in on this side. At this time, Iron Egg quickly picked up a wooden stick next to him and stopped the two people who wanted to chase after Han Yushi. Han Yushi shed tears and cried, "Iron Egg, sister will go and find the young master to save you." After saying that, she immediately turned and ran out of the alley. She knew that she could not help here. She could only hope that Iron Egg could hold on until she found the young master to save him. Li Zixuan brought Li Chengxian, and Steward Wang to the East Market. The East Market was very close to the Li family, so they did not choose to take a carriage and walk directly. They talked and laughed along the way. When they walked to Yongning Lane, they heard cry out in surprise, "Brother, brother, look, isn't that Sister Yushi?" When Li Zixuan heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked in the direction was pointing. He saw a beautiful girl in a pink dress with a fairy-like face, but she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She was wiping her tears as she ran. This girl was Han Yushi. Seeing this, Li Zixuan hurriedly exerted his strength and ran in front of Han Yushi. Han Yushi was thinking about her brother's safety and only knew to run forward without caring about anything else. She did not notice him at all and bumped into his arms. She immediately woke up with an ah. Looking up and seeing that it was Li Zixuan, Han Yushi was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly pulled his arm and cried, "Young master, quickly go and save Iron Egg. A few scoundrels are beating him up in front." Li Zixuan's heart ached when he saw Han Yushi crying. When he heard her words, he instantly guessed the situation in his mind. He could not help but be furious. He did not have time to ask her why she entered the city today and directly said, "Yushi, you lead the way. Quickly bring me there." He then shouted at the three people who were following behind, "Yushi and I will go and save Iron Egg first. Lana, Gao Ming, you guys follow later." After saying that, he directly took Han Yushi and used the cloud-piercing steps. He ran in the direction Han Yushi pointed. He did not deliberately take advantage of Han Yushi. The situation was urgent and did not allow him to hesitate. Chapter 43. I told you to meddle in other people's business. I'll beat you to death today. Seeing the beauty that was about to be sent to his mouth suddenly fly away, the pockmarked man was very angry. He kicked Iron Egg, who had been knocked to the ground more than 10 times, and cursed as he kicked. Even though Iron Egg's skin was thick, he could not withstand such a fierce kick from an adult man. He was only a child who was not even 7 years old. At first, Iron Egg could still curse at this scumbag. Now he was vomiting blood from the kick and was like a pool of mud on the ground. He was already on the verge of death. Previously, he had thought of letting his sister leave first. If he was caught, he would at most be beaten up. He really did not expect this scumbag to be so vicious. He wanted to beat him to death. Even so, Iron Egg did not regret it. Unlike other 7- or 8-year-old children, Iron Egg was sensible early. He knew that if it were not for his sister, he would have died long ago when he was young. Now that his sister was saved, his death was worth it. Iron Egg's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. When the scumbag kicked him, he could not feel any pain. He really wanted to sleep. "Stop!" A shocking roar came from the entrance of the alley. It was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the pockmarked man and the servants' eardrums until they were buzzing. The pockmarked man could not help but take 2 steps back in a daze. "Iron Egg!" Han Yushi ran over with tears in her eyes. Seeing Iron Egg covered in blood from the beating, Han Yushi picked up Iron Egg and called out Iron Egg's name in a low voice. "Oh, little lady, you called for help so quickly? But can this pretty boy really save you? I think, little lady, why don't you marry me obediently and be my concubine? What future do you have with this gigolo? How can he be as handsome as me?" The freckled man was overjoyed when he saw that Han Yushi had returned. He did not care much about the gigolo beside him. He was not even half as handsome as him. Even though Li Zixuan was filled with rage, he was amused by the shameless pockmarked man in front of him. He touched his face doubtfully and looked at the pockmarked man. After confirming that the scum was talking nonsense, he didn't waste any time and directly flew over to punch him in the head. That scumbag was still being narcissistic at the side when he saw a fist coming towards his face. It was too late for him to dodge. Roar! The pockmarked man was sent flying far away with a punch. The 2 servants who hadn't reacted just now hurried over to help their young master up. The scumbag's mouth was full of blood. He angrily pointed at Li Zixuan and said incoherently, "Little rabbit, do you know who this master saw, young master, is? Do you know who my father is? You two filth, trash, hurry and tell him." Then he rubbed his face and took a deep breath. The tall servant came forward and said arrogantly, "Boy, you're finished. Our young master is Chao Xiaoyan. Our master is Chao Rue, the county premier of Wanyan County, enchanting. You dare to hit our young master. You're dead." Li Zixuan snorted and didn't want to talk nonsense with them. He directly went up to fight. Iron Egg was still dying and his injury was unknown. He had to find a doctor quickly. Perhaps Li Zixuan used to be afraid of these officials. After all, he was just a commoner. Commoners didn't fight with officials. But now he had the help of Cheng Chimo and Li Changxian. How could he be afraid of a small county premier? After beating up the three people, Li Zixuan kicked the tall servant and said, "Tell your master to come and get him. I want to see what kind of person can give birth to such a scumbag." At this time, Lan and the others had already arrived. When Lan saw Tai Dan lying on the ground covered in blood, her eyes turned red. Although she had only stayed for a little more than a day at the Han Manor, she had already formed a very deep friendship with this little brother she had just met. Lan knelt beside Han Yushi and looked at the miserable Iron Egg. She cried, "Brother Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Get up, Lan will treat you to some chicken." Tai Tai forced his eyes open and said intermittently, "Sister, Lan Iron Egg is fine. Iron Egg helped you catch a grasshopper more powerful than Wei Qing. It's over there." After saying that, he pointed to the wall with difficulty. Li Zixuan and Lan looked over there and saw an overturned bamboo tube on the ground. A bigger grasshopper was jumping not far from the tube. Lan didn't have the heart to catch it. She just wanted her brother Iron Egg to get better quickly. At this time, a rooster ran out of a courtyard and flew past everyone. When it saw the grasshopper on the ground, it quickly flapped its wings and pecked at the grasshopper. It ran away like a wisp of smoke. Although Lan felt sorry for the grasshopper, now was obviously not the time to care about it. Li Zixuan saw it and suddenly felt something. It was as if he had suddenly thought of something. Li Changxian asked, "Brother Zixuan, what happened?" Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to send the Iron Egg to the medical hall. Gao Ming, I know you have guard with you. I'll have to trouble you to ask them to help send the Iron Egg to the medical hall." Although Li Changxian was curious about how Li Zixuan knew there were guards behind him, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. He nodded and shouted into the air, "Wu San, come out." A person scuttled out of the alley and bowed to Li Changxian. "Your subordinate is here. Send someone to immediately send this child to the Imperial Physician Bureau. Have them treat him with all their might," Li Changxian ordered. "Yes." Wu San waved behind him, and two soldiers immediately came up. They carried the Iron Egg away, but he stayed behind Li Changxian. Since he had been discovered by Li Zixuan, he had nothing to hide. Li Zixuan comforted Han Yushi for a while before angrily walking towards Chao Xiaoyan, who was lying on the ground. He had roughly examined the injuries on Iron Egg's body. They were much more serious than the injuries he had suffered at the Han village. He really didn't expect this scum to be so ruthless towards a 6 or 7-year-old child. If he had come a little later, Iron Egg would have really been beaten to death. Li Zixuan was grateful to Iron Egg from the bottom of his heart. He was really a good child. Last time at the Han village, Iron Egg risked his own injuries to protect his sister. This time, he risked his life to protect Han Yushi. Although Han Yushi was Iron Egg's elder sister, and it was natural for Iron Egg to protect her, in Li Zixuan's eyes, Han Yushi should be his woman first, although she wasn't yet, then Iron Egg's elder sister. The 2 times that Iron Egg was beaten and injured were both related to him. Li Zixuan admired this well-behaved child from the bottom of his heart. He planned to keep it by his side after Iron Egg's injuries were healed, teach him some things, and nurture him well. Li Zixuan really wanted to give this ruthless Chao Xiaoyan a good thrashing. Looking at his pockmarked face, Li Zixuan really didn't know where he got the confidence to say that he was handsome. Lana was also very angry at this moment. She had also seen that Iron Egg's younger brother had been beaten very seriously. The little girl ran over to Li Zishuan and angrily pointed at Chao Xiaoyun and said, "Brother, Iron Egg is his younger brother. This bad guy just bullied Iron Egg, which is bullying Lan. Bullying Lan, is bullying brother. Brother, you must avenge Iron Egg." Li Zishuan didn't expect his little sister to speak so logically now. He was a little surprised. It seemed that the little girl was really angry now. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Lan, don't worry. Brother will avenge Iron Egg." Chapter 44. Li Zishuan angrily copied Iron Egg's wounds on Chao Xiaoyun's body. Of course, since he was the one who hit Chao Xiaoyun's injuries were much more serious than Iron Egg's. At first, Chao Xiaoyun could still arrogantly shout a few words, saying that when his father came, he would teach Li Zishuan a lesson. But after a while, he was kicked until his whole body was covered in blood. He was gasping for air and could no longer speak. "Brother, you beat him well." Lana was not afraid of this bloody scene at all. Instead, when she saw Li Zishuan beat Chao Xiaoyun, she could not help but clap her hands and cheer. Chao Xiaoyun spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He had never been treated so miserably. He could not help but swear in his heart that he would definitely cripple this brat in the future. Housekeeper Wang was afraid that someone would die, so he quickly pulled Li Zishuan away. "Young master, although County Deputy Chao is only an 8th rank county magistrate, it would not be easy for master to clean up the mess if someone died." Han Yushi also came over and pulled Li Zishuan away. "Young master, stop beating him." She was also afraid that Li Zishuan would get involved in a murder case because of her and her brother. Li Zishuan let Chao Xiaoyun live and walked to the side to wait for his father to come over. Li Chengxian saw that Li Zishuan wanted to make a big deal out of this, so he waved his hand and asked Wu San to come over. He whispered a few words in his ear, and Wu San quickly left. County Deputy Chao was dealing with official business with the county magistrate today. When he saw his servant come to the county office with a bloody nose and a swollen face, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew that something bad was going to happen. He quickly excused himself from the county magistrate and took the servant out of the county office. He went to a corner and asked in a low voice, "What happened? Did that unfilial son cause trouble for me again?" He knew his son's character better than anyone else. No matter how many times he reprimanded him, he would still cause trouble. Every time he caused trouble, he would have to clean up his mess. Fortunately, his son still had some brains. He didn't provoke those high-ranking officials and only harmed some commoner women. The trouble he caused each time wasn't too big, so he was able to settle it for his son every time. The servant hurriedly said, "Young master wanted to make a move on a girl at Xianping Lane, but he was detained by a young man. He wants master to go and get him." Hearing this, County Deputy Chao's face darkened. His unfilial son had indeed caused him trouble again. Although he expected better from him, he was still his son. He pondered and asked, "Who is a young man?" The servant replying to master, "I don't know." Deputy County Magistrate Chao waved his hand and summoned 5 yamen runners. Helplessly, he asked his servants to lead the way. He prayed in his heart that he would not kick an iron plate this time. When County Magistrate Chao arrived at Xianping Square, he saw his son covered in blood and lying on the ground. He quickly walked over and squatted down to check his son's injuries. At this moment, Chao Xiaoyun heard footsteps coming. He wanted to open his eyes to see if it was his father, but he couldn't open his eyes even with all his strength. Although County Magistrate Chao knew that it was his son's fault, he still felt a little angry when he saw his son in such a miserable state. However, the most important thing at this moment was to figure out the young man's identity. County Magistrate Chao suppressed the anger in his heart, walked forward and asked, "Who are you? How dare you commit a violent crime on the street and disregard the law of Tang Empire?" There was a trace of majesty in his voice. Li Zishuan snorted and said, "You must be County Magistrate Chao. What a powerful official's prestige. Why don't you ask your son what he has done?" "Lord Chao, you don't have to worry about my identity. My father is just a businessman." Hearing that the young man in front of him was just a businessman's son, County Magistrate Chow breathed a sigh of relief and felt more confident. At this moment, his prestige was more powerful. He shouted loudly, "How dare you commit a violent crime in broad daylight? Come on, take him back to the county government." Two Yamen runners immediately rushed forward to take him back. Who dares? Seeing that County Magistrate Chow was going to bend the law for personal gain in front of him, Li Chengxian couldn't bear it and shouted loudly. As the crown prince of the Tang Empire, he was very angry that there was such a scum in front of the emperor. He secretly thought that this time when he returned to the palace, he should suggest to his father that the emperor should reorganize the administration of officials. County Magistrate Chow didn't notice Li Chengxian until now. Seeing that he was just a little boy in his teens, he couldn't help but shout, "Who are you? How dare you obstruct the government from handling the case?" He was just a small official of level 8, who was not qualified to meet the crown prince before. Therefore, he had the courage to say those words just now. Li Chengxian was not afraid at all and replied, "County Magistrate Chow, you don't need to know who I am. But there is someone you definitely know. You will see him later." Seeing that the young man in front of him was so fearless, County Magistrate Chow was about to ask who he was when he saw a group of people coming to the alley. When he saw the leader, County Magistrate Chow was shocked. He hurriedly ran over and bowed to him. "County Magistrate Chow, I am County Magistrate Wan Yin." The middle-aged man in the official uniform was Magistrate Hua of Chang. The city of Chang was divided into Chang and County and Wanyan County. The officials of the two counties in the city, as well as Lantian, Xinfeng, and other counties outside the city, were all under the jurisdiction of Magistrate Chow. Therefore, Chow Rue was so respectful when he saw the people coming. Magistrate Hua heard from a guard that there was a man with the token of the East Palace and asked him to send people to save the crown prince. Magistrate Hua took the token and carefully observed it. It was real, and he couldn't help but be shocked. If something happened to the crown prince under the emperor's command, he would lose his position as magistrate. He hurriedly brought over a dozen people. County Magistrate Chow tried his best to bow and greet Magistrate Hua in a low and flattering voice. However, Magistrate Hua ignored him as if he didn't see him and went straight to Li Chengxian. When he was about to bow to him, Li Chengxian waved his hand to stop him and said in a low voice, "Magistrate Hua, the governance of Wanyan County has collapsed. I will tell my father the truth when I go back to the palace today." Magistrate Hua's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat when he heard this. He hated Chow Rue to death in his heart. He was about to explain and plead with Li Chengxian, but Li Chengxian ignored him after he finished speaking. He turned around and walked to another 14-year-old boy. At this moment, Li Chengxian said to Li Zishuan, "Brother Zishuan, let's leave this matter to Magistrate Hua. Let's go to Shi City." Li Zishuan thought about it. There was indeed no need for him to do anything here. Chow Shaoyan had been beaten to such a state. If he beat him again, he would be beaten to death. Moreover, Li Chengxian had already warned Magistrate Hua personally. As long as there was nothing wrong with his brain, he wouldn't dare to cover for Chow Rue and Chow Rue. Looking at Chow Shaoyan's behavior, he knew that this was not the first time he had done this. Now, he had gotten rid of a scourge for the people of Chang'an. Li Zishuan walked to the side and pulled Han Yushi up. He took Lan, and Li Chengxian to Shi City. They were going to Shi City to buy a shop today. Chapter 45. When they arrived at the East Market, Steward Wang found someone from the broker house and explained his intentions. That person brought them to a shop that had recently shown interest. In the end, Li Chengxian and Li Zishuan took a fancy to a wood carving shop called Heavenly Craft Pavilion. The shop was rather large. It was a small 2-story building. People could live on the top floor and store their goods, while the bottom floor could be used as a storefront. Moreover, the shop's location was excellent. Diagonally across from the East Market's largest restaurant, the Yunshi restaurant was the location with the densest flow of people in the East Market. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the shop's structure and location. He hurriedly signaled for Steward Wang to discuss the price with the shop's owner. He, Li Chengxian, and Lanner strolled around the shop. When he saw the wood carvings on the shop shelves, Li Zishuan was immediately shocked. Taishang Lao Jun, Mithriya Buddha, 2 dragons playing with a pearl, and monkey birthday gifts were all on the shelves. Moreover, the layout of each carving was full. It was scattered but not loose, numerous but not messy. The layers were distinct, and the theme was prominent. The carver was truly a master of knife skills. The shop's name, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, lived up to its name. Li Chengxian was also somewhat astonished. Although he was young, he still had the ability to appreciate. Now that he saw so many exquisite carvings, he exclaimed to Li Zishuan, "Brother Zishuan, the wood carvings in this shop can only be compared to some of the finest heirlooms in the palace." Li Zishuan nodded. At this moment, Steward Wang had finished negotiating with the shop's owner and was walking over to them. "Young master," according to the shop's owner, his master was transferred to Suzhou, so he was in a hurry to sell this shop. The final price was 780 strings of cash. "What do you think, young master?" Steward Wang reported. "Cheap, so damn cheap." This was Li Zishuan's first thought. Compared to the price of housing in the capital of his previous life, the current price of this shop was too low. Li Zishuan hurriedly nodded in agreement, then personally walked over to the shopkeeper. He cupped his hands and said, "Shopkeeper, may I ask who the master carver of this shop is?" The shopkeeper had found a buyer and was in a good mood. He replied, "Oh, was this Lang Jun also interested in wood carving?" "The sculptor is Lu Dingyi, the famous sky broadsword in Chong and City. People call him Lu Yidao. Our shop paid a lot of money to hire him. If Xiao Lang Jun bought this shop for the wood carving business, I suggest you find a way to keep Lu Yidao here. There are many shops out there competing to hire him." After saying that, the shopkeeper pointed to a skinny old man at the door. When Li Zishuan heard the shopkeeper say that the old man's nickname was Lu Yidao, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Why don't you call yourself Yidao Niel?" In his previous life, he was a Dota enthusiast, and he had played a lot of Dota moves. Ugh, this guy couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. However, Li Zishuan really wanted to keep this old man with exquisite carving skills. Although he didn't plan to open a carving shop, he still needed a master who knew how to carve some rare items in the future. Li Zishuan immediately asked Lu Yidao to stay at the Heavenly Craftsman Pavilion for 5 times the previous salary. After the handover with the shopkeeper, they were given 3 days to move out. Li Chengxian saw that it was getting late and was about to leave. Suddenly, he remembered that their shop didn't have a name yet, so he asked, "Brother Zishuan, what should we name this shop?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Let's call it Wonderful Interest Pavilion. In the future, all the wonderful treasures in the world will come from this pavilion. Ha ha." Li Chengxian nodded in agreement and said, "We'll call it Great Kindness." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He pulled Li Chengxian over and whispered, "Brilliant! I heard that His Majesty loved calligraphy. If you can find a way to let His Majesty inscribe a plaque for Wonderful Interest Pavilion, I'll give you half of the shares and 2 wonderful stories like Journey to the West. What do you think?" Li Chengxian's expression changed when he heard this. He immediately shook his head like a rattle drum and said anxiously, No, my father will definitely not agree." Although Li Zishuan's offer was very tempting, it was obvious that he was more afraid of Li Er's tiger might. To let Li Er inscribe a plaque for a shop, it was really his brother's idea. This was simply courting death. Li Zishuan saw that his refusal was very straightforward and knew that there was no hope. He settled for the next best thing and said, "Then forget it. But brilliant, you have to find a famous calligrapher to inscribe a plaque. Our Wonderful Interest Pavilion style must be as high as possible in the future. The plaque can't be shabby." Li Chengxian thought for a while and already had a plan in mind. He nodded in agreement and said, "That's not a problem." "Oh, right. Tomorrow I'll bring over that very interesting person with excellent skills in machinery for you to meet. I see that Brother Zishuan often has some wonderful ideas. Perhaps the 2 of you can collide and create some sparks." Li Chengxian didn't see any problems with this sentence, but as a modern person, Li Zishuan saw a big problem. He cursed in his heart, "I'm not gay." However, Li Zishuan couldn't explain anything. Instead, he was somewhat interested in the person that Li Chengxian was talking about. He said, "Then I'll wait and see." Then, Li Chengxian bid farewell to him and left with the guards. Li Zixuan took Lan Yushi, and a few others and hired a carriage to go to the Imperial Medical Department to pick up Iron Egg. Seeing that Iron Egg was wrapped into a dumpling, Han Yushi's heart ached, and she couldn't help but cry. Lan Er's eyes were also red. Iron Egg saw that his sister and Lan were sad for him and hurriedly comforted them. Sister Lan don't worry. Iron Egg is fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. As soon as he spoke, Lan immediately cried out. Li Zixuan saw that Iron Egg could already speak and his injuries were bandaged. He wanted to take him home to take care of him. Thus, he found a medical officer and asked, "How is this child's injury? Can you take him back?" Iron Egg had no relatives or friends in Chang'an. Today, he was injured because of Han Yushi. No matter what, Li Zixuan had to take him back to the residence and have someone take good care of him. When Li Zixuan came to the Imperial Medical Department, he brought Li Chengqian's warrant. This medical officer naturally didn't dare to offend him. He replied, "The child's broken bones have been connected. Next, he only needs to rest. You can take him back, but you must be careful." Li Zixuan nodded. He invited a few students from the Imperial Medical Department to carefully carry Iron Egg into the carriage. Naturally, a few bedding had been prepared in the carriage to avoid bumps. Li Zixuan let Han Yushi and Lan enter the carriage to take care of Iron Egg. He also instructed the driver to walk slowly. He and housekeeper Wang followed behind the carriage on foot. The group rushed to the Li residence. Iron Egg saw that the young master wanted him to sleep in the carriage while walking by himself. He was immediately moved. He wanted to get up and refuse, but Li Zixuan sternly stopped him. Iron Egg's heart suddenly felt warm. He thought to himself, "They are both young masters. Why is it that his young master is so good to us country bumpkins, but Lu Haojian and Xiao Xiaoyan are so bad to country bumpkins?" Bruiser had saved people twice, and both times he had been beaten. Although he had succeeded in saving people, he had been injured each time. He had a thirst for power. He wanted to be as strong as his young master, or even as strong as his father. That way, he would be able to protect his family from being bullied. Seeing that his young master was so good to his family, Iron Egg had a glimmer of hope. He thought, maybe if I beg the young master, he can teach me martial arts. Even if his young master was unwilling, Iron Egg planned to go back home and ask his father to teach him a few moves. Yes, Iron Egg was not stupid. He also knew that his young master's martial arts were better than his father's. After experiencing so many things, Iron Egg also understood many things. He wanted to become stronger. Chapter 46. When they returned to the Li residence, Madame Li was in the front hall when she heard the commotion at the door. She entered. "Where did you go? Whose child is this? How did he get hurt so badly?" Madame Li asked in shock when she saw her son calling Sanbao and Ah Fu to carry a little boy wrapped up like a dumpling. "Mother, this is Han Village's Han Lijing's son, Iron Egg. This is Han Lijing's daughter, Han Yushi. Today's matter is a long story. Let me help Iron Egg settle down first." Li Zixuan told the servants to be careful not to hurt him as he answered his mother's question. At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly walked forward and bowed. "Yushi greets Madam. Us siblings have disturbed you today." Iron Egg, who was being carried, forced himself to stand up and said to Madame Li. Iron Egg pays his respects to Madam. Madame Li hurriedly pressed the child down and said there was no need to be so polite. She then turned to look at Han Yushi. Seeing her beautiful appearance and pitiful appearance, she was truly a peerless beauty. She was stunned and secretly wondered if her son had taken a fancy to this girl. She walked forward to help Han Yushi up and said, "Miss Han, there's no need to be so polite. Our Li family usually collects rent from the Han village. Your father has also given us a lot of convenience." She then turned to Li Zixuan and said, "Xian let Sanbao and the others place Iron Egg in Mingwei. The siblings will stay there tonight. Mother will send a few servant girls over to take care of them." Mingwei was a small, independent courtyard in the west courtyard that Li Zixuan lived in. It was used by the Li family to entertain guests. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. Han Yushi hurriedly declined. "Madam, We don't need servant girls to serve us. I could take good care of little brother. Madame Li smiled and said, You little girl, there's no need to be so polite in our house. Previously, Xin was taken care of by your father in the Han village. She had just noticed that there was a trace of adoration in her son's eyes when he looked at Han Yushi. As an experienced person, Madame Li naturally understood everything. She thought to herself that although this girl's family background was a bit poor, her appearance could indeed be considered stunning. No wonder her son was infatuated with her. Her son was finally enlightened. It seemed that she would soon be able to hold her grandson. Mrs. Li's imagination was running wild, and she began to fantasize happily. Li Zixuan politely directed the servants to carry his future brother-in-law. With such a good opportunity to perform, of course, he had to perform well in order to get closer to Han Yushi. However, he was completely unaware that his thoughts had been completely seen through by his quick-witted mother. After some work, Li Zixuan, Lan and Han Yushi followed the servants to Minghui Xian. Madame Li naturally went to instruct the kitchen to prepare dinner. After placing iron egg on the bed, the servants took their leave. Li Zixuan turned around and said to Han Yushi, Yushi, iron egg's injuries can't withstand any bumps. The mountain road to the Han village is also rugged. You should accompany Iron Egg and stay at my house for a few days. When Iron Egg's injuries are more or less healed, we'll talk about it again. I'll send someone to the Han village to inform your father in a while. After saying that, he looked at Han Yushi and prayed that she would quickly agree. Spring was coming, and this fellow was now a little moved by love. Although Han Yushi felt that it was inappropriate to stay here, everything the young master said was reasonable. Iron Egg's injuries were indeed unable to leave. She could only nod and say, Then I'll have to trouble you, young master. After saying that, a trace of joy and anticipation appeared in her heart for some reason. Children all loved excitement. Lan heard that and cheered. That's great, that's great. Now, there's finally someone to play with Lan Li Zixuan pointed at Lan unhappily and said, Big brother, haven't I been playing with you all this time? You ungrateful little girl. Lan naughtily stuck out her tongue at her brother. She tugged at Han Yushi's arm and giggled. She didn't say anything else. Xiao Yi walked in and bowed. Young master, the food is ready. Madam wants you to go to the front hall to eat. Old master is also back. Li Zixuan nodded and said to Han Yushi, Yushi, follow me to the front hall to eat. I'll ask Xiao He to send some food over for Iron Egg to eat later. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lan mischievously said, Brother Iron Egg, you have to be good. Lan, will ask Sister Xiao He to send you some chicken to eat later. Iron Egg didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come, Yushi, eat this base. It's good for your body. At the dining table, Madame Li was beaming with joy as she frequently picked up food for Han Yushi. Han Yushi's small bowl soon piled up into a small mountain. Han Yushi was helpless. If she refused, she was afraid that it would be too rude. Moreover, she kept feeling that Madame Li was looking at her strangely. She was a little flustered and could only hurriedly thank her and bury her head in eating. Li Zixuan also noticed his mother's strange gaze. He thought to himself, could it be that his mother saw that he was interested in Han Yushi? That shouldn't be. Li Zixuan felt that he hid it very well. Xian I heard from your mother that Han Tianhu's son was injured today? Li Jima asked. Yes, father. Iron Egg's injury is very serious. I want him to recuperate in our house for a few days. I'll send him back when his injury is better, Li Zixuan answered. Li Jima nodded. Yes, that's how it should be. Your father and I have some friendship before. Since his son is recuperating in our house, we have to take good care of him. But speaking of which, why was Iron Egg injured? There are actually people who dare to commit murder and injure people at the foot of the emperor. Isn't this disregarding the national law? When Li Zixuan heard this, he felt that the latter half of his father's words were very familiar. After thinking for a moment, it turned out that County Magistrate Chao had just told him this afternoon. He couldn't help but find it funny. He told his father about how they went to Shi City in the afternoon and met Yushi and the others who were bullied. Bang! When Fatherly heard about Chao Xiaoyun's evil deeds, He immediately slammed the table angrily. This is really preposterous. He actually snatched a commoner's daughter in broad daylight and maliciously injured her. I've heard of this Chow Xiaoyan before. He used his father's official position to snatch commoner's daughter and committed all kinds of evil deeds. He's really guilty. Madame Li also said angrily, this kind of evil person really deserves to be killed. Xian, what happened after that? Li Zishuan said. Later, Gao Ming called the capital magistrate and ordered him to handle the case impartially and not to play favoritism. Their Chow family will definitely be finished this time. Madame Li let out a sigh of relief. She held Han Yushi's hand and gave her a comforting look. Li Jingmo reacted quickly and asked doubtfully, Shinner, is this Li Gaoming? Why is he able to call the capital magistrate? Li Zishuan didn't plan to hide this matter from his parents. In any case, they would find out sooner or later. He said, Father, this Li Gaoming is the current crown prince, Li Changqian. A single sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. This was simply earth-shattering. Other than Li Zishuan and Lan everyone else in the room was dumbfounded. They were just ordinary people. The crown prince was too far away from them. They never thought that Li Zishuan would be related to the crown prince. Li Jingma's psychological quality was better. After all, he had been in the business world for decades. He was the first to come back to his senses. He muttered, Xian, why is the crown prince with you? Li Zishuan really wanted to tell his father that his words were ambiguous. He wasn't gay. However, now is obviously not the time to joke. Thus, he told his parents about him and Li Changqian opening strange interest pavilion. When Father Li heard that his son dared to take 70% of the shares, he was so shocked that his mouth fell open. He secretly thought that his son was really a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tiger. How bold! Li Jingma planned to talk to his son alone after dinner. He wanted to remind him to pay attention to the etiquette between a ruler and his minister. He didn't want to be too rude and offend the crown prince. When Madame Li heard that her son was opening a shop with the crown prince, she immediately felt that her son was promising. She was very happy. Just like that, the family finished dinner with their own thoughts. Li Jingma stood up and said, Xian, come with me to the study. I have something to tell you. After saying that, he directly walked to the study with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan hurriedly stood up and followed. He also had something to tell his father. Chapter 47. Li Zishuan entered the study and closed the door behind him. He found that his father was already sitting on a stool, holding a cup of tea and waiting for him. Li Zishuan sat on the other side without hesitation and poured himself a cup of tea. Drinking tea after a meal was good for digestion. Seeing his son's carefree attitude, Father Li couldn't help but get angry. Xian, how did you meet the crown prince? Looks like Father is still worried about the crown prince. His mentality isn't stable. Li Zishuan put down his teacup and told his father about how he met the crown prince on the way to Shi City and how the Drunken Immortal restaurant had invited the crown prince and Cheng Chumo to eat together. Father Li stroked his beard and digested the information. Xian, you have to follow the rules in front of the crown prince. Pay attention to the etiquette between a ruler and a minister. You can't be as undisciplined and reckless as you are at home. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. If you anger the crown prince, even I won't be able to save you. Thinking of that brat Li Zishuan, if he had to bow and scrape before him, he wouldn't have been able to do it. However, Father Li's words were for his own good. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to explain and could only reply vaguely. Father, don't worry. The crown prince and I are friends. He won't use his status to pressure me. Father Li glared at him. Even so, you can't overstep the etiquette between a ruler and a minister. What if the crown prince decides to settle the score one day? Yes. Father is right. I'll listen to you. In order to avoid being lectured by his father, Li Zishuan quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing his son's behavior, Father Li knew that he didn't listen. He snorted angrily and didn't bother to persuade him anymore. Why did you only give the crown prince 30% of the shares of your strange interest pavilion? Why don't you give him 30% tomorrow? Our family doesn't lack money. There's no need to offend the crown prince over such a small matter. Li Zishuan immediately stomped his feet and said anxiously, "No, this won't do. That won't do. The crown prince himself has already agreed to this condition." "Father, what are you doing here? Aren't you just as anxious as the emperor?" "You little bastard, how dare you talk to your father like that? Is your skin itching again?" Father Li was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. Flustered and exasperated, he was about to get up and hit him. Li Zixuan immediately got up and dodged. As he dodged, he shouted, "Mother, help! My father is going to put righteousness before family." Old man, Li was even more furious. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. At this moment, a cough came from outside the study. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan could tell that it was his mother's voice. Sure enough, her mother pushed the door open and entered. After Mrs. Li came in, she coldly glanced at Old Man Li, then directly sat down beside him and said to Old Man Li, "I think you want to sleep in the study again?" What couldn't he say to little Xian properly? Little Xian is already so old, yet you still hit and scold him. What a scandal! Old Man Li instantly lost his temper. He sat back down like a wronged wife and sipped his tea in grievance. Li Zixuan saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff. He laughed dryly and went forward to reason with his father. "Father, that strange interest pavilion is your son's first business. In the future, its scale will definitely surpass the Tang Empire. Your son has already given the Crown Prince 30% of the shares. Why can't you see the Crown Prince clearly?" Old Man Li obviously felt that his son was bragging. He laughed coldly, indicating that he didn't believe him. Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Father, if you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Also, your son has something to tell you today." Old Man Li swallowed his tea and said unhappily, "What can you possibly want?" It seems that his father's heart is full of resentment. Li Zixuan said awkwardly, "Father, other than the abilities I told you before, my master is also proficient in divination. Did you know?" Old Man Li stared and said, "How would I know? Besides, why are you telling me this?" Li Zixuan patiently said, "Father, when your son was 7 years old, I accidentally heard my master say that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda." Li Zixuan obviously didn't know the exact date. He heard it from Xiao He when he returned home. The Xuanwu Gate would be filled with corpses and blood. At that time, your son didn't know what it meant. After my master passed away and I went down the mountain, I found out what happened on the 9th year of Wuda. Li Zixuan's parents turned pale with fright. They had been living in Chong and naturally knew what happened on the 4th day of the 6th month last year. The location of the incident happened to be the Xuanwu Gate. This incident had now become a taboo among the people of the Tang Empire. No one dared to mention it in public. Mrs. Li stood up and said anxiously, "Xianer, is this true?" Li Zixuan nodded solemnly and said, "Your son doesn't dare to lie to you." Although Old Man Li was shocked, he still had some doubts and asked, "So what if your master has the ability to predict the future? What's the point of telling us this?" Li Zixuan stood up and said slowly with his hands behind his back, "After I went down the mountain and found out that my master's prophecy came true, I was even more worried because my master left another prophecy before he died." Old Man Li was also a little nervous at this moment and asked hurriedly, "What prophecy?" Li Zixuan gathered his emotions for a moment and said in a low voice, "My master said that on the 6th day of the 2nd year Jingguan, there will be a large-scale and unprecedented locust plague in the Tang Empire. At that time, the locusts will cover the sky and the earth and pour down in torrents, sweeping across the entire Guanzhong plain. Wherever the locusts pass, the land will be barren and all the crops will be destroyed by the locusts. The Tang Empire will suffer a world-destroying catastrophe. At that time, thousands of people will starve to death because of the lack of food. It's not surprising that the locusts will eat their children." The two elders were stunned by this shocking prophecy and were speechless for a long time. Mrs. Li had always been kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer. At this moment, the miserable scene described by Li Zixuan touched her delicate heart, and her eyes turned red. Mrs. Li gently wiped the corner of her eyes and asked sorrowfully, "Xianer, did your master say that there is a way to resolve this locust plague?" She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Li Zixuan slowly shook his head and said, My master said that in the 9th year of Wuda, even if the Turks attacked the vicinity of Chang'an, wouldn't be terrible. The Tang Empire will have a wise ruler to resolve this disaster. But this locust plague in the 2nd year of Jingguan is the biggest test for the Tang Empire that has just been pacified. No one can resolve it. We can only rely on ourselves to fight against the heavens. At this moment, Old Man Li's face was also a little sad. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Alas, we are just mortals. How can we fight against the heavens? Mrs. Li also nodded her head with a miserable expression. The ancients had always maintained a reverent heart for the heavens. In their view, the locust plague was a punishment from the heavens to the human world. How could mortals resist it? In the end, humans couldn't fight against the heavens. Li Zishuan saw that his parents had accepted their fate and had no fighting spirit. He couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that his task tonight was a little heavy. He had to pull his parents together. He couldn't complete this plan alone. Chapter 48. The atmosphere in the study was extremely stifling. Li Zongyuan's parents had already believed in their son's prophecy, but even if they knew about it in advance, what could they do? At most, they could stock up a batch of food in advance to ensure that their family members wouldn't starve to death. But there would still be tens of thousands of people starving to death because of the lack of food. Although Li Zongyuan's parents weren't exactly good people, they knew that many people would starve to death in the future, but they couldn't do anything about it. Their hearts were filled with grief. Li Zishuan had been worried that if his father knew about the locust plague, he would try to stock up on food in advance so that he could raise the price of food and make a fortune from the disaster. But looking at his father's sorrowful face, Li Zishuan knew that he was overthinking things. He secretly chided himself for being a petty person. However, knowing that his father wasn't a petty merchant, Li Zishuan felt gratified in his heart. He walked in front of his father and firmly said, "Don't worry. Father, if we don't try, how can we know that we can't fight against the heavens?" Master once said that the world thinks that men can't fight against the heavens, but they don't know that it's just an excuse that the weak find for themselves. As long as we try our best, then men can defeat the heavens. When Li Jingma heard his son's words, he felt his blood boil. He raised his head and asked his son. He raised his head and asked, "Xin, have you thought of a good idea?" Li Zishuan sat back down on the stool, took a sip of tea, and nodded. "Ever since I returned from Mount Longhu, I've been thinking of a solution. In those days, when I thought about how the Great Tang would starve for thousands of miles a year, I was so worried that I couldn't eat or sleep." Cough, cough. "Don't talk nonsense. Get to the point." Li Jima hurriedly interrupted. He cursed in his heart. "You still have a face to say that you can't eat or sleep. You eat in different ways every day, and you even made a chicken to eat. And you don't even wake up until late in the morning." Madame Li was also amused by her son's shameless words. She realized that her son's skin was getting thicker and thicker. But this was also good. A thick-skinned person wouldn't suffer losses easily. In Madame Li's eyes, her son was good. Seeing that his parents' expressions were not as dejected as before, Li Zishuan knew that his goal had been achieved. So he stopped fooling around and seriously said, "Today, I thought of a method that can eliminate the locusts to a large extent. At the very least, it can ensure that the grain in our family's farmstead will not be harmed." Li Zishuan saw a rooster snatch away a grasshopper brought by Iron Egg today, so he came up with a plan. In this era, without chemical pesticides, Li Zishuan could only think of using biological control to deal with locusts. The overwhelming number of locusts was obviously not something that could be caught by hand. They could only breed animals that could hunt locusts. The power of biological control was not to be underestimated. Li Zishuan read a technical post in his previous life. According to statistics, a black-spotted frog could hunt more than 135 locusts, the larvae of locusts, per day. A swamp frog could hunt more than 120 locusts per day. A toad could hunt more than 160 locusts per day, and an adult bird could eat 167 adult locusts per day. Imagine if tens of millions of white birds could be brought in now. When a locust outbreak next year, just these tens of millions of white birds could eat all the locusts in the Tang Empire overnight. However, Because birds and frogs were not easy to breed on a large scale, Lisa Schwan wanted to set up a large-scale chicken farm. He wanted to use all the resources of the Han family manor to breed as many as they could. Li Jingma had traveled extensively for so many years, but he had never heard of a method to deal with the locusts. Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Shiana, what method have you thought of?" Lisa Schwan did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Father, if there is a method to deal with locusts that can guarantee that the Han family manor will not suffer any losses when the locusts come, but it will require our family to fork out a large amount of money. Father, are you willing to do it?" Li Jingma glared at him and said angrily, "You brat, what kind of person do you think your father is? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If there is a way, how can your father not help?" Madam Li also agreed. "Xian'er, if you have a method, just say it. Your father and I will support you fully. If the money is gone, your father can still earn more. However, to see so many people starve to death, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life." Li Zixuan was also touched by his mother's sincere kindness. He nodded and continued, "Father, your method is simple. Father, your son's method is very simple. Our family will be responsible for providing the Han family village with chicken seedlings. Let all the villagers help us raise chickens. Based on the number of chickens raised by each villager, we will reduce their rent by 10% to 30%. When the locusts come next year and the chickens have grown up, we can have the farmers herd the chickens into the fields and let the chickens eat all the locusts. This way, not only will the crops be protected, the chickens will also grow faster. When the locusts are over, we can sell the chickens or supply them directly to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. In this way, we won't lose money and can even help the farmers." Li Jingma listened to his son's plan while thinking in his heart. When his son finished, he realized that his son's plan was logical and logical. He had considered all the problems and couldn't help but feel gratified. However, he still had a question in his heart. He asked, "Shinner, your idea is quite thorough. It may not be impossible. However, with just these chickens, can we really eat all the locusts in the Han family manor?" Li Zixuan smiled confidently. "Father, don't underestimate the chickens. Father, don't underestimate the ability of chickens. I once read a book that said that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. By then, I estimate that 20 chickens can almost guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 mu of land. As long as the plan goes smoothly, we can fight against the heavens. Moreover, the chickens fed with locusts will grow faster, and their meat will be incomparably delicious. After the locusts are over, if we supply the chickens to the Drunken Immortal restaurant, we can definitely raise the price." Although Li Jingma didn't know which book would record such a boring matter, seeing his son's solemn vow, he nodded thoughtfully. Madam Li then asked, "Shinner, if we herd the chickens into the fields, what will happen if they eat the crops?" Li Zixuan smiled. "Mother, with so many locusts in the fields, the chickens definitely won't have the appetite to eat the crops." Madam Li was enlightened. Li Zixuan saw that his parents were more or less convinced and asked his father, "Father, how much money can we spare at this stage?" Li Jingma thought for a moment, then said, "Give me 3 days, and I can probably spare 300,000 strings of cash for you." When Li Zixuan heard this, he was shocked. He knew that his father was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich that he could spare 300,000 strings of cash in just 3 days. Currently, the entire Tang Empire's annual revenue was only about 20 million strings of cash. Moreover, this 300,000 strings of cash was only a portion of the liquid assets. Adding in the immovable assets, Li Zixuan couldn't imagine how rich his family was. When Li Jingma saw his son swallowing his saliva in shock, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He had finally regained some of his status in the family. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment before saying, "Father, let's spare some money. You can get someone to buy food. We'll stock up as much as we can. With more food, we'll have more confidence. As for the other 150,000 strings of cash, I'll use a portion to buy chicken seedlings for the Han village and build a chicken coop. The remaining portion will be kept for emergencies. Father, what do you think?" With a solution, And more importantly, with the support of his father's strong financial strength, Li Zishuan was in high spirits. He secretly rejoiced that he was reborn as a rich second generation. Otherwise, even if he had a way to control the locusts, it would only be a small matter. But now it was completely different. If the plan went smoothly, Li Zishuan could save a large area of people. Li Jingma stroked his beard and said, "Okay, we'll follow Xian Er's plan. But today's matter must not be spread, or our family will be in trouble." Li Zishuan knew that this was a serious matter. He nodded and said, "Father, don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. In a few days, when Iron Egg's injuries are healed, I'll go with them to the Han village and discuss this matter with Han Lijing. The sooner this plan is carried out, the better." Li Jingma nodded in agreement. At this moment, Madame Li smiled meaningfully and said, "Xian you're not young anymore. It's time to think about marriage. Mother thinks that Miss Han is not bad." Li Jingma's face was full of question marks. He didn't know what was going on. However, Li Zishuan's old face turned red, and he was greatly embarrassed. He hurriedly fled. Madame Li shook her head and laughed. This child. Chapter 49. When Li Changxian returned to the Eastern Palace, he immediately ordered his personal attendant to find 10 young eunuchs who knew how to write. Li Changxian asked them to copy Lan Er's journey to the west as quickly as possible. He stood behind one of the young eunuchs and read the story while he was at it. This made the young eunuch suffer. The crown prince was already urging him. Now that the crown prince was standing behind him, how was he supposed to write? The young eunuch's hands began to tremble uncontrollably and sweat began to appear on his forehead. As a result, his speed naturally slowed down. Li Changxian had been reading this page for quite some time. Seeing that the young eunuch still hadn't finished copying, he couldn't help but feel displeased. Looking carefully at the young eunuch's trembling hands, Li Changxian understood what was going on. He felt somewhat helpless, but he couldn't be too harsh. Li Changxian could only walk away and say to the young eunuchs who were copying, "You guys copy as quickly as possible. Try to copy 2 copies today. After you finish copying, I will reward you greatly." The eunuchs hurriedly bowed respectfully. Li Changxian turned around and said to the personal attendant, "Zhang Gui, after they finish copying, report to me as soon as possible." The personal attendant quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Li Changxian returned to his bedroom to rest. 4 hours later, Zhang Gui brought 2 booklets and delivered them to Li Changxian's bedroom. "Your Highness, 2 copies have been copied. Please take a look." Li Changxian quickly walked forward and took one of the booklets. He sat on the bed and impatiently flipped it open while saying to Zhang Gui, "Good. Not bad. Those who copy will be rewarded. Zhang Gui, have someone deliver the remaining booklet in your hands to Changle Palace." "Yes." Zhang Gui cupped his hands and left. Only then did Li Changxian wholeheartedly immerse himself in the bizarre journey to the west. The moon hung in the sky. Changle Palace. Big Sister Yin, why are you here at Changle Palace at this time? Below Changle Palace, a young palace maid dressed in purple saw an acquaintance and quickly went forward to ask. The tall palace maid stepped forward and replied with a smile, "Younger Sister Li Attendant Zhang sent me to deliver a book to Her Royal Highness. He said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent it over. But Her Highness has already gone to bed." Lyra raised her head and looked at the attic where the lights had already been turned off and said with difficulty. Yenner also looked up and hesitated. His Royal Highness didn't say that he had to personally deliver it to Her Royal Highness. "Why don't you help me put this book in Her Royal Highness's bedroom? After Her Royal Highness wakes up tomorrow, you can inform Her Royal Highness?" Lyra tilted her head and thought for a moment. This was indeed a solution. She nodded and agreed. "All right then. Big Sister Yin give me the book." Lyra took Journey to the West and entered the palace. Worried that she would wake up the princess, she could only put it on the table in the main hall on the first floor. Anyway, she wasn't worried that someone would take it away. The next morning, Changle Palace. When Lyra saw a little fatty wearing a python robe walking over, she hurriedly went up to greet him. "This servant greets Your Highness Duke of Wei." The little fatty nodded. "In, where's Changle?" This little fatty was the second son of the current emperor and Empress Zhang's son, Duke of Wei, Li Tai. He was only 9 years old this year, but at a young age he was brimming with talent and was peerlessly intelligent. He was fond of literature and had collected tens of thousands of books. Thus, he was deeply doted on by Li Er. Of course, smart people were all somewhat arrogant. Li Tai had always been at odds with Li Chengxian. He looked down on this older brother of his, thinking that Li Chengxian only became the crown prince because he was born a year earlier than him. In terms of talent, Li Tai was confident that he could completely surpass that older brother of his. A few days ago, Li Tai heard from his subordinates that Li Chengxian brought Chang'e out to relax and even brought back a type of delicacy for Imperial Father. As a result, Imperial Father was greatly pleased and praised Li Chengxian for his filial piety and for the harmony between the siblings. Li Tai was somewhat unhappy. He knew that type of delicacy. It was called nibbled chicken. Later on, he also ate it, and he ate a lot. Every day, he had the Imperial bodyguards line up to buy it for him to eat. It was indeed delicious, but he felt that Imperial Father shouldn't give the credit to his older brother. This nibbled chicken wasn't invented by the Crown Prince. Therefore, Li Tai also came to Chang'e Palace today to show concern for this younger sister of his. He wanted to see if she wanted to go out to relax, and he could accompany her. Firstly, although Li Tai didn't get along with Li Chengxian, he had always been on good terms with Chang'e. He was also concerned about his younger sister's health. Secondly, if Chang'e wanted to go out to relax, he could also legitimately follow her out. When he returned, he might even receive Imperial Father's praise and say that they siblings were harmonious. It was killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Li Er bowed and replied, "Your Highness, the princess hasn't woken up yet." Li Tai was a little disappointed. It seemed that he had come early. He casually said, "Oh, then this prince will sit in the front hall for a while and wait for Chang'e to wake up." After saying that, he directly entered the main hall. Li Er hurriedly went in to serve tea. Li Tai sat on the bench and glanced at a small booklet on the table. On it was written Journey to the West. He couldn't help but feel curious. He thought to himself, what kind of book is this? This prince has read a lot of books, but he has never seen it before. He immediately took the booklet and flipped through it. Li Er wanted to stop him, but she didn't dare. This Prince of Wei's temper had always been bad. She thought to herself, she could only wait for the princess to come and ask Prince of Wei to return the money. Presumably, Prince of Wei wouldn't go back on his word. Li Tai was attracted by the first page. As he read further, more novel things appeared. Things like a monkey that jumped out from a rock, Patriarch Bodhi, Somersault Cloud, 72 transformations, and uproar in heaven. He had never heard of these novel and strange things before. However, these plots were so hot-blooded and so attractive. Li Tai's mind couldn't help but become more and more immersed in that exciting story. After a while, there was a sound of a table and chair colliding from above. Li Tai was startled awake. Li also reacted and hurriedly said, "It seems that the princess has woken up. Your Highness, Prince of Wei, this servant will take her leave first. This servant needs to serve the princess and put on her clothes." Li Tai waved his hand, and Li hurriedly went upstairs. At this moment, Li Tai saw that he was the only one left in the room. He looked at the book, Journey to the West, and his eyes flashed with extreme reluctance. After pausing for a while, a trace of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, when he saw that there wasn't much time left and that Chang'e would come down in a while, Li Tai gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination finally flashed in his eyes. He looked around like a little thief and confirmed that he was the only one in the front hall. Then he stuffed Journey to the West into his long sleeves at lightning speed. He didn't care about the astonished eyes of the two little palace maids standing at the door and directly ran away. In the attic, "Princess, Prince of Wei is already waiting for you downstairs," Li reported while combing Chang'e's hair. "Oh, Brother Qingke came to look for me? Li, hurry up. Don't let Brother Qingke wait for too long." When Chang'e heard that Li Tai came to look for her, a trace of happiness flashed across her delicate little face. Li hurriedly sped up and said, "Princess, the Crown Prince sent someone to deliver a book last night. When I saw that Princess had already gone to bed, I put the book in the front hall." Changle's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was overjoyed and said, "That's great. It must be the journey to the west that Brother Crown Prince heard yesterday. Brother Crown Prince is really careful. He copied it into a book and sent it over. Lear, hurry up. I have to go down and take a look." After a quarter of an hour, Changle Palace's main hall. "Lear, where's Brother Chinke?" Changle looked at the empty front hall and asked doubtfully. Lear also looked confused. She looked around and said doubtfully, "He was still here just now." At this time, a little palace maid came in and carefully reported to Changle. "Princess, I saw Prince of Wei a quarter of an hour ago. He seemed to have something urgent and left in a hurry." Changle was even more confused. She didn't know what was wrong with her brother so early in the morning. After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She asked again, "Lear, didn't you say that Brother Crown Prince sent a book? Where's the book?" "Princess, the book is over there." Lear pointed at the table, but found that there was nothing on it. She couldn't help but be stunned. Then she was terrified. She quickly knelt down and said, "Princess, please forgive me. I really didn't lie. That book was on the table all this time." Prince of Wei just came down and looked through it. Changle thought for a while and finally reacted. She couldn't help but be flustered and exasperated. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Stinky Chinke, let's see how Changle will deal with you in the future." After saying that, she quickly walked out. She was going to the East Palace. Since Li Tai had stolen Journey to the West, even if she went to find Li Tai now, she probably wouldn't be able to get it back in a short time. She might as well go to the East Palace and see if there were any other copies. It had to be said that Changle really understood Li Tai very well. Li Tai ran back to Prince of Wei's mansion in a flash. He even looked back with a guilty conscience to see if anyone was chasing after him. When he saw that there was no one behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. He instructed the imperial bodyguards at the gate, "Except for my imperial father's summons, if anyone else comes, just say that I am not here. Do you understand?" Although the two imperial bodyguards felt strange, they didn't dare to ask in detail. They quickly bowed and answered. Li Tai then hurriedly returned to his bedroom and carefully took out the small book. Then, he couldn't wait to start reading again. His mind slowly entered the bizarre world of Journey to the West. Chapter 50. Last night, the more Li Chengxian read Journey to the West, the more he read, the more excited he became. It wasn't until the third quarter of the morning that he began to feel sleepy. Unable to endure, he could only reluctantly put down the book and fall into a deep sleep. If Li Zixuan knew that Li Chengxian had not finished Journey to the West after reading for so long, he would definitely despise him deeply. The vernacular version of Journey to the West only had 39 chapters and no more than 100,000 words. Compared to Li Zixuan's previous life speed of reading a novel of 3 to 4 million words in 3 days, it was simply too slow. When Changle arrived, Li Chengxian was still sleeping soundly. In the past, this kind of situation was not common. As the heir to the throne, laziness would be impeached. Moreover, as the crown prince, he had to pay respects to the empress every morning. "This servant pays respects to your imperial highness." Seeing Princess Changle leisurely walk over, Yin promptly stepped forward to pay her respects. Nodding her head, Changle asked, "Where is Big Brother Crown Prince?" Her voice was as clear and melodious as an oriole's, as if waking up the entire garden. Hesitantly, Yin replied, "Reporting to the princess, the crown prince has not yet woken up." Changle wrinkled her beautiful brows, somewhat incredulous. She said, "Quickly wake Big Brother Crown Prince up. In a moment, we still have to pay respects to Imperial Mother." Finished speaking, she entered the palace. Hearing this, Yin promptly went to the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters and woke him up. A short moment later, Li Chengxian walked out, yawning with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Changle came so early. Seeing Changle sitting there, Li Chengxian casually greeted her. Rolling her eyes, Changle angrily said, Big brother Crown Prince, why did you wake up so late today? Don't you know what time it is? We still have to pay respects to Imperial Mother. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's drowsiness immediately dissipated. Yen'er, quickly help me wash up. On the palace road, brother and sister hurriedly made their way to the inner court. Seeing Li Chengqian lose his self-control today, Changle curiously asked, Big brother Crown Prince, what's wrong with you today? You look listless. Li Chengqian said embarrassedly, I was reading Journey to the West last night and forgot the time. Hearing Journey to the West, Changle remembered the purpose of going to the Eastern Palace in the morning. She said angrily, Brother Crown Prince, the journey to the West that you gave me last night was secretly taken away by Brother Qingke this morning. Humph, Brother Qingke is too much. She wrinkled her nose. Li Chengqian was stunned. His younger brother had always considered himself a modest gentleman. How could he do such a tasteless thing? But seeing that his younger sister was a little unhappy, he coaxed her. Don't be angry, Changle. After I gave you a book yesterday, I asked Zhang Guiling to copy a few more. They should have finished copying by now. After we pay our respects to Mother, you can follow me back to the Eastern Palace to get them. Hearing this, Changle was overjoyed. She secretly thought that Brother Crown Prince was so considerate. That's great. Thank you, Brother Crown Prince. After paying her respects to Empress Zhang's son, Changle impatiently pulled Li Chengqian to the Eastern Palace. Just now, Changle had not made any complaints about Li Tai in front of her Imperial Mother. She only believed that Li Tai was playing around with her and was not truly angry. It was not worthwhile to tell her Imperial Mother and have Li Tai be criticized. It had to be said that Princess Changle's heart was extremely good. Li Chengqian could only call for Zhang Guiling and have him fetch another copy of Journey to the West for Changle. Changle took the book and fondled it admiringly. If it were not for the fact that this was not the right place, she would have immediately flipped it open to read the story. Li Chengqian understood his younger sister's feelings. He said, Changle, quickly go back and read. Today, I still have to make a trip out of the palace to return the original copy of Journey to the West to Lan'er. While I'm at it, I'll bring an interesting person to Li Zishuan. Changle curiously asked, Who is it? Li Chengqian kept her in suspense. Someone who is like Li Zishuan, always having some strange and wonderful ideas. Oh, that's right. Yesterday, I saw a very interesting toy at the Li estate. It's called a skateboard. It's very suitable for you, Changle. I also plan to open a shop with Li Zishuan that will specialize in selling these strange and bizarre items. Hearing this, Changle became even more interested. Hearing Crown Prince say this, Changle is also interested. If Crown Prince brother does not have enough money, Changle can lend some of her private savings to Crown Prince brother. Li Chengqian thought it over. The daily expenses of the Eastern Palace were quite large. To take out 200 strings of coins at once and have to scrape them together was truly troublesome. He said, Changle, why don't you take out 100 strings of coins? I'll give you 10% of the shares. What do you think? Changle was very excited to have the opportunity to open a shop. Okay, tomorrow I'll have someone send the money over. It's a pity that I still have to attend the palace ceremony today. Otherwise, I would be able to leave the palace with Crown Prince brother and take a look at that shop. Li Chengqian comforted her. There's no rush. When the shop officially opens, you can come with me. Prince Wei's residence. Li Tai had not gone out ever since he returned in the morning. He even forgot to greet Zhang's son. This little fatty was lying on the bed, reading Journey to the West, with great interest while muttering to himself. Sigh, this monkey is really too heaven-defying. He even dares to bully the Jade Emperor. This is really King satisfying. Wow, this golden hoop incantation is really powerful. This monkey won't dare to be impudent in the future. This golden cudgel is really magical. It can be big or small. I'll ask the Imperial Works supervisor if he can make one for me. This Zhu Beiji is really funny. I can't take it anymore. Huh, sigh. Why is this damned monk so stupid? This old woman is obviously a transformation of the white bone spirit. How can he not see it? If I were Sun Wukong, I would definitely beat this damned monk to death with a single blow. I'm so angry. Huff, huff. The maids outside the bedchamber could not help but look at each other in dismay when they heard Prince Wei's angry curses and laughter. They thought to themselves, could it be that Prince Wei had lost his mind? Li Tai was quick-witted. His reading speed was much faster than Li Chengqian's. He finished reading Journey to the West in one morning. Sigh, it's finished so quickly? Which damned person wrote this? It's so short. He could have written another 100 or so chapters. Li Tai said angrily as he flipped through the book and realized that it was gone. He angrily threw the book to the ground. However, even though he threw the book away, he could not help but recall the story he had just read. Li Tai hesitated for a while before picking up the book. He muttered, "This story is really interesting. Let me see who wrote this book. I'll get him to write a story for me later." He saw a person's name on the cover of the book. Li Zixuan? I've never heard of him. However, this person is quite talented to be able to come up with such an interesting story. However, the writing style is immature. Why does it look like it was written by a child? It's such a good story, but the writing is so lousy. It's a disgrace to the educated. Li Tai was still thinking about how talented the person who could come up with such an interesting story was. However, when he saw the words, he could not help but feel angry. The young eunuchs of the Eastern Palace copied the original handwriting in order to respect the original author. At this moment, the words that Li Tai saw were naturally immature. In the eyes of a prince like him, who had a small accomplishment in calligraphy, these words were like dog scratches. They were not worthy of such an interesting story. Thinking about it this way, although the person who wrote this story had a strange idea, it was only a little clever. It could not be compared to this prince's talent. Li Tai stroked his chin and thought narcissistically. P.S. Some people are thinking that the story is progressing too slowly. Even now, the main character hasn't come up with many inventions. Swordsmen admit that this is indeed the case. Swordsmen in the early stages of the story have to spend a lot of time and effort to portray the personalities of the characters around the main character to set up a stage for the main character. Swordsmen don't want the main character to only come up with inventions. Swordsmen want to create characters with flesh and blood. They don't want to simply copy modern inventions and bring them back to ancient times to build up the plot. This is too blunt. The main character will slowly bring in many advanced technologies that Great Tang doesn't have. There will be many exciting things. Everyone, don't be anxious. However, swordsmen will make sure that every invention comes naturally. This is a story with flesh and blood. It isn't a simple encyclopedia that relies on inventions. Swordsmen want to let the main character fully assimilate into Great Tang before changing it. If the main character comes up with advanced technologies, the main character won't be able to acclimatize. Swordsmen want to make the plot more natural and rich. So, everyone, don't be anxious. You will fall in love with many characters in the story. Swordsmen are already sick of fast food novels. Swordsmen don't want to write fast food novels. Those novels are enjoyable for a moment, but after a while, they become boring and don't leave an impression on the readers. Thus, readers who want to see the main character using advanced technologies to show off his skills in Great Tang, be patient. Whatever you want, this book will have it. It just needs to be set up so that when the conditions are right, success will come naturally. Don't you think so? Chapter 51. Iron Egg. Are your injuries better? After breakfast, Li Zixuan came to Mingwei Xian to check on Iron Egg's injuries. When Iron Egg saw that the young master had come, he quickly got up but was pressed down by Li Zixuan. He could only continue to lie down and said, "Young master, Iron Egg's injuries are almost healed. He should be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Li Zixuan nodded and said, That's good. Pay more attention to rest. Tell Xiao he what you want to eat." Thank you, young master," Iron Egg said gratefully. Li Zixuan saw that there was nothing he could do here, so he nodded and turned to leave. Iron Egg stretched out his hand and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't have the courage and put down his hand dejectedly. "Young master, you're here?" Li Zixuan had just gone out when he bumped into Han Yushi, who had just returned with a basin of clothes. Li Zixuan looked at the clothes Han Yushi was carrying and frowned. "Why did you go to wash the clothes? Why didn't you let the servants in the manor wash them?" Hearing the concern in Li Zixuan's words, Han Yushi said shyly, Young master, Yushi isn't a spoiled young lady from a big family. Yushi can do these things herself. Lisa Schwan was a little helpless and couldn't persuade her anymore. He could only remain silent. Han Yushi suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Ah, young master, I almost forgot about business. Please wait for Yushi for a while." After saying that, she hurriedly ran into the room, leaving behind a confused Lisa Schwan. After a while, Han Yushi came out with a wine gourd. Lisa Schwan looked at it and found it familiar. After thinking carefully, it seemed that when Yushi ran over to ask for help yesterday, she was carrying it. He couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "Young master, Iron Egg and I entered the city this time, mainly to bring some of the first batch of fruit wine for you to try. After what happened yesterday, Yushi almost forgot about it." After saying that, Han Yushi herself felt a little embarrassed. Lisa Schwan laughed in spite of himself. But when he thought of the fruit wine he had drunk at the Han Manor, Lisa Schwan really missed it. Just as he was about to open it and smell the wine, he saw the little girl, Xiao He, hurriedly running over, as if someone was chasing after her. Young master, Grand, Crown Prince is here." The young maidservant ran over and said while panting. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have been so nervous. However, ever since she found out that Lisa Schwan was the Crown Prince yesterday, she was so scared that she screamed when she saw Lisa Schwan today. She quickly ran over to find Lisa Schwan. This made Li Changqian very gloomy. He thought to himself, "Could it be that my complexion is not good today?" Lisa Schwan, on the other hand, was very calm. He made an O sound and said, "If the Crown Prince is here, then he's here. How can you be so flustered? You have to be as calm as me." After saying that, he turned and said to Han Yushi, "Then Yushi, I'll leave first. I'll come back later to try this wine. Call me if you need anything." Han Yushi nodded. Lisa Schwan came to the front hall and found that it wasn't just Li Changqian. There was also a man around 16 or 17 years old accompanying him. That man was quite handsome, but he didn't care about his appearance and was dressed very casually. After Lisa Schwan came in, he bowed to Li Changqian and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." In private, he could call Lisa Schwan brother, but now that there were outsiders, Lisa Schwan didn't want to give others something to use against him because of such a small matter. Li Changqian hurriedly said, "Brother Zishuan, there's no need to be so courteous. Today, I'll introduce you to an interesting person. This is Yin Xiaoning, the son of the Minister of Works, Yin lied. He's obsessed with the art of machinery. Xiaoning, this is Li Zishuan. I mentioned to you before that he's quite good at all kinds of exquisite machinery. Moreover, his imagination is often wild and unrestrained, always exceeding expectations. The two of you should be able to become like-minded friends." Hearing Li Changqian's introduction, Li Zishuan was secretly surprised. He only asked Li Changqian to help him find a skilled craftsman, who knew that he would actually trick the son of the Minister of Works. How could he afford to hire such a great person? However, the name Yin lied was somewhat familiar. Li Zishuan stopped his wild thoughts and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Brother Xiaoning." Since the Crown Prince personally introduced him, Yin Xiaoning didn't put on airs and cupped his hands in return. He smiled and said, "Greetings, younger brother. I've heard from the Crown Prince that younger brother always has wonderful ideas and can create many new strange things. Today, I've specially come to broaden my horizons." Li Zishuan said modestly, "I don't dare. The Crown Prince has overpraised me. If Brother Xiaoning doesn't mind, you can call me Little Xian." Li Changqian was a bit impatient when he saw the two of them dawdling. He stepped forward and patted their shoulders. He smiled and said, "All right, stop pretending. We'll all be good friends in the future, so there's no need to be so polite." "Huh." The three of them laughed. Yin Xiaoning's disguise was torn off by Li Zishuan, and his true face was revealed. He didn't continue to be polite with Li Zishuan and went straight to the point. "Little Xian, I've heard from the Crown Prince that you made a scooter. It's quite interesting. Can you show it to me?" Li Zishuan wasn't used to the way he spoke just now. Seeing Yin Xiaoning immediately change his style, he was quite happy. He said, "No problem. Since Brother Xiaoning wants to see it, then follow me. Lawn, or should be in the West Courtyard at this time." Other than sleeping in the backyard, this little girl would usually stay at Lisa Schwann's place. Lisa Schwann brought the two of them to his courtyard. As expected, he saw Lana riding a scooter in the west courtyard with Xiao Shi looking after her. Lisa Schwann waved his hand and shouted, "Lana, come over quickly." Lana heard her brother's call and quickly turned her head. She rode the scooter and ran over like a gust of wind. Xiao Shi also ran over behind her. Ever since Yin Xiaoning entered the courtyard, his eyes never left the scooter under Lana's feet. Currently, the only means of transportation on land in the Tang dynasty were horses and carriages. It was the first time Yin Xiaoning saw such a light and fast scooter. He couldn't help but be captivated by it. "Greetings to the crown prince." Xiao Shi quickly bowed when she came over. She also knew Li Chengxian's true identity yesterday. Li Chengxian waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." Other people were afraid of Li Chengxian, but Lana wasn't. She was still young and didn't know how terrifying imperial power was. The little girl put the scooter aside and came to Li Chengxian's side. She said, "Big brother Gaoming, did you bring Lan's journey to the west?" Li Chengxian smiled bitterly. This little girl wanted to return something to him the moment they met, but luckily he brought it over today. He passed the booklet in his hand to her and smiled. I brought it. To thank Lan Big brother Gaoming also brought a gift for Lan As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade white lion from his sleeve. "Wow, so cute. Thank you, Big brother Gaoming." Lan won't ask Big brother Gaoming for the previous request. Lan snatched the jade white lion and cheered. Li Chengxian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise by giving a jade white lion. No one wanted to owe someone a favor all the time, not to mention that he was the empire's heir. Every action of his was important. Li Chengxian secretly thought that this jade white lion was really worth it. Li Zixuan secretly shook his head. This little girl really picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons. Obviously, a promise from Li Chengxian was much more precious than this little toy. However, this was his little sister's own choice. Li Zixuan didn't want to interfere. Lan, come and greet your big brother Xiaoning. He's here to make something fun for you today. Li Zixuan saw that after talking for so long, he actually forgot that Yin Xiaoning was at the side. He quickly said. When Lan heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. Other than eating, a child hobby was nothing more than playing. Lan went forward and said obediently, Lan greets big brother Xiaoning. A cough. Hello, little sister Lan. Hearing someone call him, Yin Xiaoning quickly shifted his gaze from the scooter. At this time, Lan mischievously shook the jade white lion in her hand and blinked her eyes. She meant, where's the greeting gift? Yin Xiaoning was dumbfounded. His mind wasn't here just now, so he didn't know what was going on. This was like a child asking for a red packet from an adult during Chinese New Year. Li Zixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, Lan don't be rude. Chapter 52. Little Xian, can you lend me your scooter to take a look? The few of them had just sat down on the stone bench in the west courtyard. They hadn't even exchanged greetings for a while when Yin Xiaoning couldn't help but ask impatiently. Yin Xiaoning seemed to be an impatient person. Li Zixuan found it funny and said, No problem, brother Xiaoning, you can take a look if you want. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoning hurriedly placed the scooter on the stone table. Then, he came over and observed it carefully. From time to time, Yin Xiaoning would flip the scooter around while sighing. In less than 15 minutes, Yin Xiaoning had thoroughly studied the structure of the scooter. He put down the scooter, looked at Li Zixuan, and said, Li Zixuan, little Xian, although the structure of this scooter is simple, its creativity is really surprising. Why didn't I think of such a simple and convenient thing before? I really can't figure it out. Yin Xiaoning hit his head in annoyance after he said that. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Brother Xiaoning, you don't have to be annoyed. Actually, think about it carefully. The structures of many things that we use in life are generally not complicated. For example, the structure of a carriage is also very simple. But why didn't anyone think of making a carriage hundreds of years ago? In the end, it's a person's creative thinking problem. My master once told me that there's nothing that can't be done, because sometimes creativity is far more valuable than technology. If your thinking isn't broad enough, you'll never be able to create valuable new things. Enchanting was enlightened. He clapped his hands and laughed. Yes, 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 that's what I meant. I've encountered many similar problems before. It's obviously very simple, but I just can't think of it. Little Xian, you've hit the nail on the head. Li Qingxian also nodded thoughtfully at the side. Li Zishuan said modestly, Brother Xiaoning, you're just a bystander. Many times, if you jump out of the picture and change your thinking, you can often get unexpected results. Yin Xiaoning nodded in agreement. He looked at the scooter and said, But little Xian, your scooter has a lot of imperfections. For example, the wheels will probably be very jerky when you turn them. Also, the handle at the front of your scooter can only be used as a handrail. It can't control the direction of the scooter. Li Zishuan nodded. He thought to himself that this brother was indeed from an engineering family. He really understood the mechanical structure. He could see the flaws of this simple scooter at a glance. Well, Brother Xiaoning is right. When I made this scooter, it was just a casual move to coax my little sister. This scooter can indeed continue to be improved. Oh, so little Xian, you already have an improvement plan? Yin Xiaoning was very curious. He could see the problem with the scooter, but it didn't mean that he had a solution now. I do have some ideas. Xiao Shi, go to the kitchen and get me a piece of unburnt wood. Li Zishuan instructed Xiao Shi. He could barely write with a brush, but drawing was really difficult for him. The lines of an engineering drawing needed to be horizontal and vertical. The soft tip of a brush was very difficult to do. At least, he couldn't do it. Xiao Shi accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan saw that Yin Xiaoning and Li Chengxian were confused, so he smiled and explained, I'm more used to drawing with charcoal. I want to draw a drawing for Brother Xiaoning so that it'll be easier to explain. The two of them nodded. After a while, Xiao Shi walked over with a burnt wood stick. After Li Zishuan took it, he pulled out his sword and swung it a few times. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They saw that Li Zishuan had a thin and long wooden stick in his hand. It was even sharp at the bottom. It was also Li Zishuan's first time using the wind-chasing sword to sharpen a pencil. When he saw that the result was pretty good, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that his control over his strength had become more skillful. Good swordsmanship. I didn't expect little Xian to know swordsmanship. Yin Xiaoning praised. The Tang people valued martial arts, and the children of high officials and nobles loved to carry swords. Although Yin Xiaoning's swordsmanship wasn't high, he still had a good eye. He didn't expect that this new friend of his not only had a unique idea in terms of machinery, but also seemed to be quite skilled in swordsmanship. Yin Xiaoning was now more and more interested in Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't reply. He directly spread out a piece of paper on the stone table and started to draw. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was very proficient in mechanical drawing. Whether it was a computer drawing or a manual drawing, the drawings he drew didn't need to be modified by a teacher. They could be sent to the factory directly for processing. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's college organized an internship at the FAW headquarters. Their task was to go to the workshop and draw the key parts of the cars they saw in the workshop. They also had to mark the dimensions. At that time, due to the limited conditions in the workshop, they couldn't even use a ruler. As a result, many of the students drew crookedly, like a dog paddle. Only Li Zishuan's drawings were like works of art. It wasn't because he had taken art classes, but because Li Zishuan's copying ability was very strong since he was young. When he was young, he could look at the New Year's painting on the wall and completely draw the flying dragon. Moreover, his drawings were very beautiful. Later on, when he went to college, Li Zishuan couldn't help but regret that he didn't enroll in an art school. It had to be said that Li Zishuan was an engineering dog with artistic cells. At this moment, Li Zishuan was in front of the paper. He closed his eyes and thought about the structure of the ball bearing. The strange thing was that Li Zishuan's mind quickly formed a three-dimensional model of the ball bearing. This strange scene scared him so much that he almost cried out in surprise. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was waiting for him to pick up the pen. Li Zishuan didn't care about the reason why there was a three-dimensional image in his mind and directly picked up the pen to draw. At this moment, it was really smooth. Li Zishuan felt very strange at this moment. It was as if his brain was a computer and his hand were a printer. The three-dimensional image in his mind was directly reproduced on the paper through his hands. Soon, Li Zixuan had drawn the three-dimensional view of the ball bearing and the isometric view on the paper. Of course, he didn't mark the dimensions and tolerances. He was just explaining the theory of the ball bearing and didn't need to do that. Li Zixuan put down the pen and sighed softly. Yin Xiaoning couldn't wait to come over. He wanted to see what Li Zixuan was drawing. He saw that there were 4 different drawings on the paper. The lines were horizontal and vertical. Some were real and some were fake. This was the first time Yin Xiaoning had seen this kind of drawing. But why did he draw 4 drawings? Could it be 4 parts? Yin Xiaoning looked at Li Zixuan with a dumbfounded expression. Li Zixuan was confused by his look and wondered, "What's wrong, Brother Xiaoning? Is there something wrong?" Yin Xiaoning pointed at the paper and asked embarrassedly, "Little Xian, why did you draw 4 drawings? What does this mean?" Li Zixuan was stunned. Was this not how the ancient craftsmen drew drawings? Did they not know about the three-dimensional view? Brother Xiaoning, this is my first time drawing a mechanical drawing. Maybe the drawing method is different from yours. How did Brother Xiaoning draw before? Yin Xiaoning suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Coincidentally, I have a few drawings with me. Little Xian, let me show you. After he finished speaking, he took out a roll of drawings from his sleeve. Li Zixuan took the drawings and opened it. Sure enough, the ancient craftsmen didn't use the three-dimensional view drawing method. They only drew planar drawings. The parts that couldn't be expressed in planar drawings were directly marked with words. Li Zixuan looked at the densely packed words on the drawings and couldn't help but have a headache. This was too inconvenient. No, I have to teach Yin Xiaoning modern engineering drawing methods. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to communicate with him in the future. Li Zixuan thought to himself. Chapter 53. Li Residence, West Courtyard. Li Zixuan rolled up the drawing and passed it to Yin Xiaoning. Brother Xiaoning, I understand your drawing method, but I still think my method is more concise and clear. Oh, then little Xian, hurry up and tell Big Brother what's behind your drawing method. Yin Xiaoning saw that Li Zixuan was very confident in his drawing method and couldn't help but want to know what was so special about it. Brother, this drawing is a tri-view and an isometric side view of a component. The tri-view is to draw the outline of the object from the front, side, and top. For example, this stone, Brother Xiaoning, look at it from the front. Li Zixuan picked up a stone as a reference and explained the tri-view drawing method to Yin Xiaoning. After a while, he gave Yin Xiaoning the part that the professional teacher taught him. Brother Xiaoning, look, with these tri-view drawings, the craftsman can form the model of the component in their mind. It's also easier to mark the dimensions on the tri-view drawings. After listening to Li Zixuan's explanation, Yin Xiaoning stood up and paced around. He frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Wonderful, wonderful, this drawing method is wonderful. Xiao Xian, you're a genius. Your drawing method is indeed clearer, and there are fewer unnecessary markings." Yin Xiaoning sat down again and rubbed his hands. He stared at Li Zixuan and said excitedly, "I must tell my father about this drawing method and let him spread it. Xiao Xian, are you willing to be a supervisor? If my father knows of your talent, he'll definitely be willing to ask His Majesty for an official position for you." Li Zixuan shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xiaoning. I've been away from home for many years and just came back a few days ago. I don't want to be an official yet." The supervisor was almost equivalent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in his previous life. Li Zixuan wasn't willing to do research there every day. Moreover, he had a lot of things to do recently. The Strange Interest Pavilion was about to open and the locust extermination plan was about to start in 2 days. Hearing Li Zixuan's rejection, Yin Xiaoning sighed. That's too bad." Yin Xiaoning looked at the drawing again and asked doubtfully, "Xiao Xian, what's this isometric side view for?" This view is mainly to help the craftsman form a 3D model of the object in their mind. Because some objects with complicated structures, it's hard to form a 3D model with just a tri-view drawing. Yin Xiaoning nodded his head thoughtfully. At this time, Li Zixuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Brother Xiaoning, you only noticed the drawing method, but you neglected the drawing itself. Oh, is there a mystery behind it?" Don't tell me. Let's take a look. Yin Xiaoning began to re-examine the blueprint according to the principle of 3 views that Li Zixuan had just explained to him. After looking at it, Yin Xiaoning stood up and closed his eyes, imagining the 3D model of the object in his mind. After a while, Yin Xiaoning opened his eyes and said excitedly, "I know what this is. Xiao Xian, what are you planning to do with it?" Although he could imagine the 3D model of the object, he couldn't think of a use for it. Li Zixuan smiled. "I'm aiming at a ball bearing. Brother Xiaoning, think about it. What would happen if it was used to connect the wheels and axles?" Yin Xiaoning was quite knowledgeable in mechanical design. After hearing Li Zixuan's explanation, he immediately understood. He was even more excited than before. "That's amazing. This is a genius design. With this ball bearing, all vehicles, no matter if it's a horse carriage or a truck, will have very little resistance." "Xiao Xian, how did you come up with this? This invention is amazing." Li Changxian didn't know much about machinery and didn't say anything before. Now that he saw Yin Xiaoning praising the object, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoning, is this thing really that good?" Yin Xiaoning was extremely excited at the moment. After hearing the Crown Prince's question, he confirmed without thinking. "Of course, it's not an exaggeration to call this the most useful invention in Tang Dynasty. Your Highness, you might not know this, but if all the carriages in Tang Dynasty use this ball bearing, then the same horse will be able to pull at least 50% more of the load of the carriage. At that time, merchants will be able to transport more goods at once. During war, a grain carriage will be able to carry more rations. Other than carriages, other machines that require transmission can also use this ball bearing. Your Highness, do you think this invention is important or not?" Hearing Yin Xiaoning's analysis, Li Chengxian was also stunned. He didn't care if the merchants could transport more goods, but it was crucial that they could increase the efficiency of transporting rations. In this era, one of the decisive factors in the outcome of a war was the issue of rations. Li Chengxian finally understood that Yin Xiaoning's previous praise wasn't excessive at all. He was also a little excited now. "Brother Zixuan, this item is of great importance. Can I bring it back to the palace?" Li Chengxian also knew that Li Tai had been competing with him for favor recently, but he didn't have any other good ideas. He couldn't act like a spoiled child in front of Li Tai's eldest grandson, could he? If he dared to do so, he would definitely be reprimanded by Li Heir for not having the dignity of a country's heir. There were some things that Li Tai could do, but he couldn't because he was the crown prince. Seeing Li Tai dote on Li Heir more and more, Li Chengxian was also anxious, but he could only be anxious. Now that he saw that Li Zixuan's invention had such great uses and could even be used in the military, Li Chengxian's first thought was that perhaps he could use this item to gain Li Heir's praise. At the same time, he could also ask for some benefits for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was a little helpless at this moment. Although the ball bearing had many uses, these two people didn't need to be so excited, right? Hearing that Li Chengxian wanted to immediately present the blueprint to Li Heir, Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Your Highness, this ball bearing is indeed very useful, but we don't know if it can be made yet. If we present the blueprint to His Majesty now, I'm afraid we're being too hasty." When Li Chengxian heard this, he felt that it was reasonable and secretly thought that he was too impetuous. Brother Zixuan's words are very true. Then I'll wait for you and Xiaoning to make this thing and install it on the carriage before reporting it to Imperial Father. At that time, I'll definitely give you two a reward. When Yin Xiaoning heard Li Zixuan's words, he began to frown and ponder. He was a little too excited just now and didn't even think about whether this thing could be made or not. He thought for a while and hesitated before saying, "Little Xian, I'm afraid that this ball bearing is very difficult to make." When Li Zixuan proposed this ball bearing, he didn't know if it could be made with the Tang Dynasty's technology. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a little disappointed when he heard Yin Xiaoning's negative answer. However, he also wanted to know where the technical difficulties were, so he asked, "Brother Xiaoning, where will the difficulties be?" Chapter 54. Hearing Li Zixuan's question, Yin Xiaoning thought for a while and said, "Xiao Xian, I think the most important part of your ball bearing is the steel ball between the inner and outer walls of the bearing. If the steel ball is not the same size or irregular in shape, then the ball bearing will be useless. Hearing Yin Xiaoning's analysis, Li Zixuan also admired him. This person was indeed an expert and could always see the key to the problem. He cupped his fist and said, "Brother Xiaoning is right. The size and quality of the steel ball are indeed very important." Yin Xiaoning nodded and continued, "This is where the problem lies. As far as I know, it's very difficult to make steel balls that are exactly the same size and shape with the current technology." Li Zixuan suddenly realized that this was where the problem lay. With the current technology of the Tang Empire, it was as difficult to make a batch of steel balls of the same size and shape as the people in the 80s and 90s to make the ball on the tip of a ballpoint pen. Without a complete industrial system, Li Zixuan also couldn't solve this problem. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly, Li Zixuan remembered that in addition to ball bearings, there were also roller bearings. Although they weren't as good as the former, they were still many times better than the current bearings of the Tang Empire. "Brother Xiaoning, since there's no way to make a batch of steel balls of the same size, I wonder if it's possible to make a batch of small iron rods of the same size with the current technology?" Li Zixuan asked. "Of course, it's not difficult." Yin Xiaoning nodded. The process of making iron rods was easier to control than steel balls. "Then there's no problem." Li Zixuan was a little happy when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoning, I have an idea. We can replace the steel balls and the ball bearing with small iron rods of the same size, and then add some grease to increase lubrication. What do you think?" Yin Xiaoning closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Li Zixuan with a strange expression. Li Zixuan was puzzled by his look. He touched his nose and said, "Brother Xiaoning, what's wrong?" Yin Xiaoning sighed and said, "Xiao Xian, you're really a monster. Why do you have such wonderful ideas one after another? In the past, I thought that I was extremely smart. Today, it's really infuriating to compare myself to others. I really want to break open your head and see what's inside." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Don't worship me. I'm just a legend, haha." Yin Xiaoning was speechless. Li Chengqian interrupted, "Xiaoning, does that mean you can create it?" Yin Xiaoning nodded and said, "Your Highness, if we use this plan, we can indeed make it. Although it may not be as good as the ball bearings, compared to the bearings currently in use, this kind of roller bearing is still completely superior. As for the specific performance, we can only test it after it's built and installed in the car." Li Chengqian said excitedly, "That's good. Xiaoning, you'll have to work hard for the next few days to make this thing. I'm looking forward to seeing how light and convenient my Tang Empire's carriages will be after installing this bearing." Yin Xiaoning replied, "Yes, Your Highness. When I get back, I'll have my father ask the supervising craftsman to make a batch first." Li Chengqian nodded and looked at Li Zixuan. He smiled and said, "Brother Li Zixuan, are you satisfied with the people I brought to you today?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. Brother Xiaoning is not only skilled, but also straightforward. It's my fortune to have such a friend." Yin Xiaoning also laughed and said, "Haha, I'm also very happy to have a good friend like you, Xiao Xian." Li Zixuan also had the intention to rope in a technical talent like Yin Xiaoning. He said, "Brother Xiaoning, the Crown Prince and I have opened a strange interest pavilion that specializes in selling rare items like scooters. Moreover, I have a lot of other interesting things in my mind that I'll make and sell in the future. I wonder if Brother Xiaoning is interested?" Yin Xiaoning slapped his thigh and agreed, "Of course I'm interested. I just don't know how to cooperate." He wasn't very interested in making money. He was mainly interested in the other interesting things that Li Zixuan had mentioned. He wanted to see what other ideas Li Zixuan had in the future. Li Zixuan explained, "Currently, the Crown Prince of the Strange Interest Pavilion owns 30% of the shares with 200 strings of cash and his network of connections. I own 70% with 2,000 strings of cash and the ideas in my mind. If Brother Xiaoning wants to join, you don't have to pay. I only need Brother Xiaoning's skills. I can give Brother Xiaoning 10% of the shares. What do you think, Brother Xiaoning?" Yin Xiaoning was a little surprised when he heard that the Crown Prince only owned 30% of the shares. He secretly thought that Li Zixuan was really bold. Since the Crown Prince only owned 30% of the shares, then it was kind of Li Zixuan to give him 10%. Moreover, he didn't have to pay. He would get dividends every year. He could also stay by Li Zixuan's side and see his creative ideas. Thinking about it this way, it was quite worth it. Yin Xiaoning nodded and agreed. Okay, then let's cooperate happily in the future. We'll strive to make the strange interest pavilion the best in Tang Dynasty. There was finally a technical backbone in the team. Moreover, Yin Xiaoning's father was the Minister of Works. If he joined the team, they could borrow part of the research and development ability of the work supervisor. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, then the Crown Prince and I will be the chairman and vice chairman of the Strange Interest Pavilion. I'll be in charge of the future development of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The Crown Prince can just sit there and wait to collect money. Brother Xiaoning, you'll be the technical director of the Strange Interest Pavilion. You'll be in charge of technology and production. Technical director? What was that? Why did it sound like a eunuch? Yin Xiaoning frowned and said, Can you change my position? Li Zixuan, they chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them got up and prepared to leave. Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that there was one more thing that he didn't say. So he added, Brother Xiaoning, I'm planning to sell the scooters in the first batch of goods in the Strange Interest Pavilion. However, we don't have a workshop yet. I wonder if you can commission the works supervisor to produce 300 of these scooters first. We can pay the wages and materials according to the market price. Yin Xiaoning nodded. No problem. I'll go back and tell my father. Apart from completing the tasks assigned by the higher-ups, the works supervisor would usually take on some private jobs to support the family. As long as it didn't affect the government's tasks, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye to it. Li Zixuan said happily, Then I'll leave it to you. However, we must have our own workshop in the future. If Brother Xiaoning knows any familiar craftsmen, I can spend a lot of money to hire them. Yin Xiaoning nodded his head in agreement. I'll take note of that in the future. At this moment, Li Changxian spoke up. Brother Zixuan, there is something that I forgot to tell you. Today, I've given 10% of the shares to Changle. In the future, she can be considered one of the shareholders of our Strange Interest Pavilion. Li Zixuan was very fond of that clever and gentle little girl. Thinking it over, he said, Since Her Imperial Highness the Princess wishes to become a shareholder, then I'll give 10% of my shares to the princess. There's no need to give it to the Crown Prince. His father's words last night were reasonable. The Crown Prince represented the imperial family. If he only gave 30% of the shares, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Fortunately, he could use Princess Changle's name to give another 10% of the shares. This way, as long as the Strange Interest Pavilion didn't take the initiative to court disaster, there would be no worries about its future. Li Zixuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so generous today. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity. Smiling, he said, Then I'll thank Brother Zixuan for his good intentions on behalf of Changle. There's no need for your Imperial Highness to be so courteous. Since the matter had been settled, Li Changxian and Yin Xiaoning took their leave. Li Zixuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The Strange Interest Pavilion had finally taken shape. Chapter 55. After lunch, Li Zixuan recalled that Han Yushi wanted him to try the newly brewed fruit wine in the morning, but he was interrupted by Li Changxian and Yin Xiaoning. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan went to Mingyue Xian to look for Han Yushi. Young master, you're here? Han Yushi said happily. Yes, I was about to try the newly brewed fruit wine in the morning, but I was interrupted, so I came over to try it in the afternoon. Li Zixuan nodded. Young master, please take a seat here. Yushi will pour you some wine. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. Han Yushi then walked into the room to get the wine. After a while, Han Yushi came out with a wine gourd and a wine glass. Young master, please try it. Han Yushi poured a glass of wine and handed it over. Li Zixuan took the wine glass and sniffed it lightly. A mellow fragrance of wild fruits entered his nostrils, making him feel as if he was in a forest. Li Zixuan took a sip. It was sweet and mellow. Although he had drunk it once at the Han village, he still felt amazed when he drank it again. Yushi, who did you learn how to brew wine from? I see that many brewers in the city don't brew as good as yours. Li Zixuan drank the fruit wine and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing Li Zixuan's praise, Han Yushi smiled and said, "Young master, you flatter me. How can Yushi's skills be compared to the brewers in the city? My mother taught me how to brew wine. My father always loved to drink the wine my mother brewed. Later on, my mother passed away, so I brewed wine for my father." He didn't expect Yushi's mother to be a master brewer. Li Zixuan continued to ask, "Yushi, other than fruit wine, do you know how to brew other wines?" Han Yushi nodded and said, "Yes, my mother also taught me how to brew white wine and sake. These include Yingzhou's Fushui, Wuqing's Ruoxia, Hezhong's Mulberry, Yuzhou's Ichuan, Xingyang's Tuku, Fuping's Shidonkan, Jiannan's Braised Spring, Hedong's Qianhe Grape, Lingnan's Yunshi Baoyuo, Yiqing's Jioi, Xuanyang's Ishe, Cheese Lu Wine, and so on." Han Yushi counted with her fingers and listed all the wines she knew how to brew. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Was that even possible? Yushi, how did your mother make so many kinds of wine? Han Yushi thought for a moment and said, "I heard from my mother that my grandfather, Du Daoling, was the most famous winemaker in the former Sui dynasty when he was alive. Even Minister Wei Xuanqing of my dynasty praised his winemaking skills. My mother learned her winemaking skills from my grandfather." Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Who is Wei Xuanqing? Is he very knowledgeable about winemaking?" Han Yushi widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Young master, don't tell me you don't even know Minister Left Prime Minister Wei Zheng?" "Huh." Wei Xuanqing turned out to be Wei Zheng. Li Zixuan had heard in his previous life that Wei Zheng was not only a straightforward minister, but also a master winemaker. He did not expect Han Yushi's grandfather's winemaking skills to be above Wei Zheng's. It was really a surprise. Cough, cough. Who doesn't know about Wei Xuanqing and Minister Wei? I was just testing you. Li Zixuan casually made up a story. He did not care whether Han Yushi believed him or not and continued to ask, "Yushi, why didn't you make wine to sell before?" Han Yushi said sadly, "The Han village did not have enough food left over these years. How could we have extra food to make wine?" Li Zixuan patted his head. "So that was the reason. Yushi, do you know why I bought the Han village's fruit wine at such a high price?" Han Yushi said gratefully, "Yushi knows that young master is helping the Han village. Those fruit wines are actually not worth that much money." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Although I have the intention of helping the Han village, it is not entirely because of this. When I was at Mount Longhu, I saw my master often drinking kind of brightly colored wine. My master said that it was a kind of mixed wine invented by the people of the Abbasid Caliphate. After drinking it a few times, my master felt that the taste was very special, so he figured out the recipe and brewed it himself. There is a very important ingredient in this recipe, and that is the fruit wine. Yushi, the fruit wine that you make can be considered to be of the highest quality among fruit wines. It is the most ideal ingredient to make this kind of mixed wine. That is why I bought your fruit wine at such a high price. I thought that after buying it, I would find a wine master to make this kind of mixed wine. It will definitely sell well in the future." When talking about what she was best at, Han Yushi was also very interested. She asked curiously, "Young master, what is the name of this wine? Is it really that good? I heard from my master that this is called a cocktail. As for whether it is good or not, I don't know how to taste wine, so I don't know. But my master has tasted all kinds of good wine in the world, and in the end, he only has a soft spot for this cocktail. I think that the taste of this wine should not be bad." Li Zixuan continued to use his master as a shield. That's right. Li Zixuan wanted to make a cocktail. In Li Zixuan's previous life, he and his uncle had watched a movie about a plane crash, but he forgot the specific name. In the movie, a black captain wanted to drink a cocktail on the plane. In the end, there was no cocktail, so he added alcohol into the fruit juice and drank it as a cocktail. One day, his uncle was eating at his house and suddenly remembered this scene. He added the same amount of Huiyuan 100% orange juice in a half a glass of whiskey. In the end, he watched his uncle drink it to his heart's content. Later, out of curiosity, he also went online to look up the method of making cocktails. Cocktails were generally made with rum, tequila, vodka, whiskey, and other spirits as the base, and fruit juice, egg white, milk, sugar, and other auxiliary ingredients, stirred or shaken. Finally, lemon slices, fruit, or mint leaves could be used as decorations. He could directly use the existing white wine from the Tang dynasty to distill it. The fruit juice could be replaced with the fruit wine brewed by Han Yushi. The effect should be better. After mixing it, he added some ice cubes. In the hot summer, Li Zixuan believed that no wine lover could resist this temptation. As for how to obtain the ice cubes, Li Zixuan said that it was such a simple question that any transmigrator would know. However, he had to think of a way to let his father buy a saltpeter mine first. Otherwise, when everyone reacted, the price of saltpeter would definitely be expensive. At that time, when he thought about a group of Tang people drinking cocktails, this scene was quite interesting. When Han Yushi heard Li Zixuan say that the cocktail was so good, she couldn't help but eagerly say, "Then, young master, can you let Yushi try to make this cocktail?" Li Zixuan was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he couldn't bear to. If he let Han Yushi make the cocktail, she would definitely try a lot of wine. He was afraid that Han Yushi would get drunk. Han Yushi saw that the young master was embarrassed and thought that the young master didn't want to teach her the recipe. For a moment, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She quickly said, "I'm sorry, young master." Yushi was rash. When Li Zixuan saw her sad face, how could he not know that she misunderstood? He quickly explained, "Yushi, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want you to try it. I'm just worried that you will taste too much wine when you mix the cocktail and get drunk." When Han Yushi heard that, it turned out that she misunderstood. Her face turned from sadness to joy and said embarrassedly, "Young master, you don't have to worry about this. Yushi has a special physique. No matter how much wine I drink since I was young, I won't get drunk. My father and I don't know what's going on." Li Zixuan was stunned. There was such a thing? He had seen it on the internet in his previous life. There was a kind of person who was born to not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. He didn't expect to meet such a strange person in the Tang dynasty. Yushi, is what you said true?" Li Zixuan still couldn't believe it. "Of course it's true. Young master, you can ask my father if you don't believe me." There's no need. I believe. Then there's no problem. Yushi, you're also a master brewer. I'll copy the recipe for you later. As for the ratio of the various ingredients, you can slowly try it. When you return to the Han village this time, tell your father that when I'm done with some things, you can come to Chong and to help me mix the wine. I'm representing my father to try to hire you as the bartender of our Zuetian restaurant. How about a monthly salary of 10 strings of coins? Teaching this recipe to Han Yushi was more reassuring than teaching it to others. Li Zixuan really didn't expect this matter to go so smoothly. Han Yushi was very surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that she could finally help the young master. She quickly said, "Young master, you've helped the Han village so much. How can Yushi ask for a salary?" Yushi is already very happy to be able to help the young master mix the wine. Li Zixuan insisted, "This monthly salary is what you deserve. You have to take it. If you don't want it, I won't help the Han village in the future." Han Yushi could only nod her head reluctantly. Chapter 56. After dinner, Li Zixuan looked at his father and said, "Dad, come to the study. I have something to talk to you about." During the day, he saw that enchanting was straightforward and had a deep understanding of machinery. That was why he gave him 10% of the shares and pulled him into the company. However, he knew nothing about enchanting's family situation. Although he believed that enchanting's character was not like a fickle villain, Li Zixuan still wanted to know more about enchanting's family. Recently, the cooking at home had been getting better and better. Old man Li was about to sit on a stool and drink a cup of tea after finishing his meal when he heard that his son was looking for him. He was about to say, "You brat, why are you looking for me?" Who knew that after Li Zixuan finished speaking, he didn't wait for his reply and went straight to the study. It turned out that what this kid said just now was not a discussion, but a notice. Father Li was so angry that he almost fainted. At this point, what else could he say? Madame was still glaring at him, so Father Li could only follow him unhappily. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, didn't mean what his father thought. He was just lost in thought for a moment. It was Father Li who thought too much. In the study, Li Zixuan saw that his father had sat down and asked directly, "Dad, do you know Yin lied, Minister Yin?" Father Li was puzzled. "Of course I've heard of the Minister of Works of the Tang Empire. Why are you asking this? Did you offend someone from his family?" He was still a little worried. "No, Dad, what are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who likes to stir up trouble? It's mainly because the Crown Prince brought Minister Yan's son, Yin Xiaoning, over today to talk to me about the wonderful pavilion. I saw that Yin Xiaoning was straightforward and was quite proficient in machinery, so I gave him 10% of the shares and pulled him into the wonderful pavilion." Father Li was a little surprised when he heard this. A light flashed through his eyes. "Xian, is your wonderful pavilion really that promising? Why do so many people think highly of him?" He had originally thought that this strange interest pavilion was just something his son was doing for fun, so he didn't think much of it. Who knew that the Crown Prince would want to invest? And now the son of the Minister of Works. Old Man Li, who had been in business for many years, immediately smelled a business opportunity. Could there really be a great opportunity here? Li Zixuan said proudly, "Of course, father. My wonderful taste pavilion is going to dominate the Tang Empire in the future. Anyone with foresight can see the bright future of the wonderful taste pavilion. I don't care about my son showing off." Li Jingma pondered for a while, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Xian, if you want to make this shop bigger and stronger, you can't do it without a lot of money. How about I give you 3,000 strings of cash for 20% of your Strange Taste Pavilion shares?" Li Jingma thought about the chicken that his son had eaten. Now, he had high hopes for his strange interest pavilion and wanted to get a share of the profits. When Li Zixuan heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. "Father, this strange interest pavilion is my first business. I don't have many shares in my hands. Besides, we are a family. Why should we be so clear about it?" This little rascal, Old Man Li, could only stare at him angrily. "Father, I'm still talking about business with you. What do you think of the Yin family? There won't be any problems if I cooperate with Yin Xiaoning, right?" Seeing that his father was leading him astray, Li Zixuan quickly changed the topic. Li Jingma thought about it seriously, then said slowly, "I've heard of Minister Yin. Minister Yin came from an engineering family. He was a master craftsman in the 9th year of Wuda and was promoted to the Minister of Works this year. Minister Yin is an upright person with superb skills. He has great attainments in architecture, craftsmanship, and painting. He can be considered a master of his generation. The current Chang and city of the Tang Empire was planned and designed by Minister Yin. His younger brother, Yin Libin, is a master craftsman. He is very good at calligraphy and painting. As for his son, Yin Xiaoning, I don't know much about him. However, the Yin family is very strict and is a true family of gentlemen. Xian, if you cooperate with Yin Xiaoning, there will only be benefits and no disadvantages." When Li Zixuan heard that Yin Libin was Yin Li's younger brother, he was shocked and opened his mouth wide. He might not have heard of Yin Li, but who didn't know of Yin Libin's name in his previous life? He was a great painter in the Tang dynasty. His walking carriage painting and portraits of past emperors were treasures passed down from generation to generation. Li Zixuan didn't expect the friend he just made today to have such an amazing family background. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Well, since father said so, then I can rest assured." After that, he turned to go back to his room to sleep. "Xian, don't you want to consider father's suggestion? That's 3,000 strings of cash." Old Man Li didn't give up on the idea of getting a share and shouted from behind. Li Zixuan hurriedly quickened his steps and ran away. Although his family had a lot of money, it was more comfortable for him to spend his own money. Strange Interest Pavilion's embryonic form had been formed, and he didn't lack funds now. He was just waiting for this young eagle to take off. This stinking brat, West Courtyard. Li Zixuan laid on his bed and couldn't help but think of the strange scene in his mind when he was drawing during the day. Although he could rely on the memories of his previous life to imagine the three-dimensional structure of the ball bearing in his mind, it was only a vague illusion and not a real thing. However, the ball bearing in his mind during the day was real and clear, as if there was a real ball bearing in front of his eyes. At that time, he even felt that he could make it rotate 360 degrees at will. As a young man from the 21st century, Li Zixuan didn't believe in ghosts and gods. However, he couldn't explain what happened during the day, so he could only try again. At that moment, Li Zixuan closed his eyes and began to recall the structure of the ball bearing. Sure enough, a realistic three-dimensional model immediately appeared in his mind. At that moment, there was no one to disturb him, so Li Zixuan could finally relax and boldly observe. It would be great if I could enlarge it. Li Zixuan saw that the structure of the ball bearing was too small and couldn't be seen clearly. He felt that it was a fly in the ointment. As if it had heard his thoughts, the model in his mind began to enlarge rapidly, and all the minute structures on it could be seen clearly. Li Zixuan was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. How the F***CK could this work? That scared me to death. Since it can be enlarged, can it be rotated? Li Zixuan silently thought about the rotation in his mind. Who knew that the model would also start to rotate? What the F***CK? Did my brain become a computer? This scene was very familiar to Li Zixuan. This was because in his previous life, when he used a drawing software on his computer to draw a 3D model of some parts or machines, those drawings could be enlarged or rotated 360 degrees with the help of the mouse. Right now, it was as if there was this software in his brain. What the hell was this? Li Zixuan's heart had a trace of fear of the unknown, but also a trace of excitement. He opened his eyes and looked around. After confirming that he was alone in the room, he closed his eyes again. Since the ball bearing works, can I change it to something else? Li Zixuan was eager to try. Let's try a bicycle? Li Zixuan's mind moved, and a 3D model of an unbranded bicycle appeared in his mind. The outline of every part of the bicycle and every assembly could be seen clearly. Li Zixuan could even see every grain on the tires. Could this be my golden finger? I can recreate a 3D model of a modern object in my mind? As if he had found a new toy, Li Zixuan was having a lot of fun. Cylinders, water wheels, motorcycles, etc. flashed through his mind. After a while, Li Zixuan became a little arrogant. He wanted to create a big treasure. Why don't I try a tank? Li Zixuan's mind moved, and a huge armored tank appeared in his mind. But did not last long. In less than 2 seconds, the tank disappeared. Immediately after, there was a sharp pain in his mind. It was not physical pain, but mental pain. Li Zixuan had never experienced this kind of pain before. He could not help but groan and pass out. Chapter 57. In the study of the Yin residence. A lean and elegant old man stared at the drawing on the table for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, the old man finally turned around and said to the young man in front of him, "Ning, this drawing method and the ball bearing were invented by Li Zixuan?" Yin shouting nodded. "Yes, father." This old man was the Minister of Works, Yin lied. The drawing on the table was exactly the same as what Li Zixuan drew during the day. It turned out that Yin Shouting used his memory to copy the drawing that Li Zixuan drew during the day. A light flashed in Yin Li's eyes as he praised. "I have never seen such a drawing method before, but it is indeed very convenient and worth popularizing. Furthermore, this ball bearing is truly a genius creation, but it's a pity that it's difficult to manufacture. I don't know who his teacher is, but his knowledge of machinery is so profound. I'm afraid he has already caught up to you. Ning. He is a promising talent. Ning, you should invite him back to the manor some other day and test him for father. If he is really talented, this old man will ask His Majesty to give him an official position in the Imperial Censorate." Yin Shouting smiled bitterly. "Father also told Li Zixuan today, but he said he wants to be filial at home and doesn't want to be an official right now." Yin Li glared and said angrily, "Nonsense, with such talent. How can he not work for the country? Call that brat over some other day, and I will talk to him. At such a young age, he is already not thinking about improving himself. How ridiculous." The next day, before dawn, Li Zixuan woke up. He woke up in pain. He felt as if there were thousands of needles stabbing into his brain. Li Zixuan felt that it would be better if he just fainted, but this kind of thing couldn't be fainted so easily. Li Zixuan held his head in pain. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and down his back. Waves of piercing pain came from the depths of his soul, causing Li Zixuan to groan uncontrollably. But at this time, it was usually the time when people were sleeping soundly. Xiao He and Xiao Shi were still sleeping soundly in the room outside. Am I going to die the moment I transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? Wasn't I just thinking about the tank? You damned heavens. You want to kill yours truly the moment yours truly found out that he had a cheat as well? This Goldfinger doesn't even have a F** King instruction manual. I don't even know if I can use it for a treasure like a tank. Li Zixuan's heart flashed with anger and unwillingness. He had just discovered that he had a cheat, but he did not expect that he would lose his life because he did not use it properly. How can he blame me for this? This young master doesn't know what to use and what not to use. Just as Li Zixuan felt that his head was about to explode, there was a slight fluctuation in his dantian. Then, there was a cooling sensation in his mind, which slightly relieved Li Zixuan's pain. Li Zixuan was shocked. He suddenly remembered that he was severely injured at Zhongnan Mountains. Sun Simiao had said that he would need to rest for a month to recover, but he had used the Taishan Sutra and recovered more than half of his injuries in a day. This meant that the Taishan Sutra was very useful for healing injuries. But this time, it seemed to be a mental injury. He did not know if the Taishan Sutra would work. Forget it, I don't care anymore. I'll just treat it as a last resort. If I don't take any measures, I'll probably die from the pain or become mentally disabled. Li Zixuan endured the pain in his mind and sat up. He crossed his legs on the bed and used all his strength to activate the 5th level of the Taishan Sutra. At this moment, there was a warm feeling in his dantian, but it was of no use. His mind was still in extreme pain. Li Zixuan's face hardened. I don't believe it. I'll fight you to the death today. Forcing himself to be alert, Li Zixuan planned to go all the way. Regardless of the pain in his mind, he crazily activated the Taishan Sutra again and again. He did not know how many times he had activated it. The true energy in Li Zixuan's body was constantly being compressed. His body was completely soaked in sweat, and water could be wrung out of his clothes. At this moment, his face was extremely pale, and he was in extreme pain. His hard work paid off. The quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. Li Zixuan felt as if a trace of the compressed true qi had unexpectedly turned into a drop of liquid. He only heard a clear ding-dong sound. His previously incomparably violent mind immediately calmed down when he heard this clear sound. At this moment, Li Zixuan's mind felt extremely clear. It was as if the dry and cracked earth had welcomed the moisture of rain. He was so comfortable that he wanted to shout. Could it be that my Taishan Sutra has broken through to the 6th level? This was Li Zixuan's first reaction. After a careful examination, he found that the Taishan Sutra was still at the 5th level. However, it seemed to be closer to the 6th level than before. In other words, it would not take long for him to become a master. But why did the pain in his mind disappear? Could it be that the Taishan Sutra could not only heal physical injuries, but also mental injuries? Li Zixuan could not find any other explanation. He could only think of it this way. But why did he almost kill himself when he experimented with the tank last night? Was it because the tank was too big and its structure too complicated? Could it be that his mind could not handle such a large amount of information? Should he try again? Li Zixuan was courting death. Li Zixuan had no other choice but to slowly try it himself. In the time travel novels he had read in his previous life, the main character would usually receive a system grandpa to explain how to use the Goldfinger. However, this Goldfinger of his did not even have a manual. He could only rely on himself to figure it out. Li Zixuan immediately thought of small objects such as screws. Slowly, the things in his mind became bigger and more complicated. It was only when he thought of the cars in his previous life that Li Zixuan felt a sharp pain in his mind. Li Zixuan knew that this should be his limit. He immediately stopped thinking. He did not want to continue the painful feeling from before. Li Zixuan was now sure that this Goldfinger of his should be able to construct a 3-dimensional model of some industrial machinery and parts in his mind. Then, he could turn these models into detailed blueprints through his own hands. However, this Goldfinger seemed to have limitations on the size and complexity of the object. With his current ability, he could barely construct complex industrial products like cars. However, Li Zixuan was already very satisfied with this. Although he had studied mechanical design in his previous life, it did not mean that he could draw a three-dimensional model of some of the mechanical structures in his previous life. He believed that no one would be so free as to memorize all the mechanical structures in their mind. Since this Taishian Sutra could heal mental injuries, would it be able to strengthen his mental strength? If his mental strength was strengthened, would he be able to construct more complex objects? Ever since he had transmigrated into this body, Li Zixuan clearly felt that his memory was much better than in his previous life. Previously, Li Zixuan had thought that this was a benefit that all transmigrators had. However, now that he thought about it, this did not seem to be the case. It should be that the Taishian Sutra could not only strengthen his body, but also his mental strength. The more Li Zixuan thought about it, the more he felt that his speculation was extremely close to the correct answer. If this was really the case, then when the Taishian Sutra broke through to a higher level in the future, would it not mean that he would be able to construct larger and more complex machine models in his mind? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan was a little excited. However, at the same time, he felt that this gold finger of his was a bit of scam. If the body that he had transmigrated into had not learned the Taishian Sutra, which was an inner force skill that could not only strengthen the body, but also the mind, then wouldn't that mean that his gold finger would be useless? It would probably be difficult to even construct a screw model in his mind. Thinking of this gold finger was too much of a scam. It even needed to be complemented by internal strength. It seemed that in the future, other than improving his skills, there would be another purpose for training, and that would be to activate a more powerful gold finger. Sigh, since the sun is not up yet, let's train for a while more. The miserable Li Zixuan had turned into a training machine again. Chapter 58. Early in the morning, Li Zixuan heard the drums of dawn being beaten outside. He knew that a new day had begun. Having narrowly escaped death last night, Li Zixuan was covered in sweat. At this moment, his body was sticky and uncomfortable. He got up and walked out of the inner room, wanted to ask Xiao He to go to the kitchen and have someone boil some hot water. "Young master, you woke up so early today?" Outside the room, Xiao He saw that the young master actually woke up as soon as the morning drum sounded. She couldn't help but be surprised. Facing Xiao He's surprised gaze, Li Zixuan felt a little embarrassed. Now, everyone in the family knew that he was a lazy person. "Cough, Xiao He, tell the kitchen to boil some water for me. I want to take a bath." After saying that, he quickly went back to his room. "Yes, young master." Xiao He was a little confused. Didn't the young master just take a bath last night? Why did he want to take a bath now? The young master really liked to be clean now. In the early Qin dynasty, the ancient people washed their hair every 3 days and took a bath every 5 days. In the Han dynasty, there was even a break. The officials worked 5 days and took a day off. In the Tang dynasty, it was changed from 5 days to 10 days. It was called a break day. After Li Zixuan transmigrated, he didn't care about those rules. He basically took a bath once a day. Mrs. Li naturally wouldn't say anything. It was just a waste of firewood money. The Li family had a big business and didn't care about these things. Xiao He and Xiao Shi were already used to the young master's actions of taking a bath every day. Xiao He didn't expect that the young master would take a bath every other night. Seeing that the young master went back to his room, she didn't ask and went straight to the kitchen to pass the order. After taking a bath, Li Zixuan felt refreshed and planned to go to the front hall. Xiao He quickly went in to help Li Zixuan tidy up the bed. She saw that the bed was wet. Did the young master wet the bed? No wonder the young master wanted to take a bath so early in the morning. Xiao He instantly blushed and screamed, "Ah!" She ran out. Li Zixuan hadn't gone far when he heard the girls scream. He quickly walked back and thought, "What's in my room? Why is this girl so scared? I didn't do anything shameful last night, did I? What are you shouting for? What's wrong? Is there a ghost inside?" Li Zixuan blocked Xiao He's way. Xiao He couldn't stop in time and bumped into his arms. Xiao He jumped far away as if she had been electrocuted. She lowered her head and blushed, not daring to speak. She was afraid that if she told the truth, her young master would fly into a rage and sell her out. Lisa Schwan saw Xiao He blushing, lowering her head and not speaking. He was a little confused and wondered, Xiao He, what's wrong with you? Say something. Are you counting ants here? Xiao He whispered, then I'll tell you. Young master, you can't blame me. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Just tell me what it is. Xiao He then stuttered, Young master, did you do that last night? What did I do wrong? Why are you speaking in such a strange way? Make it clear. Xiao He hesitated for a long time before she said hesitantly, It's that young master, did you wet the bed last night? I saw that your bed was wet. Damn it. Lisa Schwan instantly felt as if he had been struck by 18 bolts of heavenly lightning. That should have been because of the problem with his body last night, and the pain caused him to sweat uncontrollably. In the end, this girl thought that it was because he wet the bed. If this were to spread out, wouldn't this young master's reputation be ruined? Lisa Schwan patted the girl's forehead angrily and said, What are you thinking? It's sweat. You're so young. Why don't you think about it? Xiao He obviously didn't believe him. How can anyone sweat so much? The young master must be embarrassed and deliberately covered it up. So she said, Young master, you're right. It's sweat, it's sweat. I will never tell anyone. Lisa Schwan could see that the girl didn't mean what she said. He said angrily, It's really sweat. Something went wrong during my practice last night. That's why I sweated so much. If you don't believe me, you can smell it. I'm so old. Can't you tell sweat from urine? Xiao He blushed when she heard the young master's straightforward and vulgar words. She quickly ran away and said, I won't smell it. Young master, don't hit me. I won't tell anyone. Lisa Schwan was speechless. He forcibly grabbed Xiao He and took her into the bedroom. Well, don't misunderstand. Our protagonist didn't do anything embarrassing. He just wanted Xiao He to know that the bed was indeed sweat. This was related to his reputation for the rest of his life. Lisa Schwan had to be serious with this little girl. Seeing that the little girl finally believed him, Lisa Schwan was relieved. He went to the front yard to have breakfast with his parents, little sister, and Han Yushi. After breakfast, Lisa Schwan and Han Yushi went to Mingwei Xian to see if Iron Egg's injury had recovered. Iron Egg had been staying at the young master's house these days. He had good food and drinks. There were also maids to take care of him. The young master often came to visit him. Even Madame Li came to visit him many times. Iron Egg was very grateful for these, but he wasn't happy. Since he was almost killed by Chao Xiaoyan last time, Iron Egg's desire to become stronger didn't disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. He was like a tiger in his heart, ready to attack. Yesterday, when a young master came to visit him, Iron Egg wanted to tell the young master about it. But when words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to say it. This morning, Iron Egg felt that his injury didn't hurt anymore. He tried to get out of bed. After a while, he felt that walking shouldn't be a problem. Iron Egg went to the back garden of Mingwei Xian alone. He looked at the koi fish in the pond and sat on a rock beside it in a daze. His mind kept replaying the scene of being bullied by Lu Haojian and being beaten by Chao Xiaoyin. The first time, if the young master didn't come in time, Lana would have been bullied. The second time, if he didn't make a prompt decision, his sister would have suffered misfortune. Even so, he was almost beaten to death. Fortunately, his sister was fine. Otherwise, Iron Egg would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Although the two incidents didn't cause any serious consequences, there was a lot of luck involved. Iron Egg didn't want to be so lucky for the rest of his life. Iron Egg used to be a mischievous brat in the Han village. Usually, he would dig out bird nests, play in mud, and fight grasshoppers with Denyo and the others. Children at this age were carefree because even if something happened, their parents would help them shoulder the burden. But these two incidents made Iron Egg realize that the outside world wasn't beautiful. His father couldn't be by his side all the time and shelter him from the wind and rain. Besides, his father would grow old one day. He couldn't rely on his father for the rest of his life. He wanted to become strong. He wanted to be as strong as the young master. That way, he could protect his sister and the people who cared about him, such as Lana. He estimated that he and his sister would be leaving the young master's house in the next 2 days. No matter what, he had to beg the young master to teach him martial arts. Whether the young master agreed or not, He had to try. Iron Egg kept encouraging himself in his heart. He had to perform well and be sincere so that the young master would accept him. At this moment, voices came from the entrance of Minuet Xian. Iron Egg walked out of the garden and saw that the young master and his sister had come together. He quickly went to greet them. "Young master, you're here." "Iron Egg, why are you out of bed?" Li Zixuan saw Iron Egg walk over and was shocked. Iron Egg smiled and said, "Young master, Iron Egg's injuries are almost healed. He can barely walk." "Oh, that's good. Iron Egg, you were injured so badly that I was worried sick." Seeing that Iron Egg's injuries were finally healed, Li Zixuan was happy. "Young master, since Iron Egg's injuries are healed, I'll go back with Iron Egg today. My father hasn't seen Iron Egg for a few days. He must be worried sick." Although she didn't want to leave, Iron Egg's injuries were healed. There was no reason for them to continue living here. Han Yushi said goodbye to Li Zixuan. Iron Egg heard his sister say this and felt a little nervous. He still hadn't told the young master about his situation. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Iron Egg's injuries are just healed. Let him rest for another day. I'll go back with you tomorrow. I'm going to Han Village to find your father." Thinking about it, her father should have raised enough money. She had to go to the Han Village to find Han Lijing as soon as possible to finalize the matter of raising chickens. After calculating how many chickens the village could raise, they could then purchase the chicken seedlings. Since the young master said so, Han Yushi could only nod. Iron Egg heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly thought that he should hurry up. Taking a deep breath, Iron Egg felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He carefully said, "Young master, Iron Egg has something to tell you." "Oh, what's the matter with Iron Egg?" Li Zixuan was a little curious. He had always admired this child. He planned to go to the Han Village to talk to Han Lijing and see if he could keep Iron Egg by his side. At this moment, Iron Egg resisted the nervousness in his heart and the pain in his body. With a plop sound, he knelt in front of Li Zixuan. Iron Egg knew that he didn't have money or ability. He didn't have anything to show. He could only follow the storytellers in the restaurants and use his sincerity to move the young master. Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were shocked by this kneeling. Why couldn't this child talk nicely? Why did he have to kneel? Li Zixuan wanted to pull Iron Egg up, but Iron Egg hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. "Young master, Iron Egg wants to be your disciple. I beg you to teach me martial arts. Iron Egg wants to become strong. He wants to protect my sister and everyone who cares about Iron Egg from harm. I beg you, young master, to agree." Iron Egg knows that he doesn't have money or ability, but Iron Egg will remember young master's kindness for the rest of his life. After saying this, he was about to kowtow. This time, Li Zixuan ignored Iron Egg's attempt to stop him and quickly pulled Iron Egg up. This child must have heard too many stories. Even if he wanted to be his disciple, he didn't need to kneel and kowtow. Li Zixuan was also shocked by Iron Egg's words. Was this still the shy brat he saw before? After all, Iron Egg was only 6 or 7 years old. It seemed that after experiencing these two things, Iron Egg had matured a lot. Sure enough, setbacks were a catalyst for a person to mature quickly. Han Yushi was also a little surprised by her brother's actions. When she heard Iron Egg's words, she was a little touched. She couldn't help but think of the scene where Iron Egg stopped Xiaoyan regardless of the danger, and let her go first. Han Yushi couldn't help but tear up. Her brother had grown up. Han Yushi was both touched and gratified. She looked at Li Zixuan and wondered if the young master would agree. Chapter 59. After being pulled up by Li Zixuan, Iron Egg's eyes were still fixed on Li Zixuan. He really hoped that the young master would accept him. Feeling the deep pleading in Iron Egg's eyes and recalling the words of Iron Egg, Li Zixuan could not help but feel touched. This child was only 6 or 7 years old. It was not that he could not accept him as a disciple, but there were some things that had to be made clear in advance. Li Zixuan turned around and put his hands behind his back. After thinking for a while, he said, "Iron Egg, you risked your life to save Lan Er. I have always been grateful to you. But if you want to be my disciple, just to learn martial arts and not be bullied, I can't accept you." Iron Egg asked anxiously, "Why, young master?" Han Yushi also looked at Li Zixuan curiously. She heard the young master's words. It seemed that Iron Egg did have a chance. Lisa Schwan said slowly, "Heroes use martial arts to break the rules. Iron Egg, if you only focus on learning martial arts and pursue power without paying attention to self-cultivation, sooner or later you will go astray and bully the weak with your martial arts." Iron Egg hurriedly promised, "Young master, Iron Egg will not do that kind of thing. Please believe in Iron Egg. Iron Egg only wants to learn martial arts and not be bullied." Lisa Schwan shook his head. At the end of the day, Bruiser still had the temperament of child. Once a person gained power, their way of thinking would change. When the time came, they would be slightly instigated by a villain, and it would be easy for them to go astray. Bruiser's thinking was still too simple. "Iron Egg, I can accept you as my disciple and teach you martial arts, but I will also teach you other things to help you cultivate your mind. You must pay equal attention to them. If your mind is not stable, how can you practice martial arts? Besides, I don't want you to become a brute who only knows martial arts. Many things can't be solved by martial arts alone. I hope you can become a useful person to the Tang Empire. If I find out that you only know how to practice martial arts and neglect the cultivation of the heart, then I will expel you from the sect. Are you still willing?" With the arrival of Zhang Guan's golden age, the world would gradually become peaceful. Most of the time, one could not rely only on martial strength and bravery to fight. In times of war, scholars were useless. However, in times of peace, a martial artist was of little use. Therefore, Lisa Schwan didn't want Iron Egg to only learn martial arts. He wanted to teach Iron Egg some other things so that he could survive in peaceful times. As for how much Iron Egg could learn, that would depend on his luck. After hearing this, Han Yushi's eyes lit up. She didn't expect the young master to be so considerate and consider so much for Iron Egg. She hurriedly pushed Iron Egg, indicating that he should quickly accept her as his disciple. Iron Egg was overjoyed when he heard that Lisa Schwan could accept him as his disciple. However, after Lisa Schwan said those principles, he didn't fully understand them. However, when he saw his sister urging him, he no longer hesitated and knelt in front of Lisa Schwan again. "Young master, Iron Egg agrees to cultivate the heart and practice martial arts with you. I beg you to accept Iron Egg as your disciple." Lisa Schwan didn't stop him this time. He nodded and said, "Well, Iron Egg, go back and tell your father. If your father agrees, I will officially accept you as my disciple." "That's great. My father will definitely agree. Thank you, young master." Finally hearing a definite answer, Iron Egg jumped up excitedly. Lisa Schwan found it a little funny that he was still a child. He originally wanted to keep Iron Egg by his side and let him learn something. This child's temperament wasn't bad at all. Now that he unexpectedly accepted Iron Egg as his disciple, it didn't seem too bad. He just didn't know how good this child's potential was. After this trip to the Han village, he would bring Iron Egg by his side and let him start learning. "Thank you, young master." Han Yushi was also happy for her brother. Iron Egg could learn something by the young master's side. It was better than playing in the mud in the countryside. Therefore, Han Yushi was very grateful to Lisa Schwan. Lisa Schwan waved his hand and said with a smile, "This is Iron Egg's own opportunity. Yushi, you don't have to thank me." After dinner, seeing that Han Yushi and Iron Egg had returned to Mingyue Xian and Lan had also returned to the backyard, Lisa Schwan told his parents about accepting Iron Egg as his disciple. "Very good. Iron Egg is a clever and brave child. I quite like him." When Madame Li heard this, she smiled and was the first to express her support. Housekeeper Wang had told her about how Lan was almost bullied in the Han village. Madame Li, who had always been kind, was immediately furious. When she heard that Han Lijing's son, Iron Egg, had risked his life to protect Lan Madame Li was very surprised that this child was so brave at such a young age. When she heard that her son wanted to accept him as his disciple, she naturally agreed. Moreover, Madame Li had her own little plan. If her son accepted Iron Egg as his disciple, then his relationship with Han Yushi would naturally become closer. She might even be able to hold a grandson soon. Old Man Li frowned. He felt that his son couldn't even control himself. So how could he teach a disciple? He was simply leading the child astray. However, Since his wife had already agreed, he couldn't say otherwise. He could only say, Xian'er, since you become Iron Egg's master now, then you have to act like a master in the future. Don't lead the child astray, understand? Li Zishuan could only agree gloomily. That's right, father. How's the nibbling chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant selling recently? Are there any other restaurants that imitate the nibbling chicken? Old Manly frowned and felt a little surprised. He asked, Xian'er, how did you know that there are restaurants that imitate the nibbling chicken? It seemed that he had guessed correctly. As expected, he still couldn't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Li Zishuan sighed and said, I guessed, but I didn't expect it to be so. Father, then are the sales of our nibbling chicken not as good as before? Li Jingma nodded and said, a few days ago, the Yunxi restaurant in the East City also released their nibbling chicken. Although the taste is a little different from our Drunken Immortal restaurants, their price is cheaper. One serving is only 700 copper coins. Recently, the sales of our nibbling chicken have dropped by about 30%, and it's still continuing to drop. Then, father, tell shopkeeper Lu to give some discounts to the Drunken Immortal restaurant's nibbling chicken. For example, every month they'll sell it at half price or something. In any case, our cost is low and the taste is good. We're not afraid of a price war with them. Old Manly thought about it and nodded in agreement. That's also a good idea. But Xian'er, why do you care so much about the sales of the nibbling chicken? Even if the Drunken Immortal restaurant doesn't have a nibbling chicken, their business has always been very good. Although the nibbling chicken was very profitable, Li Jingma's family business was big, so he didn't care too much about it. Li Zishuan said matter-of-factly, Father, people fight for their dignity, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. This nibbling chicken was invented by us. Why should we let these imitators earn more than us? Father, first tell shopkeeper Lu to lower the price for a while. After I go to the Han village and settle the matter of raising chickens, I'll make something good for the Drunken Immortal restaurant. When the time comes, I'll see how the Yunxi restaurant will compete with us. Li Zishuan obviously couldn't bear to let a knockoff's nibbling chicken surpass his, the authentic one. His father didn't care about this bit of money, but he did. Hearing that his son was going to make something new, Li Jingma was curious and asked, Xian'er, what are you going to make? Father will naturally find out in the future. That's right. Father, how's the preparation of the 300,000 strings of string of money? Old Manly glared at him and said, Naturally, there's no problem. The funds will all be in place by tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll send the money to the family storehouse. I'll give you the key. Then thank you, Father. Your son will go to the Han village tomorrow and explain the matter of raising chickens to the villagers. Then we'll start buying the chicken seedlings. This autumn harvest, Father, you must remember to send people to buy grain. Yes, Father knows. You just have to take care of your own matters. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to learn how to do some things. This matter can be considered a test for you. Li Zishuan nodded and said solemnly, Your son understands the importance of this matter. I won't mess it up. Chapter 60. The next day, after breakfast, when Li Zishuan saw that Tai Dan was walking more naturally and easily than yesterday, he knew that Tai Dan's injuries were more or less healed. He called Sam Bao over and asked him to hire a carriage to head to the Han family manor. But in his heart, he thought, after Yin Xiaoning finished making the roller bearings, I have to make a luxurious carriage for my family first. Otherwise, I have to hire a carriage every time I go out. How troublesome it is. As a rich second generation, it was not too much to ask for a luxurious carriage, right? After letting Iron Egg and Han Yushi get on the carriage, Li Zishuan was embarrassed to go in the same carriage as Han Yushi. He could only ride the big white horse at home and follow the carriage to the Han village. Father, Iron Egg and I are back. As soon as they arrived at the door of the small courtyard of the Han family, Han Yushi jumped off the carriage, supported Iron Egg, and shouted into the courtyard. After being away from home for so many days, she was also a little homesick. Then she heard footsteps in the courtyard. Before the person arrived, the sound came first. Yushi, Iron Egg, you're back? Han Lijing walked out and saw that his son and daughter were back. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. A few days ago, Li Zishuan asked someone to send a letter to him, saying that Iron Egg was injured in Chong and city and was recuperating in the Lee family. He had been very worried these days. Although he usually ordered his son around and didn't care about him at all, when he heard that his son was injured, Han Lijing couldn't help but worry. He had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. Now that he finally saw that his son was fine, he felt relieved. At this moment, Han Lijing caught a glimpse of Li Zixuan standing to the side. He was shocked and interrupted his thoughts of talking to his son and daughter. He hurriedly went forward and said, "Young master, you're here too?" Li Zixuan said apologetically. "Uncle Han, this time Iron Egg and Yushi came to the city. It's my fault that I did not take good care of them and let Iron Egg get injured. I'm really sorry, Uncle Han." Han Lijing quickly waved his hand. Although he didn't study much, he could still distinguish right from wrong. It was too far-fetched to blame Li Zixuan for this matter. "Young master, please don't say that. You can't blame young master for this matter. Young master, thank you for taking care of Iron Egg after he was injured. Let's not just stand outside. Let's go in and talk. Uncle Han, other than sending Iron Egg Yushi home, I also have something to discuss with Uncle Han." They sat down in the room and chatted for a while before Li Zixuan cut to the chase. "Young master, if there is anything you need, please tell me." Han Lijing sat up straight and earnestly said, "I don't dare to instruct you, but I have something to discuss with Uncle Han. Previously, when I was at my house, I found that Yushi's winemaking skills were very good, so I wanted her to help me make a new wine. The monthly salary is 10 strings of coins. I don't know if Uncle Han is willing." Han Lijing's eyes widened. 10 strings of coins. It was more than what he worked hard to earn in a year. He quickly shook his head and said, "Young master, you can't do that. It's our family's honor that Yushi can help you. Previously, young master has brought so many benefits to our family. You can't ask for such a high salary from young master." Li Zixuan said, "Uncle Han, what I want to discuss with you is not about money. I want to ask if you're willing to let Yushi help me make a new wine. As for the money, if Yushi is willing to help me, she deserves it. Once the new wine is made, the profit will be far greater than this small amount of money. Please don't refuse." When Han Lijing heard this, he finally thought of the crux of the problem. His daughter was still an unmarried daughter. Although the villagers would not be as particular as those wealthy families, if his daughter were to appear in public to help the young master make a wine, it would inevitably cause gossip. However, his family had received so many favors from the young master's family. Now that it was rare for him to be able to help the young master, it was really difficult to refuse. Han Lijing was also in a dilemma for a moment, so he might as well give the choice to his daughter. "Yushi, are you willing to help the young master make a wine? I respect your decision." Han Lijing's tone was somewhat solemn. When Han Yushi heard that she could help the young master, she was only excited and did not think so much. Now that she saw her father's solemn expression, she realized that things were not as simple as she thought. She was a girl. If she agreed to help the young master, she would definitely not be able to avoid getting along with him day and night. It would easily cause gossip. However, it was rare for her to have the opportunity to help the young master. She really did not want to refuse. Moreover, she did not hate working with the young master. She even had some faint expectations in her heart. Han Yushi gritted her teeth and said, "Father, I want to help the young master make a wine." Even though she knew that she should not do this, Han Yushi still could not bear to refuse the young master's request for help. "As long as I can help the young master, let others gossip if they want to," Han Yushi thought in her heart. Han Lijing sighed softly in his heart. Ever since Li Zixuan left the Han family manor last time, he realized that there was something wrong with his daughter. However, as a father, it was really difficult for him to speak about a girl's private matters. If only the child's mother was still alive. Sigh. He hoped that his daughter would not regret it in the end and would have a good ending. "Young master, since Yushi has agreed, then this old man has no objections." Li Zixuan did not think as much as the father and daughter. He was still in the mindset of a modern person. He did not think that there was anything wrong with letting Han Yushi help him make a wine. However, he also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. When he heard Han Lijing's words, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart and cup his hands to thank him. "Uncle Han, there is one more thing. Iron Egg told me yesterday that he wants to be my disciple and wants me to teach him martial arts. You are his father, so I thought that this kind of thing should only be done with your consent. This. Han Lijing was a little shocked. He secretly thought that Iron Egg, this stinky brat, even knew how to find someone to be his disciple. He looked at Iron Egg in surprise. At this time, Iron Egg had his head down and was counting ants. He was quite courageous when he wanted to be his disciple, but after that, being looked at by his father like this brat also felt a little embarrassed. I heard that the young master also has a famous master. Iron Egg can be your disciple. It is his good fortune. As long as the young master does not think that this brat is stupid, of course I will agree. Han Lijing thought about it and said with some gratitude. His son's future following the young master was obviously better than playing in the mud in the countryside. Which father did not want his son to be successful? In the past, he could not even take care of his children's food and clothing. Naturally, he did not have the time to think about his son's future. Now that there was such a good opportunity, of course he would agree. Li Zishuan nodded and said, since Uncle Han has agreed, then after 2 days when I am done with the matters at hand, Iron Egg will follow me back to Chong and to study martial arts. Han Lijing solemnly bowed and said gratefully, thank you, young master, for promoting this stinky brat. If this brat is disobedient in the future, young master, feel free to scold and discipline him. If he is beaten to death, he deserves it. This old man will not say a word. Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. He said, Uncle Han, this time I came to the Han village because there is a very important matter that I need to discuss with you. Han Lijing saw that he was serious and asked in confusion, young master, what is it? Chapter 61. Han Village, Han Family Small Courtyard. Uncle Han, my father and I plan to have all the farmers in the village help us raise chickens. We will be responsible for providing the chicken seedlings, and we will also use a portion of the rent as payment for everyone raising the chickens. Li Zishuan revealed the main purpose of his visit to the Han family village this time. Hearing this, Han Lijing asked curiously, young master, isn't it just asking everyone to help raise a few chickens? Why do we need to pay them? It's not like it takes much effort. Li Zishuan explained, Uncle Han, it's not about raising a few chickens. We plan to raise at least 50,000 chickens in the Han village. Of course, we need to pay the farmers a corresponding amount. So many. Even though Han Lijing was someone who had escaped death on the battlefield, he was still shocked by the huge number of chickens. Han Yushi, who was beside him, also opened her small mouth in shock. Young master, why are you and master raising so many chickens? Han Lijing really couldn't understand. We have a use for these chickens next year. Now, I need to trouble Uncle Han to gather all the farmers in the village at noon. I will talk to them about this matter. If they're willing to raise them, I will do a count and immediately send the chicken seedlings over. Li Zishuan replied. Han Lijing swallowed his saliva and nodded. That's fine. Young master, please sit here for a moment. I will inform the farmers to gather at the threshing field at the village entrance. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then I will have to trouble Uncle Han. 2 hours later, at the threshing field of the Han village. Old Hu, why did Lijing call everyone here? Old Hu stared and said, how would I know? But I heard that young master came to the village today. Hey, could it be that young master is here to give us business again? Last time, the people in our village picked fruits and earned quite a bit of money, right? This year, we might even be able to make new clothes for the children. Young master is really a good person. Of course, if anyone dares to say anything bad about young master, I, Lu Yue, will be the first to beat them to death. A chubby village woman beside them interrupted. Old Hu, I'm afraid you won't beat them to death. You will crush them to death, right? Ha! Another burst of laughter came from the side. Stop quarreling, stop quarreling. Young master is here. When Li Zishuan arrived at the threshing field, he saw that there were already 200 to 300 villagers gathered here. At this time, Han Lijing came up to him and said, Young master, all the villagers have gathered here, including the women. There are a total of 348 people and 208 households. Young master, you can go up and talk to them now. Li Zishuan nodded. Thank you, Uncle Han. Then he walked to the front of the crowd. Looking at these simple and adorable villagers, he thought about the locusts that were coming next year. If he did not do anything, most of these people would probably starve to death. At this moment, he felt a sense of urgency. As soon as he stood in front of the crowd, the noisy crowd immediately quieted down and waited for Lisa Schwan to speak. Uncles and aunties, I've come to the Han family manor today mainly to discuss a business deal with all of you. If you're willing, we can cooperate. If you're not, I won't force you either. There's no need to worry. Lisa Schwan loudly stated the purpose of his visit. His internal energy was strong, and everyone in the field could hear his voice clearly. Young master, if you have anything to say, just tell us. No matter what business it is, as long as I, old who, can do it, I'll be the first to support it. Yes, young master. If we can help, we'll definitely help. Young master, just tell us what it is. Yes, we'll definitely help. Lisa Schwan gestured with his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down. Then I'll say it. Just do what you can. This business deal is very simple. I want all of you to help my family raise chickens. My family will provide the chickens for free, and according to the number of chickens raised by each household, a portion of the rent will be reduced every year. For example, if a household raises 100 chickens, then this household's rent will be reduced by 10% this year. If they raise 200 chickens, then the rent will be reduced by 20%, and so on. Does everyone understand? As soon as Lisa Schwan finished speaking, the crowd below burst into an uproar. There's actually such a good deal? Raise 100 chickens, and the rent will be reduced by 10%. Yes, aren't these conditions too generous? Why does young master want to raise so many chickens? Is what young master said true? Did I hear wrongly? Lisa Schwan waited for them to talk privately for a while before asking them to quiet down. What's everyone's decision? If you're not willing to cooperate, you can leave now and do your own things. I won't hold any grudges. No one was willing to leave. The bearded man couldn't help but shout again. Young master, only a fool wouldn't agree to such generous conditions. My old Who family is willing to help young master raise 500 chickens. Old Who's words were shocking. He wanted to raise 500 chickens. According to his calculations, he wouldn't have to pay rent for a year. Young master, my family is willing to raise 800 chickens. With someone taking the lead, the people behind immediately began to fight with each other, fearing that they wouldn't be able to raise enough chickens. Lisa Schwan coughed heavily, interrupting the noisy crowd, and said loudly, each family can raise a maximum of 400 chickens, and you must ensure that the chickens have at least an 80% survival rate. Please consider the number of chickens in your family and do what you can. Don't simply give a number. If you thought it through, go to Han Lijing's place to register and sign the agreement. After a few days, I will send the chickens over. Only then did the crowd quiet down, and each of them was thinking about how many chickens they could raise. Young master, these chickens, whose eggs do they belong to? The village woman who called herself Lu Yu asked embarrassedly. You woman, young master has already given us so many benefits. Why are you still so greedy? Of course, these eggs belong to young master's family. The bearded man immediately jumped over and scolded angrily. Husband, I'm just asking. I didn't say that I'm greedy for these eggs. Lu Yu retorted without any confidence. Lisa Schwan coughed heavily to stop the couple's quarrel and said loudly, the chickens that each family raises and the eggs that they lay belong to each family. I know that everyone doesn't have much food to feed the chickens, but I can pay for a chicken farm in the back of the mountain. Everyone can raise the chickens in the back of the mountain and let them find their own food. You can leave a few children to take care of them. In addition, in order to prevent the chicken plague, I will pay to help you build a ventilated chicken house, but you must clean the chicken house every day. I will also provide you with quicklime, and you can sprinkle it around the chicken house. When everyone heard this, they were so excited that their faces turned red. This benefit was too good. They didn't have to do anything at all. At most, they would just have to clean the chicken house. Farmers were never afraid of work. Calculating this, throughout the year, not only would they be able to reduce the rent, but the eggs that the chickens laid could also be sold. This year's income was estimated to be comparable to that of farming. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. We will definitely raise the chickens well for young master. Not to mention an 80% survival rate. I can guarantee that 90% of the chickens will survive. Young master, my family has 5 children. Raising 400 chickens is no problem at all. Young master, my family also has 4 children. We can also raise 400 chickens. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Lisa Schwan was also very gratified. His words were not in vain. So he shouted, "After everyone has thought about it, go to Han Lijing to report the number and press your fingerprint. In the next few days, I will send the chicken seedlings over one after another. According to the number that each of you reported, the chicken seedlings will be distributed. I hope that everyone will raise these chickens well." Han Lijing had already set up a table at the side. Han Yushi sat on the stool and held a brush, waiting for everyone to report the number. As soon as everyone heard Lisa Schwan's words, they immediately scrambled to get to the table. Chapter 62. In the afternoon, in the small courtyard of the Han village. After Lisa Schwan explained the matter of raising chickens to the villagers, he and Iron Egg returned to the small courtyard of the Han village to rest. There were no extra stools there, and standing was tiring. Lisa Schwan's laziness had not been cured. "Iron Egg, did you go to school before?" Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to chat with his new disciple. "Master, Iron Egg went to school in the village last year, but the village ran out of money to pay for the school, so the teacher ran away." Iron Egg no longer called Lisa Schwan young master, but master. It was also the first time that Lisa Schwan heard someone call him master, and he felt a little proud. He then asked happily, "Iron Egg, how many words did you learn after going to school for a year?" Iron Egg scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Master, Iron Egg knows about 100 words. He was a famous brat in school, and his grades were not good." "Yeah, so little, not as good as Lan. Although Lan was young, her mother had taught her how to read and write when she was very young. Although Lan's writing skills were immature, it was almost the same as Lisa Schwan's calligraphy." Lisa Schwan patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said earnestly, "Iron Egg, you can't be illiterate. In the future, you have to learn from Lan every day. Even Lan knows more words than you. As a man, how can you be worse than a girl?" "Yes, master," Iron Egg answered with a bitter face. "Young master, we're back." Han Yushi's clear voice came from the door, followed by Han Lijing. Lisa Schwan quickly got up and greeted them with a smile. "Uncle Han, Yushi, thank you for your hard work." Han Lijing waved his hand and said with a smile, "Young master, what are you talking about? With this livelihood, I'm afraid our Han manor will become the richest manor in the vicinity of Chong. No matter how hard it is, I, old Han, am willing to do it." "Ha! Yes, Uncle Han, you have to believe me. As long as the farmers work hard, their days will only get better and better." "Oh right, have you calculated the number of chickens? How many chickens did the farmers register?" Han Lijing hurriedly handed the booklet in his hand to Lisa Schwan and said, "Young master, the amount reported by each household in the Han village is recorded here. Yushi and I haven't had the time to calculate it yet." The main thing was that he had never been to school, so how could he know how to count? Lisa Schwan flipped open the booklet and glanced at it. He found that almost every household had signed up for 400. Only about 20 households had signed up for 300 or 200. Han Lijing had also signed up for 400. After Lisa Schwan practiced the Taishin Sutra, his brain's reaction was unusually fast. After he glanced at the booklet, he immediately calculated the total number in his mind. Closing the booklet, Lisa Schwan smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble Uncle Han to calculate. I've calculated that the farmers have signed up for 78,600 chickens. I'll round it up. When the time comes, I'll purchase 80,000 chickens. Uncle Han, you can distribute the excess evenly to each household. Take it as a token of my appreciation to the farmers. The additional portion will not be included in the amount they have to pay me next year." Lisa Schwan waved his hand and sent out an additional 1,400 chickens. Han Lijing saw that the young master calculated so quickly and secretly thought that the young master was really knowledgeable. Iron Egg was the young master's disciple. Even if he didn't learn martial arts, If he could learn 30% of the young master's knowledge, it would be enough to last him for a lifetime. When he heard that the young master wanted to send out an additional 1,000 chickens, Han Lijing was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Young master, you can't do that. This young master's conditions are already generous enough. If you do that, won't you lose money?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Uncle Han, this isn't worth much. If the farmers can live a better life, I'll be happy. If my mother knew, she would be happier than I am." "Oh, right, Uncle Han. I also want you to help me find a type of person." "Young master, what kind of person are you looking for?" Han Lijing asked curiously. "That's right. Uncle Han, do you know a type of person who can make a flock of chickens very obedient? For example, if you tell the flock to head east, the flock will head east. Is there such a person?" Li Zixuan wasn't confident that he could find such a person. If he really couldn't find such a person, then when the locust exterminating plan was implemented next year, he would have to hire a lot of people to chase the chickens down to the ground and eat the locusts. The efficiency would be very low. In his previous life, he had seen a lot of experts on the internet who could train chickens like they were their own arms. He just didn't know if there was such a person in the Tang dynasty. Han Lijing, who was listening at the side, was stunned. He asked in bewilderment, "Young master, is there such a person in the world?" It seems like I'm thinking too much." Li Zixuan was slightly disappointed. "Master, I know who can make chickens obedient." Iron Egg, who was at the side, jumped up and shouted excitedly. "Oh, Iron Egg, you really know?" Li Zixuan asked in surprise. "Stinky brat, don't talk nonsense. How come I don't know that there is such a person in the farmstead?" Han Lijing frowned and scolded. "Father, there really is such a person. Uncle Hu's silly son, Uncle Hu's son, can make a flock of chickens obedient. Moreover, his sister also has this ability." Iron Egg hurriedly explained. "Oh, so that child really knows how to do this? How come I don't know?" Han Lijing asked in puzzlement. Li Zixuan ignored the puzzled Han Lijing and pulled Iron Egg over. He hurriedly asked, "Iron Egg, quickly tell Master what is going on." "Yes, Master. It's just that Uncle Hu has a son. Since he was young, he didn't like to play with the children in our farmstead. He usually stays alone in the small courtyard at home and keeps his chickens company. We all call him Silly Hu in private. There was once when I went to Uncle Hu's house to help my father return something. I saw him and his sister playing with the chickens in the courtyard. I heard him squawk and the chickens ran to the east. His sister squawked and the chickens ran back. Moreover, the chickens weren't afraid of them at all. At that time, I thought it was strange. But after hearing what Master said, I feel that the two of them are quite suitable for Master's conditions." "Oh, there is such a thing. That's great. Iron Egg, what are the names of these two children? I have to meet them." Li Zixuan originally didn't have much hope. He didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. He couldn't help but be excited. "Master, that Silly Hu's real name is Hu Guoji. His sister is Hu Guoji. If Master wants to meet them, I can bring Master there." Iron Egg replied. Li Zixuan, who was about to follow Iron Egg to meet the two children, suddenly staggered and almost lost his balance when he heard these two strange names. Why are their names so strange?" Li Zixuan wondered. Han Yushi, who was at the side, explained, "Young Master, I know this. It is said that when Aunt Lu was pregnant, Uncle Hu wanted a boy. He went to the Taoist temple in Chang, in West City, to find a fortune teller. The Taoist priest said that Aunt Lu was definitely pregnant with a boy. Uncle Hu was overjoyed and went home to tell Aunt Lu. In the end, after Aunt Lu gave birth, she found out that it was a girl. Uncle Hu conveniently named her Hu Guoji. A year later, Aunt Lu was pregnant again. Uncle Hu went to another Taoist temple to have his fortune told. The Taoist priest there said that Aunt Lu was definitely pregnant with a boy this time. Later, Aunt Lu gave birth to a boy. Uncle Hu named the boy Hu Guoji. Li Zixuan was thunderstruck when he heard this. He was speechless for a long time. He silently mourned for these two unlucky children to have such an unreliable father. The world was really big. There were all kinds of strange things. There were many strange things in modern society. He didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing in the Tang dynasty. "Uncle Han, Then I'll have to trouble you to bring me to meet the two children. I'm quite interested in their abilities. Han Lijing nodded and said, Okay, then you and Iron Egg can stay at home and cook. Young master must be hungry after being busy for so long at noon. We'll be back soon. Han Yushi nodded and agreed. Okay, father. Yushi will go and cook now. Chapter 63. On the way to Li Zixuan's house, Han Lijing introduced his family situation to Li Zixuan. The uncle who that Iron Egg mentioned was called Hu Hanyan. The people in the village called him Old Hu. He used to be a blacksmith and a government soldier. He only moved to the Han village 10 years ago. Hu Hanyan's wife was Lu Yue, whom he met after he moved to the Han village. She was considered a flower in the village when she was young, but her personality was very shrewish. Young master, actually this Old Hu is also a pitiful person. Han Lijing suddenly sighed heavily. Li Zixuan was puzzled. Oh, Uncle Han, how is he pitiful? Sigh, back then, Old Hu also fled from the north and came to our Han village. He was a forthright and righteous person. He could talk to anyone. It didn't take long for him to take root in the village. Later, he finally married Lu Yue. Everyone thought that his good days were coming. Who knew that Lu Yue's first child was actually born? More than a month after it was born, everyone found out that the girl was born blind. Old Hu's family didn't have much money to begin with. In order to raise money, he did everything he could. Then he brought his daughter to basically all the big and small medical centers in Chong. But no one could cure that child's eyes. Old Hu's child was a blind girl? Li Zixuan was shocked. He had met Hu Hanyan before. This man gave him the impression that he had a carefree personality. He didn't expect him to bear such a painful misfortune. Sigh, young master, this isn't the worst. Later on, Lu Yu gave birth to a son, Hu Guoji. Although the child was born healthy, the couple slowly realized that the child's reaction was very slow, and his speech was also very slow. The doctors all said that the child was a bit stupid. Someone in the village advised Old Hu to send the foolish child to the temple. Old Hu refused and said that even if his son was a fool, he would raise him for the rest of his life. Han Lijing finished and shook his head. His face was full of worry. Li Zixuan was silent after hearing this. In this era, the medical conditions were definitely not as good as in the future. Moreover, the people in this era were even poorer. There were always misfortunes. Alas, even though the world is at peace, the common people are still suffering. The two of them walked for a while before Han Lijing stopped. He pointed at a dilapidated farmhouse in front of them and said, Young master, we've arrived. That's Old Hu's house. Li Zixuan looked around and realized that this courtyard was even more dilapidated than Han Lijing's house. The courtyard was surrounded by a low wall made of reeds and bamboo sticks, and there were a few dilapidated huts inside. It could be seen that this family lived in poverty. Han Lijing came to the front of the courtyard and shouted inside. Old Hu, quickly opened the door. Young master is here. Li Zixuan saw Han Li shouting at the door from behind. He suddenly felt like laughing because this scene was very similar to a joke from his previous life. Old friend, quickly opened the door. I'm checking your water meter. Fortunately, his tolerance was good. Otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the courtyard. He's here. Is Han Lijing here? Li Zixuan recognized the voice. It was Lu Yue's voice. He heard it during the mobilization meeting in the afternoon. When the courtyard door opened, it was indeed the plump Lu Yue. Just now, he heard from Han Lijing that she was a flower in the village when she was young. Li Zixuan took a closer look and found that her facial features were still considered normal. It was just that the years had left too many traces on her face. It seemed that she had suffered a lot in these years. But why was her figure so fat? Could it be that women get fat easily when they reach middle age? Lijing, you're here? Io, isn't this young master? Young master is also here. Quickly come in and have a seat. She quickly came over to pull Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan quickly moved away and cupped his hands. Hello, Aunt Lu. We're here to see the Hu siblings. Are they at home? Lu Yue was puzzled. Young master, why are you looking for these two children? I'm afraid that these two children are insensible and impolite. They'll offend young master. Lisa Schwan waved his hand and smiled. Aunt Lou, it's okay. Why would I be calculative with 2 children? Do I look like such a petty person? I heard from Uncle Han about these 2 children today. Coincidentally, I know a famous doctor. I'm here to see these 2 children. I'll ask that doctor later to see if there's a cure. Lu Yu heard this, and a huge surprise rushed to her head. Her breathing quickened, and her eyes widened as she stared at Lisa Schwan. She said in disbelief, Young master, you're saying that our family can still be saved? Aunt Lou, I didn't say that it can definitely be saved. As for the specific situation, I'll have to see them to know. Okay. I'll bring young master to see them now. Young master, quickly follow me. Lu Yu couldn't wait to bring Lisa Schwan in. Cough, Yu why isn't old Hu at home? Han Lijing asked at this time. Lu Yu, he then remembered that Han Lijing was next to her. She quickly turned around and answered, Our master went to the fields. It seems that the rented cattle from the farmstead can be used by our family today. Our master went to the fields in advance to guard. Han Lijing suddenly understood and nodded. The few of them entered the courtyard. Lisa Schwan saw that there was a flock of chickens in the courtyard. There were about 10 of them. Beside the flock of chickens stood 2 children. The slightly older girl was about 7 or 8 years old. She was so skinny that Lisa Schwan even suspected that this girl didn't weigh more than 40 pounds. The girl's facial features could be considered delicate and pretty. However, her pair of lifeless eyes somewhat destroyed her beauty. The little boy was slightly chubby and was about 6 or 7 years old. He was squatting on the ground with his hand supporting his chin. He was muttering something to the flock of chickens. No one knew what he was saying. After he finished speaking, he was still laughing. Lu Yu saw that her son was making a fool of himself in front of the young master. She angrily shouted, Sure enough, quickly come over and greet the young master. You actually came over too. When the little boy heard the shout, he stood up and turned his head. He smiled at Lu Yu and said, Mother. After he finished speaking, he didn't immediately run over. Instead, he turned around and pulled the bamboo stick in the girl's hand. He brought the girl along with him. Lisa Schwan looked at his actions and raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. Sure enough, quickly greet the young master. Seeing her son and daughter walk over, Lu Yu said to them, who actually bowed and politely said, Greetings, young master. Although she couldn't see, the direction in which she bowed was actually facing Lisa Schwan. Lisa Schwan was also somewhat surprised. However, what made him even more surprised was this girl's temperament. It was a kind of calm and indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples. Standing beside her was like standing on the surface of a calm lake. This girl, at such a young age, her temperament was probably even more indifferent than those monks. At this time, Hu Shi chuckled and scratched the back of his head. He laughed foolishly and said, Sure greets, young master. This child's pronunciation was really very slow. Moreover, it seemed that this child was really struggling to speak. Also, when Hu Shi said this sentence, coupled with his name, Lisa Schwan felt that it was a little strange no matter how he heard it. Chapter 64. Looking at the 2 children in front of him, Lisa Schwan felt a little uncomfortable. Other children at this age were playing with their friends outside, but these 2 children could only squat at home and play with a flock of chickens. How sad. Aunt Lou, you go do your things first. I want to talk to these 2 children alone for a while. Then young master, if you need anything, call me. Lu Yu responded and brought Han Lijing to sit in the front hall. Is your name Guji? Lisa Schwan bent down and tried to smile kindly. Perhaps because he felt Lisa Schwan's goodwill, Hu Schwan said with a silly smile, Young master, you already know my name. Why are you still asking for me? It seemed that this child wasn't stupid. Previously, when Lisa Schwan saw that he didn't forget to pull his sister along when he came over, Lisa Schwan felt that this child wasn't as stupid as Han Lijing and the others said. Now that he saw Hu Guiyuan, although he spoke slowly, his thoughts were very clear and organized. Lisa Schwan was even more certain of his judgment. Sure enough, I heard that you can make chickens very obedient. Can you show it to your brother? Yes. Hearing Lisa Schwan mention chickens, Guoji suddenly became excited and quickly pulled his sister to the flock of chickens in the east corner of the yard. Li Zishuan crossed his arms with great interest as he stood to the side, watching the two siblings play out what kind of tricks they would play. He saw Guoji raise two chubby little hands and let out a burst of hurried goo-goo-goo sounds. The flock of chickens seemed to have heard the order and excitedly surrounded him. Goo-goo-goo sounded around him. Sister, it's your turn. Guoji shouted at Guoji. She took out a willow leaf from her waist, put it to her mouth, and blew an incomplete tune. The flock of chickens that were surrounding her turned around and ran to her side. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. In his previous life, his family had also raised chickens, but when his mother usually called the chickens to feed them, those chickens would only run over and watch nearby. They would only dare to come over to eat when his mother was far away. It wasn't like this. When the chickens heard the voices of the two siblings, they were not afraid of them at all. They surrounded them as if they had taken drugs. It was really amazing. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that there would be something even more extreme. Sure enough, Hu seemed to be a little high at this time. He ran to his sister's side and stood in front of the flock of chickens. Then he turned his head to Li Zishuan and smiled proudly, saying, Hey, young master, look, quickly. Guoji raised his hands, half squatted, and jumped up and down. His mouth made a very rhythmic G sound. The flock of chickens in front of him, at this moment, seemed to have heard his call and lined up neatly in front of him. What was even more amazing was that the flock of chickens actually followed Guoji's rhythm and began to jump. They also tilted their necks and turned their heads neatly. Perhaps Hu felt that it was boring for his brother to play alone. So he put the willow leaf next to his mouth and played a happy and melodious tune with Guoji's rhythm. In the small courtyard, a young girl was standing under the sun and playing a tune. A young boy was happily walking while making strange sounds. The flock of chickens on the ground twisted their bodies to the rhythm. This scene was so beautiful that it almost blinded Li Zishuan's titanium alloy eyes. At this moment, Li Zishuan's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. The scene in front of him was as if a young girl was playing music, and then a young boy was below the stage, leading a flock of chickens to do a square dance. TSK. Li Zishuan expressed that this was really something that he had seen long ago. Hey, young master, Guoji, how is your acting? The two children played for a while, and Guoji felt tired first, so he stopped and ran to Li Zishuan's side, somewhat proudly asking for praise. Usually, only his sister was willing to play with him. When other children saw him and his sister playing with a flock of chickens, they all treated them as fools and distanced themselves from them. This time, it was rare to have such an amiable young master who specially wanted to see him and the flock of chickens perform. Guoji was very happy and had long regarded Li Zishuan as his best friend. Li Zishuan could see that Guoji urgently needed to be acknowledged and praised by others. He also understood that this child's heart was lonely and lacked recognition. Li Zishuan smiled, rubbed Guoji's head, and said, Sure enough, your performance was very good. You really are the smartest child I've ever seen. Guoji, who was on the side, heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that this young master would say something to hurt her brother like other people and make him sad. Her brother's heart had been hurt enough. At this time, when she heard Li Zishuan praise her brother, Guoji felt a trace of gratitude towards Li Zishuan from the bottom of her heart. When Guoji heard Li Zishuan's words, he jumped 3 feet high and excitedly rushed to the front hall. As he ran, he cheered, Mother, young master, just said, I'm not a fool. He said, I'm the smartest child in the village. At this moment, he was so excited that he spoke faster than before. This was the first praise he received from an outsider since he came to this world. Finally, there was someone who didn't treat him as a fool. Of course, Guoji's heart was excited. Although he was young, he had been treated as a fool by the children in the village since he was young. His self-esteem had been trampled over and over again, so of course, he was more mature than his peers. He was so eager to be recognized, and today, there was finally someone who recognized him. Hu Guoji felt that he had never been as happy as today. In his heart, he thought, this young master who came from nowhere is really a good person. At this time, Hu Guoji used the bamboo stick to explore the road and came to Li Zixuan's side. She smiled and said, "Thank you, young master, for saying so. I haven't seen my brother so happy in a long time." Although her heart was as calm as still water, it was only for outsiders. For this brother of hers, she naturally cared and loved him very much. Li Zixuan habitually shook his head. Suddenly, he realized that this girl seemed to be unable to see. So he quickly said awkwardly, what I said just now was actually the truth. I didn't deliberately say that to make you happy." Hu Guoji said in disbelief, "Really? Of course it's true. In the eyes of others, your ability to make chickens obedient may be worthless, but in my eyes, your ability is priceless." Li Zixuan said with certainty, "Well, although I can't see young master's expression, I can feel young master's sincerity. Young master is speaking the truth. Thank you, young master." Hu Guoji's face finally broke into a smile and said happily. Chapter 65. Actually, how did you and your brother manage to make the chickens listen to you? Li Zixuan saw that this little girl was not as distant to him as before, so he wanted to chat with her. Hu actually replied softly, "Young master, isn't this normal? You actually believe that anyone who spends all their time with these chickens will eventually have the ability that my brother and I have. Moreover, my brother and I treat these chickens as our good friends, so naturally, they will listen to us." Li Zixuan was silent. This sentence sounded simple, but contained endless loneliness and sorrow that ordinary people could not imagine. If it were not for their rough childhood, how could they spend all their time at home with these chickens? Actually, I just said that your and your brother's ability is valuable in my eyes. Do you know why? Li Zixuan wanted to change their fate, but this also required them to work hard. He could not cultivate their habit of reaping without sowing. Hu actually shook her head and said, "Although I can feel that young master is telling the truth, I can't think of what my brother and I can do for young master with this ability. Actually, you should have heard from your mother that I want to raise a large number of chickens in the Han family manner, right?" Hu actually nodded. Li Zixuan continued, "I need you and your brother to teach your ability to a group of people. Next year, I need you to lead these people to help me control the flock of chickens in the manor. When I tell you to drive the flock of chickens, you just have to do it." Hu actually was puzzled and asked, "Young master, what do you need these chickens to do?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "You will naturally know next year. I can't tell you now. I really hope that you can help me. This is not a deal. If you are willing, you can treat me as a friend. As your friend, I will also find a way to find a famous doctor to treat your illness." Hu actually was surprised when she heard this, but then she shook her head and said, "Young master, as long as you can find someone to treat my eyes, I am extremely grateful. When I was young, my father spent a lot of money to treat my eyes. I don't want to trouble others anymore. Moreover, I'm already used to the darkness." As for the matter that young master mentioned, he was actually very willing to help. This girl was so young, but she was so sensible. Li Zixuan was still lamenting how unfortunate old Hu was, but now it seemed that he was lucky to have such a sensible daughter. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Since we are friends, we don't need to care about these things. I will keep your eye disease in mind. If it can be cured, I will definitely find a way to cure it for you. In fact, there is more than darkness in this world. When you can see it one day, you will be fascinated by this colorful world." Hu actually looked forward to the world described by Li Zixuan. He said, "In that case, thank you, young master. Aunt Lu, I've seen these two children. I'll talk to the famous doctor later and see if he can treat them. I also want these two children to help me. I hope Aunt Lu can agree." Li Zixuan entered the house and said to Lu Yue. Lu Yue smiled happily and said, "Young master, you have helped our family so much. We don't know how to thank you. Young master, if you need anything, please tell us." Li Zixuan told Lu Yue the plan that he had just told Hu actually. Han Lijing and Lu Yue were both shocked. They really didn't know why Li Zixuan did this. Lu Yue couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what is the use of letting people learn this?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It is very useful. Aunt Lu, you will know next year. Aunt Lu, let these two children help me teach people. I can spend 20 strings of coins to hire them. The tens of thousands of chickens that our Han family village will raise in the future will be called the Sky Chicken Brigade. These two children will be the captains of the Sky Chicken Brigade." Haha. In June next year, the sky would be filled with locusts pouring down. There would be a Sky Chicken Brigade on the ground, like divine soldiers descending from the sky. This will be a war without gunpowder. It will be a battle between man and heaven, a battle between chickens and locusts. Lu Yu, who didn't care about the Sky Chicken Brigade. She just heard that the young master was going to give her 20 strings of coins. This was 20 strings of coins. Lu Yu, he had never seen so much money. She really didn't expect that her stupid son and blind daughter could bring so much profit to the family. At this moment, her eyes were shining. Li Zishuan felt that her eyes were full of small amounts of money. He couldn't help but find it funny. Of course, Lu Yu, he wouldn't refuse Li Zishuan like Old Hu. An Old Hu had been married for so many years and had become more realistic. She hurriedly agreed. "Young master, don't worry. I will urge Wang Zhenghe to teach this ability to others." Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation, Aunt Lu. I will ask someone to send the money over another day." He then turned to Han Lijing and said, "Uncle Han, let's go to the field to find Uncle Hu. We have to tell him about this." On the way to the field, Han Lijing couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what do you want Wang Zhenghe and Wang Jinghe to teach people to train chickens for?" Li Zishuan smiled. "Uncle Han, it's not convenient for me to talk about this now, but please keep this in mind. When you go back later, inform the people in the village. In the Han family village, whether it's adults or children, the first 100 people who learn the ability of Hu Zhenghe and Wang Jinghe to train chickens will receive a reward of 500 coins. Uncle Han, you will work hard and be in charge of the assessment. Help me record these people's names in the book and then hand it to me." Han Lijing was dumbfounded. He really wanted to say, "Young master, is it really good to spend money like this?" In his eyes, Li Zishuan's actions were really nonsense. On the ridge of the field outside the village, the two of them found Old Hu. Seeing him sitting on the ground, bored to death as if he was waiting for something, the two of them walked over. "Old Hu, young master and I are here to see you." Han Lijing called out. "Io Lijing, young master, why are you here?" Old Hu stood up in surprise. "Uncle Hu, I came to talk to you about Wang Zhenghe and Wang Zhenghe." Li Zishuan replied, "Young master, what's there to talk about those two children?" Old Hu stared at him in confusion. Li Zishuan told Old Hu about his thoughts just now. Old Hu immediately widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Young master, don't make fun of me. Old Hu, you only want my two children to teach people how to train chickens, and young master will find a famous doctor to treat the two children?" Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. "Uncle Hu, what I said is true. Why would I make fun of you?" Hearing the affirmative answer, Old Hu suddenly became so emotional that his eyes turned red. His lips trembled. Young master, as long as you can get people to treat my two children, my life will be yours from now on. Even if young master wants me to die, I am willing." Li Zishuan also admired this honest and affectionate man in front of him. In his previous life, he had seen many parents who abandoned their children after giving birth to deformed or disabled children. This Old Hu did not care about any difficulties and did not abandon his children. This was a man worthy of respect, and also a father worthy of respect. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? Why would I want a life?" As expected, as long as you can help me teach a group of people, that would be the best reward for me. Chapter 66. Outside the Han village in the fields, Old Hu kept thanking the young master, but he was not good with words. In the end, he only said the same few sentences. Li Zishuan felt very awkward listening to him. Seeing this, Han Lijing interrupted him and said, "Old Hu, you've been waiting here for so long. You still haven't seen the cattle?" Old Hu heard this and shook his head dejectedly. He pointed at a middle-aged man who was plowing not far away and said, "Lijing, look, old Wang's family hasn't used up all the cattle. There's not much rain this year, so the fields are hard to plow. I'm so worried. Uncle Han, can't we borrow more cattle from the county? Lisa Schwan heard Old Hu's complaints and was a little confused, so he asked. Han Lijing shook his head and said, Young master, you don't know, but we have a lot of people in the village. The county has already given us more cattle than the other villages. At this time, it's spring plowing season everywhere. The county definitely doesn't have any extra cattle to give us. Old Hu sighed heavily and said, Lijing, with the current speed of plowing, I'm afraid that many of the villagers will miss the spring plowing season. What should we do? Li Zixuan was shocked when he heard this. In his previous life, he was also a child from the countryside. He knew how serious the consequences of missing the spring plowing season were. At that time, many families would starve. If everyone missed the spring plowing season, it would definitely affect their enthusiasm for raising chickens. This problem must be solved. He pondered for a while, then looked at Old Hu and asked, Uncle Hu, how much land can a cow plow in a day? Old Hu scratched his head and thought for a while before saying, Young master, the fields are very hard to plow this year. A cow can at most plow 4 mu of land a day. If we plow more, we're afraid that the cows will be tired out. If this was in the previous years, they could plow 6 to 7 mu of land a day. It's all because there's not enough rain this year. For mu of land a day, this speed was too slow. Li Zixuan frowned and looked at Han Lijing and asked, Uncle Han, how many cattle do we have in the village? Young master, this year, the farmstead has rented 20 cows, which is already much more than the other farmsteads. Li Zixuan silently calculated in his heart. At this rate, wouldn't it take more than a month to finish plowing? That wouldn't do. It was not that he had not thought of spending money to buy cattle from other places, but in this era, cattle had always been scarce. If he bought cattle from other places, what would happen to the people there? If only he was like the other transmigrated protagonists and had a system with him, he could directly exchange for a farming tractor and guarantee that he could plow dozens of acres of land in a day. Sigh, since we don't have a tractor and we can't increase the number of cattle, it seems like we have to think of other ways to increase the efficiency of farming. This problem was easy to solve. He had countless advanced mechanical models in his mind, and he would definitely be able to find a better plow. Uncle Han, I'll go and see what kind of plows the farmers are using. Li Zixuan instructed and walked towards Old Wang, whom Old Hu had pointed out. Han Lijing and Old Hu quickly followed. Li Zixuan came to the embankment beside Old Wang, and his eyes began to focus on the plow that Old Wang was using. Old Wang was concentrating on plowing and did not notice that someone was looking at him. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was very short-sighted. In this life, he did not know if it was because of his divine ability, but his eyesight was very good, and he could clearly see the structure of the plow from afar. He discovered that the structure of the plow was very strange. The shaft of the plow was actually straight, and it was actually about 9 feet long. With such a long shaft, it would probably be very difficult to turn around. Li Zixuan quickly constructed a 3-dimensional structure of the plow in his mind, and based on his knowledge of engineering mechanics, he analyzed the various parts of the plow. He discovered that the plow required a large amount of pulling force to plow the land, and its structure was clearly unreasonable. Li Zixuan furrowed his brows. He was thinking about which better plow should be used to replace the current one. Various plows from different eras flashed through his mind, and suddenly he stopped at a plow that was not very different from the current one. I'll choose you. This should be called a curved plow, and it should not have appeared yet. The structure of this curved shaft plow should have been modified from the structure of the plow in front of us. Even though the modification is not very big, every modification is very crucial. Compared to the plow that Lao Wang is using, this curved shaft plow obviously saves more effort. It is very easy to see this by drawing an analysis of the force exerted. At this time, Li Zixuan not only had a 3-dimensional model of the curved plow in his mind, but he also had a force analysis diagram. It was obvious that the curved plow was more labor-saving, and it was not just a little. The most important thing was that the plow was not difficult to manufacture, and it was easy to mass-produce. When he returned, he could immediately find a craftsman to start manufacturing. This way, he could ensure that the Han family village would not miss out on the spring plowing. In fact, the Tang dynasty was currently using the long, straight plow that was passed down from the Han dynasty. The curved plow that Li Zixuan imagined in his mind only appeared in the Jiangdong region in the later part of the Tang dynasty, and thus it was also called the Jiangdong plow. Compared to the long, straight plow, the curved plow was more flexible and labor-saving. In the case where the soil was moist, even a strong young man would be able to pull it. Uncle Han, you guys plow like this for now. I will think of a way for you guys in the next 2 days. I will definitely not let the villagers miss out on the spring plowing. Li Zixuan had a solution in his mind, so he turned around and said to Han Lijing. When Han Lijing and Old Who heard this, they were pleasantly surprised. The land was the life of the villagers. If they missed out on the spring plowing, the harvest would be greatly reduced, and it would not be rare for people to starve to death. They did not expect that the young master would actually help them think of a way. This was really too surprising. Thank you, young master. All of the villagers in the Han family village will remember young master's kindness for the rest of their lives. But what method does young master plan to use? Are you going to Chong and to buy more cattle? Han Lijing solemnly bowed to express his thanks, but he was also very curious about what method Li Zixuan would use to help them. If he were to buy cattle for their village, then the price he would have to pay would be too expensive. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course I'm not going to buy cattle. If I were to buy cattle, what would the villagers in other places use? Uncle Han, in 2 days, I will bring you a more labor-saving plow. At that time, your plowing speed will at least increase by 2 times. When Han Lijing and Old Who heard this, they were both shocked. Did such a plow exist in this world? Old Who's eyes widened exaggeratedly, and he cried out in disbelief, Young master, are you speaking the truth? How could there be such a godly plow in this world? Li Zixuan nodded with certainty and said, Uncle Who, don't worry. Seeing is believing. In 2 days, you will naturally know. Chapter 67. When Li Zixuan returned home, the sky was almost dark. He also brought Iron Egg over. Since he had accepted this disciple, Li Zixuan also planned to teach him well. He would let Iron Egg stay in the west courtyard first. Since the west courtyard was so big, he could just pick a wing room for him. As for Han Yushi, of course, she didn't come with him. Li Zixuan planned to let her help with the wine mixing after he was done with his work. At that time, the first batch of fruit wine from the Han village would be delivered. Recently, he really didn't have time to care about this. There were too many things to do. During dinner, Li Zixuan's parents expressed their goodwill to Iron Egg, a new member of the family. Iron Egg, who was always dignified and strong, was a little embarrassed. During dinner, he was teased by Lon. Lana was also very happy about Iron Egg's arrival. Now, she finally had a playmate of the same age. Although her brother was usually very good to her, he always treated her like a child. Lana always felt a little indignant. Now that Iron Egg was here, she was no longer the youngest. Of course, this was only what she thought. In reality, Iron Egg was a few months older than her. After dinner, Li Zixuan reported the number of chickens raised by the Han village to Old Man Li in the study. Old Man Li was shocked. 80,000? So many? Xian'er, so many chickens. Can the villagers raise them all? Father, don't worry. They can definitely raise them all. I will arrange for the villagers to take care of them. I plan to prepare to buy the chicken seedlings tomorrow and send them to the Han village in batches. Li Jingma nodded and said, Yes, the sooner, the better. Father, do you know the market price of the chicken seedlings in Chang'an? How much is one? Li Jingma thought for a moment and said, About 70 to 80 copper coins for one. But Xian'er, if you need so many chicken seedlings, I'm afraid that the peddlers in Chang will not be able to supply all of them. 70 to 80 copper coins for one? So expensive? Li Zixuan was shocked. In his previous life, a chicken seedling only cost 3 or 4 yuan each, which was about the same as the Tang dynasty. But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. Modern chicken seedlings were hatched in batches using large automatic incubators, so the cost was naturally lower. Li Zixuan frowned when he heard the second half of his father's words. "Dad, do you have any way to provide a large number of chickens in a short period of time?" In his impression, as long as it was related to business, his father was omnipotent. Unfortunately, he was disappointed this time. Old Manly shook his head, showing an expression of helplessness. "Xian, I have indeed done various businesses in my early years. However, I have never set foot in the chicken market." Lisa Xuan felt a little helpless. "Then let's buy as many as we can and send them over. I believe that those peddlers will definitely think of a way when they see that the market is in short supply. At that time, we just need to give them more money." Li Jingma nodded and said with a smile, "Hee, you've seen through it all." Early the next morning, Li Zishuan called Wang Zhong and asked him to bring Sanbao, Ah Fu, and a few other servants to the East Market to purchase as many chicken seedlings as possible. The few of them took the money and left with the order. Li Zishuan calculated in his mind. If he calculated according to the price of 80 yuan per chicken, 80,000 chicken seedlings would cost about 6,400 strings of coins. Of course, with Li Zishuan's large purchases, there would be many other peddlers who would raise the price. Li Zishuan felt that if he wanted to buy 80,000 chicken seedlings, he would need to spend about 8,000 to 9,000 strings of coins. This was really expensive. Early in the morning, Iron Egg was also picked up by Li Zishuan to learn how to read from Lan. This made Lan very happy. She never thought that she would become a teacher one day. Looking at the little girl, with her hands behind her back, pretending to be mature and steady, teaching Iron Egg, Li Zishuan couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, Li Zishuan's guess was not wrong at all. After Wang Zhong and the others came to the East Market, they were like bandits. When they met peddlers who sold chicken seedlings, they directly bought all of their stock. Merchants had the most sensitive noses. Some of the peddlers soon heard the news from Wang Zhong and the others. So one by one, they heard the news, and one by one, they raised the price of the chicken seedlings and sent people to the surrounding counties to purchase chicken seedlings in large quantities. In half a day, the price of a chicken seedling rose from 75 yuan per chicken to 85 yuan, and finally to 90 yuan per chicken. In a short time, chicken seedlings were expensive in Chang'an. However, Wang Zhong and the others still didn't care about the price. They bought all the chicken seedlings in the West Market and told the peddlers that they still needed a lot of chicken seedlings and asked them to hurry up and stock up. "Young master, this old servant bought all the chicken seedlings in the West Market. There were only about 8,000 in total. In the end, some peddlers raised the price, but this old servant still bought all of them. Those peddlers will go to the surrounding counties to stock up today. We can continue to buy tomorrow." In the front yard of the Li residence, Wang Zhong pointed to more than 10 large wooden boxes on the ground and reported to Li Zishuan. Noisy chattering sounds came from the wooden boxes. For a moment, it was very lively. Li Zishuan nodded and agreed. "Uncle Wang, you did the right thing. I believe that the price of the chicken seedlings will only be more expensive tomorrow. I'll have to trouble Uncle Wang to bring 7 or 8 servants and hire a few carriages to transport these chicken seedlings to the Han village. Give them to Han Lijing and let him distribute them according to the order that everyone signed up. Also, let Han Lijing immediately gather people in the village. The wage is 30 yuan per person per day. Let them surround the back of the mountain and build a chicken farm. You can continue to purchase the chicken seedlings tomorrow." Wang Zhong nodded and immediately went to gather people. Li Zishuan returned to the west courtyard and went to his study. He spread out a piece of rice paper and closed his eyes. He drew the structure of the curved shaft plow and labeled the dimensions. Li Zishuan also learned about the measurement units of the Tang dynasty. The labeled dimensions were naturally converted. He also noted the things that needed to be taken note of during the processing. After he finished drawing, Li Zishuan rolled up the drawing and prepared to go to Yin Xiaoning's house to find him. Of course, the sooner the better. The villagers of the Han village were still waiting for his curved shaft plow to plow the land. Under the lead of a servant, Li Zishuan arrived at the Yin residence. After the gatekeeper announced his arrival, Yin Xiaoning came out to greet him with a big smile. "Ha, Xiao Xian, how come you have time to visit me today?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoning is the technical director of our strange interest pavilion and one of the 4 major shareholders. Of course I have to come and greet you. Huh. Yin Xiaoning's forehead was full of black lines. He hated the title of technical director, but Li Zixuan wouldn't agree to change it no matter what. Now that he heard these words, he felt a little disgusted. Yin Xiaoning coughed twice and said, "Xiao Xian, come with me to the front hall. Why are you standing at the door?" Li Zixuan nodded and followed Yin Xiaoning into the residence. Chapter 68. In the front hall of the Yin mansion. After the two sat down, Li Zixuan asked, "Brother Xiaoning, how many scooters have you made?" He didn't come here just to deliver the blueprint. He was also very concerned about the opening of the strange interest pavilion. Yin Xiaoning smiled proudly and said, "Hee hee, Xiao Xian, you don't trust me? The first batch of 300 scooters was completed yesterday. We're just waiting for the opening of the strange interest pavilion." With his father's current status, it was easy for him to get someone to make some scooters. Li Zixuan's heart also relaxed. This Yin Xiaoning was really direct and efficient, unlike some pedantic scholars who did things indecisively. As an engineering student, he didn't embarrass his fellow engineering students. "Brother Xiaoning, I'm relieved. Otherwise, how can the strange interest pavilion open without products? By the way, Brother Xiaoning, have you found a craftsman for the strange interest pavilion?" He had asked Yin Xiaoning to help him find a group of skilled and honest craftsmen. The strange interest pavilion must have its own workshop in the future. This would be more conducive to keeping secrets and monopolizing the technology. Yin Xiaoning was even more proud when he heard Li Zixuan ask about the craftsman. He smiled and said, "Hee hee, I wanted to give you a surprise, but since you asked, I'll tell you. After my father found out that I'm working with you on the strange interest pavilion, he gave me one of our previous workshops. In the future, this workshop will be a part of the strange interest pavilion. The craftsmen in the workshop used to work in the general's office. Their skills are excellent." Li Zixuan was really surprised when he heard Yin Xiaoning's words. He only asked Yin Xiaoning to help him find a few craftsmen. He didn't expect Yin Xiaoning to give him a workshop directly. This gift was really precious. Since Yin Xiaoning was so generous, Li Zixuan couldn't be stingy. He waved his hand and said generously, "Brother Xiaoning is really kind. I have to thank Uncle personally. I'll pay all the craftsmen's salaries in the future." Yin Xiaoning looked at him with a strange expression and couldn't help but say, "The craftsmen in the workshop work for wonderful interest pavilion. Of course you should pay them. Little Xian, are you planning to let my father continue to pay them?" Li Zixuan felt that Yin Xiaoning's words made sense. He patted his head in annoyance and secretly scolded himself for being a fool. "Well, Brother Xiaoning is right. I've been so busy these 2 days that I've become muddle-headed. Where's the workshop? Shall we go and take a look?" Since he already had a workshop, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to let the craftsmen in the workshop make the curved shaft plows? The workshop is in Elaine, which is very close to the East Market. It will be very convenient in the future. Li Zixuan said happily, "That's great. Brother Xiaoning, shall we go to the workshop to have a look? Since little Xian wants to go and take a look, then Big Brother will respectfully accept." He followed Yin Xiaoning too and Elaine. After making several turns and entering a small alley, he saw a relatively large group of courtyards. Although the houses were not luxurious, they occupied a large area. There was a sign hanging above them that read, "Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop." Li Zixuan looked at Yin Xiaoning in confusion. He didn't expect him to act so quickly. Yin Xiaoning seemed to see the confusion in his eyes. He smiled proudly and said, "My father said that since he gave the workshop to us, of course he had to change the name. This plaque was personally inscribed by my father. What do you think? Many people in Chong and can't get my father's calligraphy." Although Li Zixuan didn't know much about calligraphy, he could see that the calligraphy was vigorous and powerful. It was hundreds of times better than his own doggy handwriting. He immediately exclaimed in admiration. He praised in admiration, "Uncle Yan's calligraphy is really good. I owe him such a big favor this time. I must thank him in person someday." Yin Xiaoning laughed in his heart. "This is the effect I want. When you fall into my father's hands one day, let's see how you can find an excuse to be lazy." "Huh." But then he said without changing his expression, "Well, little Xian, my father is very pleased that you have such good intentions. Let's go in and have a look. The two entered the workshop and saw that there were more than 20 rooms inside. There are some empty spaces outside with some wood and iron piled up. Li Zixuan even found a big iron furnace. The scale of the workshop was really beyond Li Zixuan's expectation. He thought it was just a small workshop, but it was actually equivalent to a small factory. At this moment, Li Zixuan was really moved. Looking at Li Zixuan's shocked expression, enchanting introduced it to him. Little Xian, this workshop was built by my father in the year of Wuda Yuan. At that time, it was just a small workshop and my father was only a supervisor. But our Yin family is a real engineering family, and we know many people in the same field. It didn't take long for the workshop to expand gradually, and we have more people. Now, there are more than 60 craftsmen in the workshop. Some of them are old craftsmen, such as Faubert, who worked with my father before. Their skills are superb. Little Xian, you can't mistreat these old craftsmen, or else my father won't forgive you. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Of course I won't mistreat them. These people will be the foundation of our strange taste pavilion in the future. In the future, their salaries will be increased by 50%. Yin Xiaoning raised his thumb and laughed. Ha ha, brother, you're generous. The two of them entered a house and saw an old man dressed like a farmer drilling wood. He should be making a scooter. Faubert, are you busy? Yin Xiaoning called out. The old man turned around and saw Yin Xiaoning. He smiled and said, Oh, young Master Yin, you're here. This is? He pointed at Li Zixuan. When Li Zixuan heard Yin Xiaoning call this person Faubert, he remembered what Yin Xiaoning said just now. He knew that this person was an old man in the workshop and couldn't be neglected. He took the initiative to introduce himself. Faubert, hello. I'm Li Zixuan, one of the owners of Strange Taste Pavilion. You can call me Little Xian. Faubert raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, You're the one who invented the scooter and the roller bearing? Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. Faubert said in surprise, I didn't expect that you could come up with such a good idea at such a young age. It seems that we old guys are really old. Huh? What are you talking about, Faubert? As the saying goes, having an old man in the house is like having a treasure. I have a lot of immature ideas in the future, and I need you to guide me. Li Zixuan valued these old craftsmen very much. Although their physical strength was not good, their experience was very valuable. Faubert felt warm in his heart when he heard Li Zixuan's words. This owner was young and talented, but not overbearing. Faubert also had a good impression of him. He stroked his beard and smiled. Haha, you're too serious. We old guys just can't stay idle. We have no regrets if we can make one last contribution to the workshop. Faubert, you can call me Little Xian in the future. You're an elder, and I don't deserve it. Haha, then I'll call you Little Xian. Come, Little Xian, you came the right time. I was just about to talk to you about your scooter and the bearing. Chapter 69. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Little Xian, I'm a straightforward old man, so don't be offended. Although your scooter is innovative, it's just a toy for children. It's not beneficial to the people's livelihood. Your roller bearings are very useful. Since you have talent in this area, you should study more things that are beneficial to the people. After they sat down, Faubert began to preach to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was speechless. This old man's temper was really straightforward. If it was a narrow-minded person, they would definitely bear a grudge against him because of this. But fortunately, Li Zixuan wasn't that kind of person. He agreed with Faubert's words. Faubert is right. This scooter is just a toy I thought of to coax my sister. Of course, I won't only make this in the future. Faubert nodded with gratification. Well, you're worth teaching. Li Zixuan remembered another purpose of coming to the workshop this time. He said, Yesterday, I went to my family's farmstead and found that it's very difficult to plow the fields this year due to the lack of rain. It's estimated that some of the farmers will miss the spring plowing. Brother Xiaoning and Faubert, do you know about this? Yin Xiaoning's face turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, This situation doesn't only happen in your farmstead. It's more or less the same situation in the surrounding counties of Chang'an. According to my father, this matter has alarmed the imperial court. His Majesty has also learned about it. He's ordering people to transfer a batch of cattle from the northern counties to Chang, and distribute them to the farmers. He's trying his best not to let the farmers miss the spring plowing. Faubert also nodded and said, I've also heard about this. But little Xian, why did you mention this? We can't help much with this kind of thing. We can only rely on the imperial court. Lisa Xuan stood up and disagreed. Faubert's words are wrong. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. As a craftsman, you must have the spirit of a craftsman. You just taught me to study more things that are beneficial to the people's livelihood. Then why can't we make better farming tools for the people? Faubert raised his eyebrows. He had been in this field for so many years, but today he was being lectured by this little kid. He was proud and arrogant. He was a bit unhappy and frowned. It's easy for you to say. The straight plow used by the Tang dynasty originated from the Han dynasty. After several improvements, it's already the most advanced farming tool. How can there be better farming tools? I don't agree with Uncle Fu's words. How can craftsmen not seek innovation? How can they do things like planting trees for their predecessors and enjoying the shade for their descendants? If they don't try, how can they know that they can't make better farming tools? Faubert was not convinced. So, you can make better farming tools? Lisa Xuan could also see that this old man was stubborn. It wasn't that he had a bad heart, but he didn't allow others to question him in the field he was best at. Lisa Xuan had seen a lot of people like this in his previous life. Generally, all the big shots in various fields had this kind of bad habit. Lisa Xuan didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out the drawing of the curved plow from his sleeve, spread it out on the table, and said to the two of them, This is a type of plow that I thought of when I saw the villagers using the straight plow in the Han village yesterday. It's a more labor-saving plow. Today, I'm looking for a workshop to make a batch as soon as possible. Brothers shouting, Faubert, come and take a look. Yin shouting and Faubert couldn't wait to take a look at the drawing. It was the first time that Faubert saw this kind of drawing technique. He couldn't help but frown. He wanted to ask Lisa Xuan, but he was a little embarrassed to do so. He had just quarreled with Lisa Xuan, so he couldn't bring himself to ask. Yin shouting, on the other hand, was very familiar with this kind of drawing technique. He read the contents of the drawing carefully, then closed his eyes and concentrated. He imagined the structure of the plow in his mind. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes. Little Xian, this plow of yours should be an evolution of the straight plow, right? I saw that you made some changes to the length and shape of the plow shaft. You even installed a wheel on the shaft. I've never seen this kind of structure before. I can't tell which one is more labor-saving between your plow and the straight plow we use. At this time, Faubert saw that Yin Shouning's words were clear and logical. It was obvious that he could understand this kind of drawing. Faubert couldn't help but feel depressed. He had been a craftsman all his life, and he had his own pride in this field. He didn't expect that today. It seemed that he wasn't as good as these two little kids. In fact, after Yin Shouting finished speaking, he noticed that Faubert was still staring at the drawing. He thought for a bit and understood what was going on. He patted his head and said embarrassedly, Faubert, I forgot to tell you. This kind of drawing technique was created by little Xian. These three drawings represent the shape of the object when seen from three directions. Yin Shouting began to teach Faubert about the three-view view again. Faubert had studied this field for so many years, so he understood it all with just a little bit of explanation. Even though he didn't agree with Lisa Xuan's point of view before, he now somewhat agreed with Lisa Xuan's drawing method. He nodded and looked at the drawing again. Lisa Xuan also explained to the side, Faubert, brother shouting, I call this kind of plow the curved shaft plow. It is made up of 11 parts, which are the plowshare, the plow wall, the plow bottom, the plow press, the plow head, the plow arrow, the plow shaft, the plow judge, the plow construction, the plow tip, and the plow disc. Lisa Xuan pointed at the drawing and explained one by one as he spoke. The two listened to him seriously. Even if they could understand the drawing, they definitely couldn't compare to Lisa Xuan in terms of understanding the curved shaft plow. Lisa Xuan continued, I changed the long straight shaft into a short curved shaft and installed a plow disc that can rotate freely at the head of the shaft. Not only does this make the plow frame smaller and lighter, but it also makes it easier to turn and turn. It's more flexible to operate and saves more manpower and animal power. Also, I added the plow judge and plow arrow. If the plow judge is used, the plow arrow can be directed downwards and the plowshare will go deeper into the soil. If the plow judge is used, the plow arrow can be directed upwards and the plowshare will go deeper into the soil. By combining the plow judge, plow arrow, and plow arrow, it can adapt to the different requirements of deep plowing and plow. Not only can the plow wall break the soil, but it can also push the plowed soil to the side and reduce the resistance of the plow. With all these improvements, the curved shaft plow saves at least 50% of the effort compared to the straight shaft plow. Lisa Schwan looked at the drawing and spoke with assurance. The two nodded as they listened. In the end, Faubert couldn't help but say, "Your design is quite innovative and it sounds reasonable. However, we're only talking about it on paper. No one knows if it will save more effort or be easier to use." Lisa Schwan wanted to tell him that there was a theoretical basis for all of this. He just needed to draw a force analysis diagram and do some calculations according to the formula to know which ones save more effort. However, if he told them that, he would have to teach them about engineering mechanics. This was not something that could be explained in a few words. Lisa Schwan could only say, "Faubert, what you said is not unreasonable. However, practice is the only standard to test the truth. Instead of arguing here, why don't we make a batch of plows to test first? Won't we know which plow saves more effort?" Faubert muttered, "Practice is the only standard to test the truth. Little Xian, what you said is very reasonable. Then let's make one a test." Lisa Schwan cupped his hands and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble Faubert to make 20 curved shaft plows. My village needs them urgently. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring this batch of curved shaft plows to the village for an experiment." Faubert frowned. "Little Xian, you're making so many on your first try?" Lisa Schwan smiled confidently. "Faubert, I'm very confident in the curved shaft plows. The villagers of the Han village are waiting for spring plowing. I don't have time to test them one by one. I believe that the curved shaft plows can solve this urgent problem." Faubert hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, since little Xian said so, then the workshop will work overtime to make 20 curved shaft plows. The day after tomorrow, I'll go with you to the Han village to see the results." "I want to go too," enchanting hurriedly added. If the curved shaft plows were really as magical as Lisa Schwan said, then this would definitely be a shocking event. He had to go and see for himself. Chapter 70. When Lisa Schwan left the workshop, he asked someone to send the 300 scooters that he had already made to the strange interest pavilion. The original shopkeeper of the curious pavilion had already moved everything away. Lisa Schwan had previously had Wang Zhong decorate the shop. He felt that the most important thing about the curious pavilion was the novelty of the products, not the decoration of the shop. "Brother Shouting, now that we have the first batch of scooters, I plan to open for business tomorrow. I will have someone inform the Crown Prince and Princess Changle that tomorrow at noon, Brother Shouting, please be there on time." With the first batch of scooters, Lisa Schwan's back was firm, and he planned to open for business immediately. Yin Shouting was shocked so fast. Lisa Schwan nodded his head. "Since we already have the first batch of scooters, the sooner we open for business, the better. Besides, there's still a lot of things waiting for me to do." "Okay, then your brother will definitely be there on time tomorrow." When Lisa Schwan returned home, he immediately wrote 2 invitations and asked Wang Zhong to send them to Cheng Chumo and Li Changqian. These 2 good brothers still had to be notified and at the same time, let them come and support him. Wang Zhong accepted the order and left. Lisa Schwan then called for San Bao, instructing San Bao, "Go to the Western Market and find 6 children from the vaudeville troupe. 6 or 7 years old will do. Tell them that this young master needs to invite people to perform. Each person will be paid 200 copper coins a day. Quickly go and bring them back." Although San Bao was puzzled, he knew that he should not ask. Thus, without hesitation, he bowed and replied, "Yes, young master. San Bao will go immediately." 2 hours later, San Bao returned with the 6 children and a middle-aged man. "Young master, San Bao has returned. This is troop leader's son of the vaudeville troupe." He was somewhat worried and followed along. San Bao pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him to Lisa Schwan. Without waiting for Li Zixuan to speak, Leader Sun took the initiative to step forward and say, "Young master, I'm really sorry. I was just worried that these children were not sensible and would offend young master, so I followed you. Young master, please don't misunderstand." Li Zixuan knew in his heart that Leader Sun was probably afraid that something would happen to these children, such as encountering human traffickers or something. That was why he followed them. However, this also showed that this person had a good heart and was not the kind of person who only had money in his eyes. Li Zixuan was too lazy to expose him, so he just smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Leader Sun? I have a shop in the East City that will officially open tomorrow. I invited these children here mainly to let them perform at the entrance of the shop tomorrow for a festive occasion." Leader Sun heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had indeed been worried about the safety of these children before, which was why he had followed them here. "If that's the case, young master, if you have any requests, feel free to instruct these children. Their playing skills are not bad. This old man will take his leave first." Li Zixuan nodded. "Sanbao, give your salary to Leader Sun first." After Leader Sun left, Li Zixuan looked at the 6 children in front of him. There were 3 boys and 3 girls. They were all about 6 or 7 years old. Although they looked thin and weak, each of them exuded a sense of cleverness. "What are your names?" Li Zixuan asked kindly. "Young master, my name is Xiao Hang. I'm the oldest among us. This is Xiao Hao. This is Xiao Ji. This is Xiao Shui. This is Xiao Ming. And this is Xiao Ya. Young master, what do you want us to perform? Feel free to instruct us. Although we are young, we can definitely do it well." A slightly older boy came out and introduced them to Li Zixuan. The other children looked at Li Zixuan with hopeful faces. They all wanted to perform well and satisfy this young master. Otherwise, they would definitely be scolded when they went back. "Well, don't be nervous. I didn't ask you to perform any difficult juggling. I just want you to play something very interesting. Sanbao, go and bring all the scooters in our school." "Yes, young master." Half an hour later, Sanbao and 2 other servants brought 6 scooters over. The 6 children stared at the scooters curiously. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your task is very simple. You must learn how to ride the scooters by today. When my shop opens tomorrow, you will split into 2 groups and ride the scooters. Make 2 lines of scooters at the entrance of the shop to attract the crowd. Sanbao, come over and teach them how to ride." Sanbao's face was bitter. This was something for children to play with. He was too embarrassed to play with it. "Young master, Sanbao has never played with scooters before. Stop talking nonsense. If you haven't played with scooters before, then you haven't seen it before. How Lon usually plays with scooters is how you play with scooters. Quickly go and teach them. I will reward you." Li Zixuan was, of course, unwilling to teach a group of children how to ride scooters. It was too degrading. He had no problem teaching his younger sister, but with so many children, it was better to let Sanbao teach them. Li Zixuan finished speaking and went back to the west courtyard. He planned to wait for 4 hours before coming back to check on the progress. Duke Lu's mansion. "Young master, this is an invitation sent by Li Zixuan." The Chung Mansion's housekeeper handed an invitation to Chung Chumo. "Oh, an invitation from Xiao Xian? What does he want to do? Let me see." Chung Chumo took the invitation curiously. He opened it and looked at it carefully. He said, "Strange Interest Pavilion? What is it for?" "Uncle Liang, do you know about the Strange Interest Pavilion?" Housekeeper Liang thought for a while and replied, "I have never heard of this Strange Interest Pavilion. But looking at the location written on the invitation, it should be the shop where the East City's Heavenly Craft Pavilion used to be. I heard that the Heavenly Craft Pavilion was going to sell it, but I didn't expect it to be bought by the Li family." Chung Chumo nodded. He also didn't know what Li Zixuan was doing, but he suddenly remembered a rumor today and said, "Uncle Liang, I heard that Xiao Xian's family was wantonly purchasing chicken seedlings in the West City today. Is this true?" Housekeeper Liang nodded. "Young master, I also heard about this today. It is said that they bought at least 7,000 chicken seedlings today. They bought almost all the chicken seedlings in the East City today. I'm also curious as to why they bought so many chicken seedlings." Although Ching Chumo was a bit fierce, he wasn't stupid. He stroked his stubbled chin, thought for a while, and said, "This brother of mine is very smart. This brother of mine is very smart. I don't believe that he would make a loss. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. I'll ask him tomorrow. If there's really a profit to be made, I'll ask my father to buy some chicken seedlings." Hee. East Palace. An eunuch hurried in and bowed to Li Changxian. "Reporting to your highness, there is a person outside the palace with the East Palace token. He asked this servant to give this invitation to your highness." Li Changxian curiously said, "Oh, give it to me." When he saw the contents of the invitation, Li Changxian's eyes lit up. He said, "Oh, they open for business so soon? That's great. Come, set up the Changle Palace." Chapter 71. Changle Palace. Changle was reading Journey to the West with great interest. She had been studying palace etiquette in the inner court for the past 2 days. It was rare for her to be free today. She finally had time to read this imaginative story. Changle, are you reading Journey to the West? Li Changxian came in directly without letting anyone report. He had a good relationship with Changle. He had come to Changle Palace many times, and the palace maid were already used to it. Brother Crown Prince, why are you here?" Changle saw that her story was interrupted. She looked up and saw Li Changxian. She was pleasantly surprised. I'm here to give you good news today." Li Changxian envied Li Zixuan since he met him and saw the harmonious and warm relationship between him and Lan'er. After that, he visited his sister more frequently. He also wanted to be a good brother. "Brother Crown Prince, what's the good news?" Changle smiled faintly. Li Changxian took out the invitation and handed it over. He said, "Changle, Strange Interest Pavilion will officially open tomorrow. You're also one of the shareholders. Do you want to go tomorrow?" Changle took the invitation and opened it. She was pleasantly surprised. "Of course I want to go. Let's go and ask for leave for Mother. I will go out with Brother Crown Prince tomorrow." She put down the invitation and was about to pull Li Changxian to the inner court to find Zhang Sun. Li Changxian shook his head helplessly and followed his sister. Li Tai remembered that he hadn't returned the Journey to the West that he borrowed from Changle. He thought about going to Changle Palace to return it. As an elder brother, it was already not proper for him to borrow the book secretly. If he borrowed it and didn't return it, it would be even more inexcusable. To show his sincerity, Little Fatty specially brought the hardcover version of Journey to the West that he personally copied and came to Changle Palace. Of course, he was prepared to be scolded by Changle. After all, he was in the wrong. "This servant greets your highness, Duke of Wei." When Lear saw the visitor, she immediately went forward and bowed. However, the way she looked at Li Tai was a little strange. Last time, Li Tai stole books and caused her to almost be punished. Of course, she didn't dare to blame Li Tai. She was just a little vigilant and thought to herself, could it be that Wei Wang is here to steal again? Li Tai pretended not to see her strange eyes. He waved his hand and coughed softly. "Ahem, where's Changle?" "Reporting to your highness, the princess just went out with the crown prince." "Oh." Li Tai's eyes lit up as he was secretly delighted. However, he did not show it on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Then go busy yourself. This king is just taking a stroll." After saying that, he walked straight into the palace. Lear wanted to follow and take a look so that she wouldn't lose something again. However, Li Tai specifically forbade her from following. If she followed, she would definitely provoke Li Tai. After hesitating for a moment, Lear still didn't dare to follow. She prayed that the princess would return soon. Li Tai came to the hall and quickly glanced around. After seeing that there was no one, he immediately sneakily put the hardcover edition of Journey to the West on the table and prepared to leave. He was also afraid that Changle would suddenly return. At this moment, he saw a red invitation on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he took it and opened it to take a look. "East Market, Strange Interest Pavilion opening." "What is this? Li Zixuan?" "It's actually Li Zixuan's shop? So it's you, this bastard. Instead of writing Journey to the West properly, you actually opened some strange interest pavilion. You really don't do proper work. I'm so angry. This king will go and capture you tomorrow to specially write stories." "Oomph." Li Tai put down the invitation and walked away angrily, leaving behind a dazed Li outside the hall. Unaware that someone was plotting against him, Li Zixuan took an afternoon nap on the lounge chair in the western courtyard. When he opened his eyes, the sun was about to set. Thinking that the children in the front yard were still practicing their scooters, Li Zixuan hurriedly got up and washed his face. He wanted to go to the front yard to see how the children were doing. Before he reached the front yard, he heard the laughter of children. Li Zixuan even heard Iron Egg and Lan Er's voices. Hence, he hurriedly walked over. Little Ji, pay attention to controlling your speed. Maintain the formation. Yes, got it, brother Little Hang. Little Shui, your team's speed should be faster. Keep up with Miss Lan Er's speed. Don't fall behind. Understood. When Li Zixuan came over, he saw Little Hang instructing a few people to practice their scooters. There were a total of 2 teams. The boys' team, Little Hang was at the front. Iron Egg, that brat, actually mixed into the team. As for the girls' team, Lan Er was at the front. Behind her, 3 little girls were struggling to follow Lan Er. The 2 teams were like 2 small dragons, meandering in the front yard. It was very beautiful. The few children in the field cheered repeatedly, and Lan Er's voice was the loudest. The little girl usually had few playmates. This time, so many children came to play scooters with her. She was so excited that she pulled Iron Egg, who was learning how to read, along. Ah, brother, you're here. When Lan Er saw Li Zixuan, she stopped in her tracks and said in surprise. However, the 3 little girls following behind her didn't have time to stop in time. Be careful. Seeing that the few people were about to be rear-ended, Li Zixuan flashed over and picked up Lan Er and her scooter. Only then did they avoid a chain accident. He put Lan Er down and glared at her angrily. You're so careless. How can you be so careless? Lan was not afraid of him. She went forward and grabbed Li Zixuan's arm. She smiled and said, Lan Er knows that brother can save me in time. Didn't it happen last time? Little Hang and the others had also stopped their scooters. They came to Li Zixuan with some fear and said with trembling, Young master, please forgive us. We didn't take good care of Mississippi. Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand. He was not the kind of person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. It's not your fault. Don't be afraid. I just saw. Little Hang, you guys are practicing very well. Let's stop here today. Tomorrow morning, when the gate opens, you guys come over and practice for a while. At noon, we'll go to the East Market together. San Bao, give each of them 10 coins. You guys go home quickly. It was not that he was stingy, but 10 coins was a lot for these children. If he gave them more, it would harm them. When Little Hang heard that Li Zixuan did not vent his anger on them, he was greatly relieved. These young masters of rich families often beat people over small things. When he heard that there was a reward, Little Hang quickly went forward and said gratefully, Thank you, young master, for your reward. We will definitely come on time tomorrow and practice well. We won't embarrass you. Li Zixuan nodded. This child was very clever and knew how to talk. He could not help but wonder, are the children in ancient times all so precocious? The children happily received the reward and went home. At this time, Lan Er came over and said, Brother, Lan Er wants to perform with him tomorrow, okay? Li Zixuan frowned and said, Lan Er, why are you adding to the trouble? If there's trouble like just now, it will be very dangerous. Lan Er pouted and said, It won't happen. Lan Er was happy to see you just now. Lan Er promises that it won't happen again. Okay, brother. Li Zixuan's hair stood on end. When did this little girl learn to act coquettishly? He hurriedly jumped away, waved his hand, and said, Okay, you go. When the time comes, be careful. Lan Er cheered and said, Okay, then Iron Egg will go with us tomorrow, okay? Give him an inch, and he wants a mile. This was a classic example of giving him an inch, and he wants a mile. However, when Li Zixuan saw that Iron Egg was looking at him with a hopeful face, he knew that this child was addicted to playing. He said, Okay, but Iron Egg has to learn 20 words tomorrow before you can go. Oh, brother is the best. Iron Egg, let's go. Sister will teach you how to read now. Li Zixuan looked at the little girl's back and shook his head. Alas, this crazy girl. In the future, no one in the family will be able to control her. Chapter 72. The next morning, Li Zixuan was woken up by Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi said that the children from yesterday were already waiting in the front yard. Li Zixuan was still sleepy. He waved his hand and said, "Xiao Shi, let them practice first. I'm going to sleep for a while." After saying that, he directly fell onto the bed and laid out the word big without any care for his image. Oh no, it should be the word too. Xiao Shi saw the tall tent below the young master and quickly ran out with a red face. She thought to herself, "Young master is such a hooligan." Late in the morning, Li Zixuan finished his breakfast and went to the front yard. He saw the 8 children playing in the front yard. Today, their formation was obviously more orderly than yesterday. They cooperated better with each other, and the distance between each pair was also smaller than yesterday. Li Zixuan felt that it was quite interesting as he watched from the side. He looked up and saw that it was about time. Li Zixuan walked over and interrupted. "All right, let's stop. It's about time. Xiao Shi, go to the kitchen and get some pastries. You guys should eat something to fill your stomachs. There's no time for lunch. After lunch, we'll go to the East Market." The children were surprised. They didn't expect that other than their salary, they would also be rewarded with food. After they thanked Li Zixuan, they quickly went to wash their hands and eat the pastries. After watching them eat the pastries, Li Zixuan waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Then, like a child king, he led the 8 children on the scooters and rushed to the East Market. As for Wang Zhong, he had already gone to the shop to prepare for the opening. This strange team attracted a lot of attention along the way. The people of the Tang dynasty had never seen such a strange small car before. The pedestrians all made way and stood by the roadside to point at the scooters under the children's feet. However, this made the passers-by with children suffer. Children were very playful. Seeing such a novel toy and seeing that other children were having so much fun while they were not, how could they hold it in any longer? They immediately started acting coquettishly. "Mother, I also want that small car. Mother, quickly buy it for me. Daddy, Meng-Er wants the cars that those little brothers and sisters play with. Can Daddy also buy one for Meng-Er?" These two were the gentle type of people who could negotiate with each other. Of course, there were even more extreme ones. "Dad, if you don't buy that car for me, I won't get up today." A certain brat directly rolled on the ground and acted shamelessly. The man beside him was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He said angrily, "You little bastard, if you don't get up, I'll beat you to death. I won't get up even if you beat me to death." The parents looked at each other and could only compromise. But where were they going to buy such a car for their children? "Brother, do you know where I can buy this car?" "I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen it. Should we follow them and take a look?" "Brother, you're right." Just like this, without any advertising, the scooter had its first group of followers. The line behind Li Zixuan was also getting longer and longer. After entering the East Market, the crowd was even denser. There were even more onlookers. Naturally, the line was also longer. Li Zixuan was also happy to have them follow. It would be a waste if he didn't want free publicity. Li Zixuan brought the team to the entrance of the strange interest pavilion. He found that enchanting had already arrived. He was instructing people to lay out a red carpet and hang red ribbons around the shop. The entire strange interest pavilion was bustling with activity and was filled with joy. Li Zixuan greeted him and saw that there was a plaque covered with a red cloth hanging above the shop. Li Zixuan curiously looked for Wang Zhong and asked, "Uncle Wang, where did this plaque come from?" "Young master, this was just sent by a group of people. They said it was custom-made by a person called Gao Ming." Oh, Li Zixuan patted his head. These past 2 days, he had been busy preparing for the opening of the shop. He had nearly forgotten that the plaque had not been made. Fortunately, Li Chengxian was rather reliable. He had not forgotten about the plaque he had asked him to make last time. Li Zixuan patted Wang Zhong's shoulder and whispered, "Uncle Wang, this plaque was sent by His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. In a moment, the Crown Prince and Princess Changle will be coming. Don't be too surprised." In the future, Wang Zhong and Li Chengxian would inevitably come into contact many times. Li Zixuan wanted to tell Wang Zhong as soon as possible to prevent him from accidentally offending Li Chengxian. "Ah, young master, this," Wang Zhong's eyes widened in shock. He retreated 2 steps in disbelief. Li Zixuan comforted him. Uncle Wang, don't worry. The Crown Prince's temper is still quite good. Li Zixuan was preparing to go out and have the children begin their performance on the scooter. At this moment, he saw Li Chengxian, Princess Changel, and Cheng Chumo walking over together. Li Zixuan promptly went to welcome them. Gao Ming, little sister Changel, brother Chonyo, you've come. Li Chengxian nodded his head in greeting. Changel smiled sweetly. Brother Xiaoxian, Changel has 10% of the shares in this shop. Of course, Changel has to come take a look. Changel also has to thank brother Xiaoxian for the 10% of shares. This is Changel's first time opening a shop. Li Zixuan liked this bright-eyed princess from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Changel's words, he smiled and said, "It's fine as long as the princess likes it. There's no need to be polite." At this moment, Cheng Chumo stepped forward and laughed heartily. "Haha, after not seeing you for a few days, Xiaoxian, you've actually opened your own shop. As your older brother, of course I have to come and congratulate you." "Ha! Many thanks for brother Chonyo's support. Everyone, please follow me into the shop." After having Wang Zhong attend to these 3 people, Li Zixuan once again arrived outside the shop. Facing the children, he said, Xiaoxian, start the scooter. Little Hang, lead them and start performing the skateboard formation. Just stay around here. Don't go too far. Be careful, especially Lan Do you hear me?" "Yes, young master," Xiaoxian quickly replied. Finally, she could go out with her friends. Lan said excitedly, "Got it, brother. Lan will be very careful." At this moment, Changel and the other 2 also came out. Looking at the group of children standing on the strange scooter and lined up neatly, Changel couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Xiaoxian, what's this called? Will our Strange Taste Pavilion sell this in the future?" "This thing is called a scooter. It's only the first generation of products. Soon, an upgraded version will be released. Of course, Strange Taste Pavilion won't only sell scooters in the future. We'll also sell all kinds of novel things. If the princess likes it, I can give you one later." Changel said happily, "Thank you, brother Xiaoxian." At this moment, Wang Zhong came forward and reminded, "Young master, the auspicious time has arrived. Should we unveil the plaque and open for business now?" Many of them were parents who had been dragged over by their own brats. The brats were looking enviously at Lan and the others who were performing the skateboard formation. Li Zixuan felt that the time was about right, so he nodded and looked at Li Chengxian, saying, "Since this plaque was bought by Gao Ming, then let Gao Ming unveil it." Li Chengxian didn't refuse. He smiled and took the bamboo stick from Wang Zhong. He used his strength to pull off the red cloth on the plaque. This meant that Strange Taste Pavilion had officially opened for business. 3 bold and lively words, Strange Taste Pavilion, were seen in the middle of the plaque. Li Zixuan saw the beautiful lines of the 3 words, as if they were alive. He couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Li Chengxian and couldn't help but ask, "Gao Ming, which famous writer wrote these 3 words?" Li Chengxian said proudly, "He wasn't easy for me to get Dr. Chu to write these words. Brother Zixuan, you have to thank me properly." Li Zixuan was stunned. It turned out to be Chu Suiliang. He was one of the 4 great calligraphers of the early Tang dynasty, along with Ouyang Sun, Yu Shinan, and Xueji. This plaque could be a family heirloom in the future. Li Zixuan also heard a story about Chu Suiliang. It was said that the idiom "little bird depends on man" originated from Chu Suiliang. According to historical records, Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, once talked about the officials in the imperial court. He commented on Chu Suiliang as follows. Chu Suiliang is a bit more knowledgeable and has a strong character. He wrote loyal couplets, such as "Little bird depends on man," adding love. Probably many people didn't think that the idiom "little bird depends on man" was first used on a very strong and straightforward official. Li Zixuan recovered from the shock and said, "Yes, we have to thank Gao Ming properly. This Dr. Chu's calligraphy is rare. Well, Strange Taste Pavilion has officially opened for business." "Hey, shopkeeper, is your shop selling this scooter?" After watching the scooter formation for so long, the crowd finally couldn't help but ask. They couldn't help but ask. Their little brats have been making a fuss. As soon as he finished asking, a group of people immediately followed behind him and echoed, "Yes, shopkeeper, are you selling it or not? How much? Give us a price. We are in a hurry." "Yes, yes. How much? I want to buy one." Lisa Schwan went forward and cupped his hands. "Friends, of course we are selling this scooter. Today is the opening day of our shop. All the scooters are 10% off. The original price of a scooter is 400 copper coins. Today it is only 360 copper coins. We will also give you a white membership card. In the future, you can enjoy a 5% discount when you buy products in our shop with this card." The cost of a scooter was about 200 copper coins. Lisa Schwan didn't want to sell it too expensive. 400 copper coins was about right. He would treat it as a gift for the Tang children. Hearing the price, the crowd started to talk about it. 360 copper coins? So expensive? Xiaohu, let's not buy it. Dad will make one for you when we go back. No, I want to buy this. Mom, I want to buy it too. Lisa Schwan added at this time. If you want to buy, hurry up and line up. Today, there are only 300 scooters in the shop. First come, first serve. If you want to buy, hurry up. Now, the crowd didn't have the chance to hesitate. They all joined the line. Although 360 copper coins was a little expensive, most people could still afford it. If they didn't buy it today, they would be annoyed to death by their little brats. Lisa Schwan saw that the scene was starting to become popular. He waved his hand and called Xiaohang over. "Xiaohang, take them on the scooters and walk around the entire East Market. Be careful, okay?" The shop didn't need to advertise anymore. Lisa Schwan asked Xiaohang and the others to go to the East Market to attract more people. "Yes, young master," Xiaohang answered and rushed into the East Market with the two scooter teams. Chapter 73. The line outside the strange interest pavilion was getting longer and longer. Many people were shopping in other places in the East Market when their children saw Xiaohang's fleet of scooters. They cried and dragged them over to buy scooters. In less than an hour, there were only a few dozen scooters left out of the 300. Some people at the back of the line saw that it was not their turn, so they said unwillingly, "Manager, when will you have more scooters?" Lisa Schwan thought for a while and said, "Tomorrow. For those who didn't buy one today, please come early tomorrow." It seemed that he had to ask Faubert to make more scooters because the children who bought the scooters today would advertise the strange interest pavilion for free as long as they came out to play with the scooters. When other children saw that their friends had such fun things but they didn't, they would definitely make a fuss and ask their parents to buy them. The sales of the strange interest pavilion scooters would only increase in the next few days. Less than an hour later, the 300 scooters were all sold out. Those who didn't manage to buy any scooters dragged their crying children back home. It was likely that these families wouldn't be able to have a peaceful night. Lisa Schwan turned his head and smiled at them, saying, "This is a good start. Smart. Changle, shouting, it seems that as shareholders of the strange interest pavilion, you won't lose money, haha." It was Changle's first time doing business, so she was the most excited. She smiled and said, "Not only won't we not lose money, not only will we not suffer a loss, but at this rate, Strange Taste Pavilion's monthly income will be at least 1,000 strings of coins. By then, Changle will be able to save money to buy beautiful jewelry for Mother." "Thank you, Brother Xiaoxian." What a filial little girl. Li Chengxian couldn't help but rub her little head. Yin Xiaoning didn't care much about money. Although his family wasn't rich, they didn't lack money. Cheng Chumo was a little depressed. When Lisa Schwan was going to open the store, he wasn't in Chong and didn't catch the bus. However, he saw that the scooters were a little childish and seemed to be only suitable for children. He felt relieved and said, "Xiaoxian, although your scooters look interesting, they are only for children." "Who said so?" "This scooter can be slightly modified so that adults can also play with it," Lisa Schwan replied. In his previous life, weren't there many college students who skateboard as well? Lisa Schwan had even joined a skateboarding club during his undergraduate studies. Who are you trying to fool? If Milord were to play with this, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? Haha, Brother Chonyo, don't doubt me. Wait a moment, I'll show you. Lisa Schwan went straight into Chitsu Pavilion and went to the second floor to get a skateboard he made a few days ago. It was the kind of skateboard that didn't have a handle at the front. Chung Chumo was overjoyed when he saw Lisa Xuan holding a broken wooden board without a handle. Ha! Little Xian, you're not talking about this thing in your hand, are you? It's just a broken wooden board. What's so fun about it? From what I see, it's not even as good as the scooters you sold before. Lisa Xuan ignored this idiot and asked the waiter to bring over 4 stools. He placed them in front of the Chitu pavilion with a few feet between them. Lisa Xuan then turned to Ching Chumo and said, Brother Chonyo, watch carefully. Brother Chonyo, watch carefully. Don't be tempted to play this game too. Ching Chumo curled his lips and said with disdain, Ha! Whoever plays with this is a dog. Lisa Xuan was furious. Damn you, I don't have a sister. However, Xiao Xian, if you want, I can introduce one to you. Ha! Lisa Xuan was speechless. Lisa Xuan didn't want to talk nonsense. He set up the skateboard and stepped on it with one leg while the other leg pushed off the ground to increase his speed. Everyone saw Lisa Xuan getting closer and closer to the stools on the ground. Their hearts were in their throats, and they couldn't help but worry for Lisa Xuan. Just as he was about to hit the stools, Lisa Xuan's entire body and the skateboard suddenly soared into the sky. He beautifully jumped over the stools and landed steadily. This guy even had time to strike a pose. Then, without slowing down, he jumped over the remaining 3 stools. After landing, he spun twice and stabilized himself. At this moment, there was already a circle of onlookers. Everyone saw Lisa Xuan make a series of beautiful moves and land steadily. The onlookers all cheered loudly. Wow, Brother Xiaoxian is so awesome. Changle clapped her hands excitedly. Lisa Xuan and Yin Xiaoning were also dumbfounded by Lisa Xuan's beautiful skills. Chung Chumo was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that a broken wooden board could be played with by Lisa Xuan. However, Chung Chumo had always liked excitement. Now that he saw such a new way of playing, he couldn't help but want to try it. He ran to Lisa Xuan's side and chuckled. Xiao Xian, this thing of yours is pretty interesting. Let me play with it for a while. I guarantee that I'll play it better than you, haha. This guy completely forgot what he just said. He didn't care if Lisa Xuan agreed or not. He directly pushed Lisa Xuan away and took control of the skateboard. He also copied Lisa Xuan's movements. He stepped on the skateboard with one foot and accelerated with the other. Needless to say, this guy's learning ability was pretty good. He actually copied Lisa Xuan's movements by 70 to 80%. Everything went so smoothly. Feeling the wind-like speed, Chung Chumo was very proud. Just as Chung Chumo was about to get close to the bench, he let out a cheering "oh whoa." He also copied Lisa Xuan's movements and jumped up. However, although he jumped up, the skateboard didn't. Chung Chumo also realized that something was wrong in the air. He quickly wanted to use his left foot to hook the skateboard up. However, at this time, he had already touched the bench. His whole body was tripped by the bench. With a bang, he beautifully fell down like a wild goose landing on the sand. He fell flat on his face, causing smoke and dust to rise around him. The field suddenly went silent for a few breaths of time. Then, there was a burst of laughter. Ha! Lisa Xuan was the first one who couldn't hold it in. He pointed at Chung Chumo, who was sprawled on the ground, and laughed loudly. After a while, he laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He couldn't help but bend down. Li Chengxian and Yin Xiaoning reacted and also laughed loudly. Changle covered her mouth and turned her head away to giggle. She laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. The crowd was still cheering for Lisa Xuan's wonderful performance. In the blink of an eye, Chung Chumo, this funny guy, came up. The atmosphere changed too quickly. Everyone was stunned for a while before they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chung Chumo was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. He didn't dare to raise his head and let others see his face. He wanted to find a hole to hide in so that he wouldn't embarrass the Chung family. However, there was someone who didn't let him do as he wished. At this time, a little girl's voice came from beside him. Hey, isn't this Big Brother Chonyo? Big Brother Chonyo, what are you doing lying on the ground? Lawn Air brought her previous friends back to the strange interest pavilion. When she saw Chung Chumo lying on the ground, the little girl thought that there was something fun on the ground. She hurriedly stepped on the skateboard and ran over to ask curiously. At this moment, Cheng Chumo only wanted to dig a hole and bury himself so that no one could see him. Chapter 74. Li Zixuan asked someone to bring the dusty Cheng Chumo to the second floor to clean up. Then, he turned to look at Xiao Hang and the others and said with a smile, "Xiao Hang, your performance today was very good. You will all be rewarded. 3 treasures, 20 coins each." The 6 children quickly stepped forward and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, young master." Li Zixuan waved his hand with a smile and said, "This is what you deserve. Go back and tell your leader that I am very satisfied. If there's a chance next time, I will look for you to cooperate." The children happily received the reward, handed in the scooters, and were about to leave. However, they couldn't help but look back at the scooters a few times. Anyone could see the reluctance in their eyes. Although they had only played with the scooters for a day, they were completely fascinated by this novel toy. However, they definitely couldn't afford it, so they could only look at it a few more times. "Brother, those scooters are a little old. Anyway, we can't sell them. Why don't we give them to Xiao Hang and the others?" Lan gently tugged at Li Zixuan's arm and whispered, "She had a lot of fun with these little friends today. Everyone took care of her." At this time, seeing that Xiao Hang and the others were reluctant to part with the scooters, Lan thought of an excuse to ask her brother to give them the scooters. However, how could Li Zixuan not see through this little trick? However, he didn't care about this small amount of money. If he gave it to them, then so be it. So, he rubbed Lan's little head and called Xiao Hang and the others back. He smiled and said, "Xiao Hang, this scooter is already old. It definitely can't be sold. I'll give it to you." The children were surprised, but Xiao Hang was more mature. He quickly bowed and said, "Young master, this is too expensive. Xiao Hang doesn't dare to accept it." My brother already said that he would give it to you. Take it quickly. My brother doesn't lack this little money." Lan finally persuaded her brother. Seeing that Xiao Hang refused again, the little girl quickly ran over and pushed the scooter to Xiao Hang's feet. Li Zixuan smiled and shook his head. In fact, he felt quite good. It felt good to be thanked by others. It was still good to be a tycoon. When Xiao Hang and the others saw that Li Zixuan did not object to Lan's words, they hesitated for a moment before taking the scooter. Xiao Hang happily bowed and thanked them. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Miss Lan. The next time young master opens the shop, we will perform for young master for free." Okay. The others nodded in agreement. Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand. "Go back quickly. Be careful on the road." The children rode their scooters and left happily under the setting sun. Li Chengxian and the others saw that there was nothing else to do here, so they left. When Chang'e left, Li Zixuan specially gave her a pink scooter, which made the girl very happy. Yunqi Restaurant, in a private room on the 3rd floor. "Your Imperial Highness, the crowd surrounding the Pavilion of Wonders has dispersed. The Crown Prince and Princess Chang'e have already left." A black-clothed imperial bodyguard bowed and reported to a luxuriously dressed little fatty seated at the head of the table. This little fatty was Li Tai. Today, he had come to capture Li Zixuan and bring him back to write a story. However, he had never expected that the Pavilion of Wonders would be surrounded by so many spectators. Immediately, Li Tai felt somewhat terrified. Although he was Li Er's most beloved imperial son, if he caused trouble in front of so many people, and if an imperial censor were to bring this matter to court, Li Er would definitely not let him off easily. Moreover, his elder brother and younger sister were both there. If they were to speak up for Li Zixuan, it would be difficult for him to do anything. As a result, he had imperial bodyguards keep an eye on the Pavilion of Wonders, while he himself went to the Yunqi restaurant across the street. He ordered a table of dishes and sat there, eating as he waited for news. To his pleasant surprise, the Yunqi restaurant actually had gnawed chicken. Although the taste was slightly inferior to that of the Drunken Immortal, compared to the other dishes of the restaurant, this knockoff version was clearly more delicious. The little fatty was so engrossed in eating that he had nearly forgotten the reason for his visit today. Only now did he hear the Imperial bodyguard's report, did he remember that he had come to capture Li Zixuan. Li Tai belched and rubbed his round belly. With a sinister smile, he said, "Hee, since they've all left, It's time for us to take action. Zhao Yu, take a few men and quickly follow this prince. Don't let him escape. Yes, sir. Pavilion of Wonders. Seeing that the Easter marketplace was about to close, Li Zishuan packed up his things and had the head steward support the bruised and battered Cheng Chumo. He was about to close the door and return home. Just at this moment, a group of burly men blocked their path. Following this, an arrogant voice sounded out from behind them. Which one of you is Li Zishuan? Hurry up and stand out for this prince. As soon as the voice fell, a fair and clean little fatty slowly walked out from behind the group of burly men. When Li Zishuan heard the child in front of him refer to himself as this prince, and his tone was obviously unfriendly, he was shocked. However, he was not someone who was afraid of trouble. He squeezed Lan Er's small hand to reassure her, then stepped out from the crowd and said in a clear voice, "Your Highness, I am Li Zishuan. May I know why your Highness is looking for this humble one?" At this moment, Cheng Chumo recognized the person. He asked in surprise, "Prince Wei?" When Li Tai heard that someone recognized him, he hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. After a long while, he finally recognized that the bruised and battered person in front of him was Cheng Chumo. He turned his head and glared at Zhao Yu. Cheng Chumo was also here. How could the guard not report such important information? This was an injustice to the guard. Cheng Chumo had injured himself while skateboarding and had been recuperating on the second floor, not daring to come out and embarrass himself. How could the guard know whether Cheng Chumo was here or not? Although Li Tai was a prince, he was still quite wary of Cheng Chumo. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can't take her by force today." This was because he had heard that Li Zishuan had a good relationship with Cheng Chumo. If he took her away in front of Cheng Chumo, Li would definitely not let him off easily. "Oh, so Chon Yo is here too. Haha, what a coincidence," Li Tai said awkwardly. Cheng Chumo could tell from Li Tai's first words that he did not come here with good intentions. He was probably here to cause trouble for Li Zishuan. Of course, he would support his brother at this time. Cheng Chumo walked to Li Zishuan's side and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder hard. He laughed loudly at Li Tai. "Today is the opening of my brother's new shop. Of course I, Old Cheng, have to come to support. May I know why Prince of Wei is here today?" The crown prince and the princess just left. He pretended to be close and deliberately mentioned Li Chengxian and Changle. Naturally, he implied that he wanted to intimidate Li Tai and remind him not to deliberately make things difficult for Li Zishuan. He was usually a simple-minded person, but that was just because he did not want to use his brain. But today, his good brother was in danger. He had to use his brain to help. Although he could defeat this group of people, he would definitely cause trouble for his father after the fight. How could Li Tai not hear the hidden meaning in Cheng Chumo's words? Even though he knew that Cheng Chumo was speaking the truth, he, Li Tai, would not be threatened by anyone other than Li and Chang's son. At this moment, Li Tai said with a fake smile, "Chonyo, are you representing your Cheng family to stand against this prince?" Cheng Chumo was momentarily speechless. Regarding the issue of a prince's side, he naturally could not represent his father. He did not know what to do when Li Tai used his power to suppress others. "Your Highness Prince of Wei must be joking." Brother Chonyo was only joking. "Your Highness Prince of Wei should not take it to heart. May I know why your Highness is looking for this commoner today?" Li Zishuan could not sit still when he saw his good brother stand up for him. Thus, he stepped forward to help Cheng Chumo out of his predicament. Chapter 75. East Market, in front of Strange Interest Pavilion. When Li Tai saw someone come forward to admit it, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked proudly, "Did you write Journey to the West?" What did this have to do with Journey to the West? Li Zishuan was a little puzzled, but he still nodded and admitted, "Journey to the West was indeed written by me." "What does your Highness mean by this?" "Well, I'm here to find you. There's a good job here. I want you to be my guest. In the future, you will write stories like Journey to the West for me. Your monthly salary will be 20 strings of coins. How about it? This is much more promising than your shabby shop," Li Tai said with a look of superiority and pride. In his opinion, the shabby shop in front of him could at most earn 10 strings of coins a month. How could it be as good as writing stories for him? He was not like that poor Li Changqian. Li Er and Zhang Sun had always doted on him and gave him a lot of rewards every month. Therefore, he had the money to keep a guest. Cheng Chumo was speechless. Although he did not directly participate in the operation today, he saw everything. The daily turnover of Strange Interest Pavilion was more than 100 strings of coins. After deducting the cost, the profit was at least 40 to 50 strings of coins. He really did not know where Li Tai's confidence came from. Li Zixuan looked at the little fatty who was flaunting his wealth and superiority in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to tell Li Tai that he would give him 40 strings of coins a month as long as he stopped bothering him. But after thinking about it, he felt that this would be too hurtful. Li Tai would probably be angry, so he did not say it. Li Zixuan could only say tactfully, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your highness. This humble one is undisciplined and only wants to stay at home and open a shop. I have no intention of becoming a guest of the prince's residence." Li Tai was standing there waiting for Li Zixuan to agree, but he did not expect Li Zixuan to reject him without hesitation. He was very angry and secretly thought that this brat really did not know how to appreciate favors. Li Tai, who had been living a smooth life since he was young, was a little embarrassed at this moment. He said with an ugly expression, "Are you sure?" Li Zixuan knew that this little fatty was going to get angry, but he was sure that Li Tai did not dare to do anything to him. He was doing legal business and did not do anything to steal chickens and dogs. Tang Chu's governance was relatively clear, so he was not afraid that he would use his identity to avenge private wrongs. Moreover, Chang Chumo was still standing next to him, so his heart was not afraid. Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively. "I'm sure." When Li Tai heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. "Good, very good. Do you think this king can't do anything to you? This prince heard that you and Yin Xiaoning, the son of Minister Yin, have a workshop. The craftsmen in the workshop were all from the General Works Directorate. Tell me, if this prince were to ask Imperial Father to bestow those craftsmen to me, do you think Imperial Father will agree?" "You?" Cheng Chumo was angry when he heard this and was about to step forward to argue, but Li Zixuan quickly pulled him back. Cheng Chumo had already helped him enough, so he could not drag Cheng Chumo down with the rest of the matter. What Li Tai had just said was indeed the weakness of Strange Taste Pavilion. The status of craftsmen in this era was very low, so Li Er would not refuse Li Tai's pleas for a group of craftsmen. If that happened, the foundation of Strange Taste Pavilion would be shaken. Even if Li Zixuan had countless inventions that could make money, without craftsmen, he could not make them. Everything would be in vain. Strange Taste Pavilion was very important in the future, so Li Zixuan absolutely would not allow this to happen. This little fatty's move was really ruthless. Li Zixuan's mind raced. Since force did not work, then he could only use soft methods. This Prince of Wei was actually making things difficult for him today just because of a book, Journey to the West. It was clear that he was still somewhat of a child. Moreover, it was said that Li Tai was full of talent and was extremely arrogant. Li Zixuan suddenly thought of a plan and smiled. "I can write a book for your highness, but I have heard that your highness is very knowledgeable. You are proficient in calligraphy, painting, the classics, and arithmetic. I wonder if your highness can answer a few questions of this commoner?" When Li Tai heard Li Zixuan praise him like a flower, a trace of pride flashed across his face. This was where he, Li Tai, was more awesome than the crown prince. He was full of talent, so Li Tai doted on him. When he heard that Li Zixuan wanted him to answer a question, Li Tai frowned. Even though he was very talented, who knew what questions Li Zixuan would ask? He was not stupid. Why would he agree? Now that he had the absolute advantage, there was no need to complicate matters. Why should this prince answer your question? Li Tai's face was full of arrogance. This little fatty was not old, but he was quite smart. Li Zixuan had already guessed that he would not agree so easily. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. "If your highness insists on forcing me to write a story, even if I write one, it will definitely not be as exciting as Journey to the West. Your highness will not be satisfied with it. How about this? I will ask 10 questions. As long as your highness can answer one of them, I am willing to write for your highness for 3 years without any salary. Furthermore, The story I write will be even more exciting than Journey to the West. However, if your Highness cannot answer a single question, then please do not make things difficult for Strange Taste Pavilion in the future. How about it? Disdain. This was blatant disdain. Even though Li Tai knew that Li Zixuan's questions would be extremely difficult, he was proud of his talent. How could he not be able to answer even one question out of 10? Li Zixuan had successfully angered him. Furthermore, Li Zixuan's first half of the sentence was reasonable. Even if he used his power to force Li Zixuan to write a story for him, if Li Zixuan was unwilling, then the story he wrote would definitely not be good. Then everything he did would be meaningless. All right, then it's a deal. If you lose, then you have to write a story for this prince for 3 years. But your question must have an answer, otherwise it won't count. Although Li Tai was enraged, he still retained his rationality. If Li Zixuan asked questions that he had no answer to, such as how many hairs a person had on his head, how could he answer? This little fatty doesn't know that, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. He was still too inexperienced. Li Zixuan simply nodded and agreed. Of course, how would this humble one dare to maliciously make things difficult for your Highness? At this time, Lan pulled Li Zixuan's arm worriedly. Li Zixuan smiled at her and shook his head, indicating that he was fine and not to worry. He was someone who had experienced the information explosion of the 21st century. He didn't believe that this little fatty would be able to answer a few random questions. Li Tai nodded his head in satisfaction and called for the guards behind him to bring him a stool. After standing for so long, he was a little tired. He sat down on the stool and raised his chin at Li Zixuan, saying, Li Zixuan, if that's the case, quickly ask any questions you have. This prince is anxious for you to write a story for me. Li Tai was confident that he would not lose. Just thinking that he would be able to read a story better than Journey to the West made him happy. However, he never expected that he would soon be tortured to the point of doubting his life. Chapter 76. Since Li Tai couldn't wait to be abused, Li Zixuan naturally had to satisfy the little fatty's wish. Li Zixuan walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back and slowly said, Then, Your Highness, please listen to the first question. What are paper and paper afraid of? Li Tai laughed and said, Such a simple question. Li Zixuan, you're bound to lose. Paper and paper are of course afraid of fire. It seems that you're bound to be a follower of the prince's residence. Li Zixuan shook his head and said lightly, Your Highness, you've answered incorrectly. Li Tai said in disbelief, Is there another answer? I think you're deliberately acting shamelessly. If you can't give a convincing answer today, I won't forgive you. Li Zixuan ignored his threat and said with a smile, I don't know if Your Highness has heard of the saying, Don't paper, fear 10,000, only paper, fear what if. The answer to this question is in this sentence, so I said that Your Highness has answered incorrectly. Chung Chumo was stunned for a moment when he heard the answer. Then he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so mischievous and come up with such a tricky question. The people of the Tang dynasty had never heard of a brain teaser. Li Tai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said angrily, You're playing word games. It's just a small trick. I've already understood the trick of your question. Quickly come up with the next question. You think you've understood, but you don't know that you've just fallen into a big hole. Li Zixuan disagreed and continued. Then, Your Highness, please listen to the second question. From 1 to 9, which number is the most hardworking and which number is the laziest? Li Tai stood up and scratched his head. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything. Li Zixuan reminded him from the side, Don't worry. Your Highness, hurry up. It's getting late. Li Tai waved his hand and said impatiently, This king can't think of anything. You win this question. Quickly tell me the answer. Replying to Your Highness, the answer to this question is 1. The laziest, 2. The most hardworking. As for the reason, I don't know if Your Highness has heard of the saying, 1 does not do 2 does not rest, Another word game. Li Tai slapped his head in annoyance. He didn't think that he would make the same mistake twice. These 2 questions were very simple. He just had to start from the words themselves and find some idioms related to the questions. Then, he would be able to relate them to the questions. Li Tai warned himself that he could not give Li Zixuan another chance. After summing up the lessons of his two failures and making up his mind, Li Tai regained a bit of his confidence and said, "Let's continue with the next question. This king does not believe that I will make the same mistake a third time." Li Zixuan chuckled. He also knew that these two brain teasers were very easy for people to find a way to solve the questions. With Li Tai's intelligence, he must have found a way to deal with such questions. However, he did not plan on continuing with this question with Li Tai. He wanted to change the topic. He did not believe that Li Tai would be able to guess it. Hee, since your highness is so confident, then please listen to the third question. May I ask why frogs can jump higher than trees? After Li Tai heard the question, he quickly searched his mind for an idiom or idiom related to frogs and trees. However, he could not think of anything. He could not help but feel anxious. Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to rush him again, he said angrily, "This king does not know. Quickly tell me the answer." Seeing the little fatty in front of him so anxious, Li Zixuan found it quite interesting. He chuckled and said, Why can frogs jump higher than trees?" "That's because frogs can jump. Trees can't jump." "Of course, they can jump higher than trees." "Ha ha!" Chung Chumo's face turned red. He could not hold it in any longer and finally laughed out loud. Li Tai was furious. "You are twisting words. You are clearly asking why frogs can jump higher than trees." Li Zixuan spread his hands and said with a smile, "Yes, that's what I asked. Is there a problem with the answer?" Li Tai carefully thought over Li Zixuan's question twice. Only then did he realize that there were actually two ways to understand the question. He had walked into the wrong line of thought from the beginning. This was another word game. However, Li Zixuan changed the way he played, and he was tricked again. However, he could not say that there was a problem with Li Zixuan's answer. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. He, Li Tai, still had gambling morals. At this moment, Li Tai was somewhat like a gambler. He said unwillingly, "You win this question. Continue to the next question." Li Zixuan originally thought that this little fatty was going to act shamelessly. He did not expect him to admit defeat so straightforwardly. He could not help but look at him in a higher light. He continued, "Well then, your highness, please listen to the fourth question. May I ask what part of a person's body is hard to lick and hard to not lick? If you want to sleep comfortably, you must first rub it." When Chung Chumo heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The first thing he thought of was a man's little brother. He really did not expect Li Zixuan to be so dirty. However, Lan'er was still here. Was it really appropriate for Li Zixuan to ask such a question? Chung Chumo looked at Lan'er worriedly. Li Tai's first thought was also a man's little brother. Although he was not even 10 years old, he was a member of the royal family. At this age, what did he not know? At that moment, he wanted to blurt out the answer. However, when he saw Lan'er beside Li Zixuan, he could not bring himself to say it. He could not help but curse Li Zixuan's shamelessness in his heart. In order to win, he actually came up with such a dirty question. If there were only the few of them here, Li Tai would definitely not have any scruples. However, there was also a delicate little girl like Lan'er. He really could not bear to say it out loud. Li Tai's face turned red. In the end, he could only say angrily, "You are shameless. I can't answer, but I don't believe that you dare to say the answer." Looking at Li Tai's and Chung Chumo's reactions, Li Zixuan knew that these two fellows had misunderstood. The thoughts of these ancient people were not pure. Li Zixuan thought in his heart, "Haha, your highness, what are you saying? Why would I not dare to say it? The answer to this question is teeth." Looking at your highness and Cho Ox's reactions, could it be that you have misunderstood? Lan'er asked curiously, "Brother Cho Ox, what answer were you thinking of?" Chung Chumo's face turned red as he said awkwardly, "I didn't misunderstand. The answer I was thinking of was teeth." "Yes, teeth." Lan'er looked curiously at Li Tai. Li Tai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This king did not think of an answer. This question is my loss. Li Zixuan, quickly come up with the next question." This made it seem like he was trying to hide something. Lan'er's gaze turned even more suspicious, but she did not dare to ask. The impression Li Tai gave her previously was too fierce. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Your Highness has already lost 4 questions. Do you really want to continue? He was afraid that if this carried on, Li Tai would fly into a rage out of humiliation. That would not be good. The best outcome would be for Li Tai to take the initiative to end the bet, allowing everyone to reconcile. However, he had underestimated the persistence of a gambler. Li Tai said with reddened eyes, Continue. Why? Are you afraid that this king will go back on his word? He, Li Tai, had never suffered such a huge loss. He had to turn the tables, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. All right, in that case, let's continue. Li Zishuan said helplessly. Chapter 77. Looking at Li Tai's attitude, it seemed like he would not turn back until he hit a wall. Li Zishuan could only give him a hand and let him hit his head until he bled. Your Highness, please listen to the 5th question. Before I ask, I want to know if Your Highness has heard of Ode of Milan. Li Tai nodded. Of course I have. Ode of Milan, also known as Poem of Milan, was a narrative poem written during the northern and southern dynasties in China. It told the folk story of the heroine Hua Mulan, who replaced her father in the army. The poem was written in the Northern Wei dynasty. It was originally recorded in the southern Qin dynasty's ancient and modern music records. It was about 300 words long and was later embellished by scholars in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Li Tai was well-read, so of course, he had seen this poem before. It's good that Your Highness has heard of it. The 5th question is, why was Hua Mulan, who had been in the army for 18 years, so surprised when she changed into women's clothing? Li Tai replied matter-of-factly. Wasn't it because her companions had never seen her in women's clothing before? Li Zishuan shook his head. Wrong. It was because her companions thought that it was more appropriate for her to wear men's clothing. Li Tai was speechless. He really wanted to curse in his heart, but he did not know if he should say it. Taha! Tisk! Chung Chumo could not take it anymore. He laughed loudly, but tragically, the wound on his face was torn. Lan covered her mouth when she heard this funny answer. She could not help but giggle. Li Tai said with a dark face, Continue. Next question. Next question. Next question. As time passed, Li Tai's face became darker and darker. However, he couldn't help but listen to the next question every time. Putting aside the gambling, Li Zishuan's questions were all very novel, and the answers to each question were even more unexpected. He was like an opium addict. Although he knew that he would lose if he continued like this, he could not help but want to listen to the next question and the answer to the next question. Your Highness, this is the last question. Please listen carefully. After Li Zishuan finished, he sighed in relief. He was finally going to get rid of this troublesome fatty. Wait! Hearing that this was the last question, Li Tai was startled and quickly interrupted. He frowned, thought for a moment, and said, That's right. For the last question, you are not allowed to come up with such a crooked question. You must come up with a proper question. If he really couldn't answer a single question, then wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Although Li Tai liked those strange questions, it didn't mean that he was willing to lose the bet. Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't want to push this little fatty too far. I heard that Your Highness is also proficient in mathematics. How about I give you an arithmetic question for the last question? Hey, since this little fatty is looking for a beating, then don't blame me. I can also play you to death with a proper question, Li Zishuan thought insidiously. Li Tai was energized. He was quite confident in mathematics. He didn't believe that Li Zishuan would be able to stump him. Okay, then it's an arithmetic question. Quickly give me the question. Your Highness, please listen to the 10th question. Let's say that our Tang Empire wants to attack the Turks. We need to transport 100,000 dan of grain from Qin province to the front line of Feng province. If we travel by water, we will lose 300 dan of grain for every 100 li. If we travel by land, we will lose 500 dan of grain for every 100 li. If the grain transport army travels a total of 1,000 li by water and land, they will have 95,800 dan of grain left. May I ask Your Highness, how many li did the grain transport army travel by water and land? Li Zishuan casually came up with a 2-variable linear equation. As for higher-order equations, he didn't bother. He was afraid that Li Tai wouldn't be able to understand it. Although this question wasn't as strange as the previous one, it was still difficult for the ancient people. The people of the Tang dynasty didn't have the concept of equations. Li Tai furrowed his brows. This question was open and aboveboard. He tested all the hypotheses in his mind one by one. Gradually, sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, he still couldn't find a correct answer. Li Zishuan reminded him, "Your Highness, the East Market will be closed soon." Li Tai looked at the sky and said unwillingly, "If I have another 2 hours, I will definitely be able to find the correct answer." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Highness, the correct answer to this question is 400 li by water and 600 li by land. I can find the correct answer in 3 breaths." Li Tai subconsciously put Li Zishuan's answer into the question to check. He found that it was correct, but he still couldn't believe it. "You must have calculated the answer in advance. That's why you can say it so quickly. If your Highness doesn't believe me, you can change a few numbers in the question. Let's see if I can find the answer in 3 breaths. If I can't, I will lose today's bet." "All right, that's what you said. Then, this prince will change the remaining provisions to 96,500 dan. You can calculate how many li we have traveled by water and land respectively." Li Tai changed a number casually. He didn't believe that Li Zishuan could find the answer in 3 breaths. Li Zishuan's mental strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, he immediately got the answer in his mind. "Your Highness, the soldiers traveled 750 li by water and 250 li by land. So fast, it didn't even take a breath." Li Tai was shocked. He quickly put Li Zishuan's answer into the question to check. A moment later, Li Tai's eyes widened and he muttered, "It's completely correct. How is this possible? Even Dr. Liu from the Imperial College can't do it." Although Cheng Chumo didn't know how to calculate, seeing Li Tai's reaction, he knew that his good brother had calculated correctly. He couldn't help but change his understanding of Li Zishuan. He thought to himself, "It's fine if his martial arts are better than mine, but why is he smarter than me? How am I supposed to live in the future?" When Li Tai wanted to compete with Li Zishuan in mathematics, Lan wasn't worried at all. She still remembered Li Zishuan's heroic performance in the clothing store. "Your Highness, what about today's bet?" Seeing Li Tai in a daze, Li Zishuan asked worriedly. Li Tai had been tortured miserably today. He waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "I lost. A bet is a bet. This king will not make things difficult for your strange interest pavilion in the future." "Thank you, Your Highness, for keeping your promise. We'll take our leave now." Li Zishuan admired this little fatty's character of being willing to admit defeat and keeping his promises. "Wait, are you really not willing to write a story for me? If you have any requests, you can tell me. I'll consider it." Li Tai was still unwilling to give up, but his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. Not only was this person in front of him good at writing stories, he was also quite talented and had strange ideas. He was a smart and interesting person. Li Tai really wanted to rope him in as a guest of the palace. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Sorry, this humble one's ambition does not lie in this." Looking at the little fatty's disappointed expression, he also felt that Li Tai's tone was no longer as arrogant as before. He thought to himself that this fatty was just a child spoiled by his parents. Li Zishuan then added, "But in my free time, I'll write some stories. When the time comes, I'll engrave them into books and sell them at Strange Interest Pavilion." Li Tai's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Okay, I'll definitely get someone to buy a few books. But you must tell me about your learning skills in the future. I'll definitely treat you well." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course." The few of them bade farewell. Li Zishuan looked at the sky and estimated that the market would close in a few minutes. He let Wang Zhong take Lan back first. He quickly walked to Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop and happened to meet Faubert, who was preparing to go home. He asked Faubert about the progress of the curved plows. Faubert smiled and said, "Young master, the 20 curved plows you wanted have all been made. They're just waiting for you to send someone to take them away tomorrow. I'll go to the manor with you tomorrow to see how effective the curved plows are." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay, that's good. I'll send someone to take these curved plows away tomorrow." At this moment, Faubert seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, that's right. Young master, the roller bearings you mentioned before have been made in the workshop. Now we can make roller bearings of various sizes." Li Zixuan was overjoyed and said with a smile, "That's great. After I'm done with this, I'll give Faubert a blueprint. Faubert can help me build a carriage with roller bearings for all the parts that need to be rotated." Li Zixuan was very happy that there was finally hope for the luxurious carriage that he had been longing for. Faubert smiled and said, "Okay, no problem." Chapter 78. As night fell, all of Chang and was shrouded in darkness. Because of the curfew, all the streets were dark except for the brothels. After dinner, the people of Chang and went to bed. The entire city seemed to have fallen asleep, but some people were still awake. The Taiji Palace and the Imperial Palace was still brightly lit. Since the dynasty had just been established, there were many things that Li Er needed to decide. He would read memorials until very late every night. But what he was holding now was a memorial written by a courtier. Not afraid of 10,000, but just in case. Why does this kid have so many strange things in his head? Li Er looked at the secret report in his hand and shook his head with a smile. Li Zixuan would never have thought that he would enter Li Er's sight again after the nibbled chicken incident. Chinke has been talented since she was a child. I didn't expect that she would suffer such a big loss today, but it's good for her to suffer some setbacks. But Li Zixuan is really interesting. Of course, Li Er wouldn't hold a grudge against Li Zixuan for his son's humiliation outside. His daughter was raised in a rich family, while his son was raised in a poor family. Li Er had always adopted a let nature take its course attitude towards his sons. They could compete with each other, they could fight each other, but they couldn't cross that red line. Even if one of his sons was bullied, they could find a way to get back at him. Li Er would never stand up for him. Looking at the novel questions and unexpected answers on the secret report, the smile on Li Er's face grew wider and wider. However, when he read the last question, the smile on Li Er's face suddenly froze, and his face gradually became solemn. Li Er's face darkened, and he asked the guard in black in front of him. Li Zixuan really calculated the answer in one breath. The guard quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, it's absolutely true." Li Er waved his hand and asked the guard to leave. He turned around and clenched the secret report in his hand. The last question had touched the ambition that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. After the incident at the Xuanwu Gate last year, the Great Tang was in a state of turmoil. The Turkic Khaganate sent out an army of 100,000 and took advantage of the situation to invade. Like a hot knife through butter, the Turkic Khaganate actually managed to reach Jingyang, which was only 40 li away from Chang, and shaking the entire capital. At that time, the enemy was strong, and we were weak. Li Er was forced to set up a deceptive tactic. He personally led Gao Shilian, Fang Xianling, and the others, 6 riders, to the Wei River and spoke with Shili across the Wei River. In the end, the Turks retreated. Not only did they take away 30,000 Han slaves, they also received the promise of non-aggression from Emperor Li Er. All the treasures in Chang and's treasury were emptied. These smug bandits left Yuanzhou state and fled into the vast grassland from Huaiyuan. Perhaps later generations would praise Li Er for not being afraid in the face of danger and crafting a clever plan to set up the Wei River Alliance, winning a chance for the Great Tang to breathe. But in Li Er's view, the so-called Wei River Alliance was the shame of his life. All those years ago, Li Er, had followed his father to Taiyuan County and experienced 100 battles before finally conquering the world. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Li Er still remembered that after the Turks retreated, Cheng Yaojin held his handwritten letter and knelt on the ground like a child, wailing loudly. Tens of thousands of soldiers put on their armor and knelt in front of the commander's tent. Several valiant generals requested to go to war, determined to wash away the humiliation brought by the Wei River Alliance with blood. Although the Great Tang had just been established, from the emperor to the people, there was a pride in their bones, a pride of being a Tang person. If the emperor was humiliated, the officials would die. If the emperor was humiliated, the people would die. In an instant, the entire country, from the generals to the people, was filled with fighting spirit. They all swore to take revenge for their emperor. But at that time, the Great Tang army was weak. Their equipment was not complete, their provisions were not sufficient, and there were many rebellions. Tufan and Tuyohan were eyeing them covetously. Lier could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. He swore in his heart that once the rebels in the country were wiped out and the soldiers were strong enough, he would hunt the grassland with everyone and fight to the death with the Turks. Today, seeing Li Zishuan give the last question to Li Tai, Lier's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Speaking of Li Zishuan, Lier could not help but think of the conversation he had with Cheng Yaojin 2 days ago in Taiji Palace. Jijia, how has second brother Qin been recently? Lier sat on the dragon throne, his face full of concern. Qin Shubao had followed him on many bloody campaigns and had saved his life several times. Thus, Lier had always been very grateful to Qin Shubao. Even after he became the emperor, he still called Qin Shubao's second brother Qin in private. Your Majesty, second brother Qin had many hidden injuries in his early years. Now that he is old, the injuries have flared up and his body is getting worse by the day. A few years ago, second brother could still beat me in martial arts, but a few days ago, I went to the Qin residence to see second brother. Second brother, Your Majesty, I am heartbroken. As Cheng Yaojin spoke, he could not help but beat his chest and cry. This old general of the Great Tang had once faced countless powerful enemies without batting an eyelid. Now that he saw his best brother's body getting worse, he could not help but cry. Men did not cry easily, but they had not yet been deeply hurt. Lier's eyes were also moist. He was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, Jijia, do not be sad. I will have Dao's son go to the Qin residence to take a look at second brother Qin. As long as it can alleviate second brother Qin's pain, I am willing to have people find it, no matter how precious the medicine is. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I thank Your Majesty on behalf of second brother. Lier sighed and said, time flies. Sigh, time is unforgiving. Seeing all of you brothers who had followed me to conquer the world grow old day by day, I don't feel good in my heart. When our generation is old, who can help Chengqian protect the Great Tang? Your Majesty, there are talented people in every generation. The children and grandchildren have their own fortune. There are also many loyal and brave people in the younger generation. Cheng Yaojin spoke a rare literary sentence. Lier shook his head and said, Jijia, the younger generation is relying on their parents' influence. How many of them are successful? Cheng Yaojin thought for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, Your Majesty, I met a young man a few days ago. I sparred with him and found that his martial arts were on par with mine. Lier's eyes lit up, and he asked with interest, Oh, how old is that young man? He should only be 14. What? Lier was truly shocked. Although martial arts depended on talent, it could not be without the accumulation of time. Cheng Yaojin had been through hundreds of battles, and his martial arts were at least in the top 10 of the generals of the Great Tang. Now that Cheng Yaojin said that a 14-year-old young man was on par with him, how could Lier not be shocked? How can a 14-year-old young man be on par with Jijia in martial arts? How come I have never heard of such a young talent in Chang'an? Your Majesty, it is true. This person is called Li Zishuan. He lives in Chang'an's Yongla Lane. He was on good terms with my son, so I met him. Li Zishuan? This name was so familiar. Lier stood up, frowned, and walked 2 steps before he suddenly remembered. Is it Li Zishuan who invented the chicken nibbling technique? Hearing about the chicken nibbling technique, Cheng Yaojin subconsciously licked his lips and said, Yes, it is him. Your Majesty, do you know him before? Lier did not answer him, and said, I only heard that he went to Mount Longhu to learn martial arts for 8 years, but I did not expect his martial arts to be so strong. Cheng Yaojin explained, Your Majesty, Li Zishuan was spiritual master Lingshu's disciple, so it is not strange that his martial arts are so outstanding. Lier was a little absent-minded and muttered, I see. Your Majesty, it is late. I beg Your Majesty to rest early. The old eunuch Zhao Song cautiously came forward to persuade him. Li Er collected his thoughts, nodded, and was about to leave when he suddenly turned his head and ordered, "Zhao Song, ask Bai Qi to pay more attention to Li Zishuan. I want to know more about him." "Yes, Your Majesty." This young man's martial arts were strong, but he was also very smart. He was quite accomplished in mathematics. If he was a talented general, then he should be nurtured. The younger generation of the empire needed a leader. Even if he was not a talented general, he could be transferred to the army as a clerk. If he was in charge of the allocation of provisions, it would probably reduce a lot of losses on the journey. It was time to find an opportunity to transfer this young man into the army and train him well. Li Er thought so. Chapter 79. The next day, Li Zishuan didn't laze around in bed. He got up early. He still had to go to the Han village to deliver the plow today. As for the business of Chitu Pavilion, Li Zishuan had already told his father last night to send a reliable shopkeeper to take care of it today. Chitu Pavilion's reputation had already spread yesterday, so the rest of the work just had to be done step by step. Li Zishuan didn't need to stay there every day. It was best for him to be a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Before Li Zishuan ate breakfast, he asked Sambao to quickly go to the carriage house to hire 4 carriages that were specially used to transport goods. Sambao didn't go with Steward Wang to buy chicken seedlings today. Li Zishuan asked Wang Zhong to take Fu with him. He wanted Sambao to go with him to the village today. After breakfast, he went to the door to see if Sambao had returned. In the end, he didn't see Sambao. Instead, he saw Cheng Chumo. "Hey, Chonyo, why are you here?" After Cheng Chumo went back with a bloody nose and a swollen face last night, he naturally couldn't avoid being interrogated by Cheng Yaojin. When old Cheng saw him like that, he thought that he had run out to fight with someone again. Cheng Chumo explained for a long time before Cheng Yaojin reluctantly believed him. He glared at him angrily. "Useless thing. How can you fall like this from playing with a lousy carriage? You're really embarrassing me." Cheng Chumo also knew that he had lost a lot of face this time, so he stood there silently and didn't dare to talk back. Who knew that Cheng Yaojin would continue to say, "Another day, ask Xiaoxian to make one for me. I want to see what kind of carriage can make you fall like this." Cheng Chumo cursed in his heart. "I'm afraid that when the time comes, you'll fall even more miserably than me." Cheng Chumo suddenly remembered something this morning. Yesterday, he had planned to ask Li Zishuan why his family was buying so many chicken seedlings. However, he fell down and forgot about it. Therefore, he came to look for Li Zishuan right after breakfast. At this time, he saw Li Zishuan at the door. Cheng Chumo wanted to pull him to a corner and ask him about it. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Pulling in broad daylight. What kind of scandal is this?" Li Zishuan saw that Cheng Chumo didn't say anything and came to pull him. Suddenly, his chrysanthemum tightened. He was not gay. He quickly slapped away Cheng Chumo's claws. Cheng Chumo's face was full of black lines. "Little Xian, what are you thinking? I have something important to discuss with you. Come here quickly." "Oh, you should have said so earlier. Come in and talk. It's not appropriate to talk outside." Li Zishuan tidied up his clothes and brought Cheng Chumo to the front hall. After the two sat down, Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to say, "Little Xian, I'm here to ask you something today. Don't fool me." Li Zishuan took a sip of tea and said casually, "What's the matter?" Cheng Chumo leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Little Xian, why did your family buy so many chicken seedlings yesterday?" "How do you know?" Li Zishuan was shocked and asked hurriedly. "Hey, there are only so many things happening in Chong and all year long. How can you hide such a small thing? Those who are observant will know as long as they pay attention. Little Xian, tell me honestly, why did you buy so many chicken seedlings? Will the price of chicken increase next year? Do you know that you've almost emptied all the chicken seedlings in Chang'an?" Cheng Chumo laughed sinisterly. As long as there was profit to be made, he also wanted to go back and ask his father to buy a batch of chicken seedlings. Hearing Cheng Chumo's question, Li Zishuan fell silent. He couldn't tell anyone about the locust plague prophecy. Not only would no one believe him, but his family would also be in trouble. However, he couldn't tell Cheng Chumo nothing. This guy was the first brother he had made since he came to the Tang Empire. From the previous few things, Chung Chumo was the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for a brother in a critical moment. Maybe he could give him a hint. After hesitating for a long time, Li Zixuan asked, Chonyo, how many fields do you have in your family? Chung Chumo was stunned by the question. He didn't know why Li Zixuan asked him this, but he still answered, I'm not too sure about this. It should be about 5,000 mu. Little Xian, why do you ask? So much. This was a big landlord. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. He estimated that the locust plague next year would cause even more losses for his family. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Chung Chumo seriously and said in an extremely serious tone, Chonyo, if you really believe me, then go back and ask Uncle Chung to buy more chicken seedlings for your family to feed. As for the specific reason, I really can't tell you now. In June next year, you'll know why. In short, if you really believe me, then do as I say. Don't worry, Li Zixuan, will never harm my own brother. Chung Chumo was also shocked by Li Zixuan's serious expression. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he carefully pondered over Li Zixuan's words in his heart, but still couldn't figure out the reason. However, the second half of Li Zixuan's words did make sense. Chung Chumo also firmly believed that Li Zixuan wouldn't harm him. Little Xian, since you have difficulties that you can't tell me, I won't force you. When I go back, I'll try my best to persuade my father. I believe that you won't harm your own brother. Chung Chumo, may not be as smart as those literati, but I'm quite good at judging people. Li Zixuan smiled. Thank you for your trust, Chonyo. In June next year, you'll definitely be rewarded generously. Young Master, the carriages are here. Young Master Yin is also here to look for you. Sam Bao suddenly came in to report. Li Zixuan nodded and quickly walked out. As expected, 4 carriages were parked in the courtyard. Enchanting was also here. Brother Enchanting, you're here? Yes, I shouldn't be late. Yeah, Chonyo is here too? Yin Enchanting was surprised when he saw Chung Chumo coming out with Li Zixuan. Little Xian, Enchanting, where are you guys going with so many carriages? Chung Chumo couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw so many carriages and heard Yin Enchanting's words. It seemed that they were going out today. Li Zixuan explained to Chung Chumo since there was nothing to hide about the curved shaft plow. Little Xian, is this curved shaft plow really as amazing as you said? No, I'll go with you guys today. If it's really that amazing, Little Xian, you have to take care of me first. My family's farmers also complained that they didn't have enough cattle this year. Some of them might miss the spring plowing. No problem. Let's go to the workshop now to pull the curved shaft plow. Since Chung Chumo wanted to go with them, Li Zixuan naturally wouldn't reject him. Li Zixuan let the 4 coachmen drive the carriages while he, Chung Chumo, and Yin Enchanting rode behind them. The group rushed to the workshop. What surprised Li Zixuan was that he actually saw a few naughty kids on the road. They were riding on scooters and racing with each other. The other naughty kids around them were looking at them enviously. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly. All of this was within his expectations. The naughty kids who bought the scooters would spontaneously promote the Strange Taste Pavilion. In the following period of time, the sales of the Strange Taste Pavilion scooters would snowball and experience an explosive growth. The title should be Persuading People to Buy Chickens. I'm too lazy to change it now. It should be more interesting this way. I don't care if you guys believe it or not. I believe it. This isn't a clickbait, right? Chapter 80. After Li Zixuan and the others got the plows from the workshop, they brought Faubert to the Han village. Han Lijing remembered that Li Zixuan said that he was going to give them a new type of plows 2 days ago. Early in the morning, he brought Old Hu to the village entrance. The 2 men stood there and looked forward to it. A villager passed by and asked Old Hu what they were waiting for. Old Hu said that the young master was going to give them a batch of better plows today. When the villager heard this, although they didn't believe that there was a better plow in the world than the current straight plows, they thought that the young master had brought a series of benefits to the village recently. There was no reason for him to lie to them. Therefore, the villager who had nothing to do in the morning accompanied Han Lijing and Old Hu to wait at the village entrance. They looked forward to the stars and the moon, and they were about to turn into amethyst stones. Finally, a group of carriages came into their sight. The person in the lead was Li Zixuan. Han Lijing quickly led the others to welcome them. Young master, you must have had a hard journey. Lisa Schwan smiled and said, Uncle Han, it's okay. You guys came at the right time. I brought a total of 20 new plows. Help me move them to Uncle Han's house first. Lisa Schwan stopped the carriage at the village entrance and called a few villagers to move the plows. He also introduced Chung Chumo, enchanting, and Faubert to Han Lijing. Han Lijing was shocked and quickly greeted the three of them. They exchanged greetings for a while. When Lisa Schwan saw the eagerness in Yin shouting in the other's eyes, he said, Uncle Han, leave on the plows. We'll go to the field now and see if the new plows are good or not. Uncle Hu, let's go to your family's field and try it out. Old Hu grinned and said, All right, young master. Old Hu, used to be a blacksmith. Old Hu, will be able to use your plow after studying it for a while. I'll try using this new plow later. Everyone followed Old Hu to the edge of the field. At this time, a farmer had already brought over an ox. Lisa Schwan gave Old Hu a brief introduction to the use of the curved plow. Old Hu had been a blacksmith before, and he was also good at farming, so it didn't take him long to understand. He couldn't wait to tell Lisa Schwan, and then he took the curved plow and led the cattle to the field. Old Hu tied the reins of the curved plow to the ox. He held the plow with one hand and drove the ox with the other. Old Hu was taken aback the moment he started the plow. It was obviously more effortless than before. It was completely different from the previous plow, which had to plow the land with a lot of potholes. If it weren't for the fact that it was his own field, Old Hu would have suspected that someone had filled the field with water before. It was too easy to plow. When he reached the end of the field and was about to turn, Old Hu experienced another benefit of the curved plow. At this moment, Old Hu gently turned the shaft of the plow, and the entire plow easily turned around. It was not like the long and straight plow in the past, which had to be tilted and expended a lot of effort to turn around. It was obvious that the curved plow was more flexible, effortless, and time-efficient. Old Hu was so excited that his hands were trembling. He had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never used such a good plow. The Han village was saved, and no one would miss the spring plowing. At this time, there were already many farmers surrounding the embankment. When they saw how fast Old Hu was plowing, they couldn't help but be shocked. The farmers who had some experience quickly understood the superiority of this new plow. Everyone couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. This plow seems to be more effortless. Look at the ox leading the plow. Why does it seem effortless? It seems to be true. At this speed, won't they be able to plow 6 or 7 mu of land in a day? Haha, it's not just 6 or 7 mu. Han Xiaodong, you're already an adult, but you still don't have any eyesight. Can't you see that the plow is more than twice as fast as the previous plow? In my opinion, this new plow should be able to plow 10 mu of land in a day, and it doesn't even use the ox. A slightly older villager analyzed. 10 mu? So much? Old Hu increased the speed of the ox and quickly plowed a round trip. At this time, he pushed the plow to a place slightly closer to Lisa Schwan and the others. He shouted excitedly, Young master, Li Zheng, this plow is really good. The plow is more than twice as fast as before. Old Hu even feel that a slightly stronger adult can pull this plow. Hearing Old Hu's words, everyone on the ridge was shocked. They all thought that Old Hu was bragging. Who could pull a plow? Han Lijing also said suspiciously, Old Hu, it's not as exaggerated as you say, right? Old Hu anxiously said, Li Zheng, if you don't believe me, come down and help me hold the plow. Old Hu will pull it. Han Lijing also wanted to experience it. He excused himself from the people on the ridge, rolled up his trousers, and went down. Old Hu pulled the ox to the side and let a farmer lead it. He hung the rope of the plow on his shoulder, leaned forward, and pulled one end of the rope. He shouted behind him, Li Zheng, are you done holding it? Han Lijing replied, Yes, you can start. Everyone held their breath and stared at Old Hu without blinking. In history, they had never heard of people pulling the plow. At this time, the muscles on Old Hu's arm bulged. Old Hu shouted, and the plow began to move slowly. It moved, look, the plow actually moved. It's true, it's actually true. God, what kind of plow did young master bring us? An old farmer trembled as he knelt on the ground and muttered, A divine plow, a divine plow. This is the divine plow of our Tang Empire. Faubert was also trembling with excitement. 2 days ago, when Lisa Xuan explained the advantages of the plow to him, although Lisa Xuan's words were clear and logical, he still had some doubts. But today, the facts were in front of him. He had no choice but to believe. The plow in front of him was even better than what Lisa Xuan described that day. Young master, facts speak louder than words. This old man is convinced. This plow can really be called the divine plow of our Tang Empire. In the future, millions of people will be grateful for young master's kindness. Faubert looked at the excited farmer in front of him and couldn't help but say. Lisa Xuan smiled and said, "This is also thanks to Faubert's help. Without Faubert's exquisite skills, how could we make such an efficient plow?" Enchanting was breathing rapidly as if he had taken drugs. He grabbed Lisa Xuan's arm and said incoherently, "Xiao Xian, this is a divine plow. This plow must be widely promoted. When I go back, I must tell my father to let the Ministry of Works purchase this plow. This is the good news of our Tang Empire's people." Lisa Xuan was speechless. It was just a plow. Did these people have to praise it so much? Cheng Chumo jumped out excitedly at this moment. He patted Lisa Xuan's shoulder and shouted, "Xiao Xian, if you treat me as a brother, then supply my family with 100 of these plows first. My farmer needs them urgently." 100? Why don't he go rob a bank? Lisa Xuan was furious. This guy was really asking for too much. The Han village only got 20. Moreover, even if he gave Cheng Chumo 100, did his farm have so many cattle? Wasn't this a waste of resources? Then let's start with 50, no less. My family's farmstead has 50 cattle, Cheng Chumo said with a flattering smile. Lisa Xuan nodded. This was more like it. At this moment, he said to Faubert, "Faubert, when you go back to Chang'an, ask all the craftsmen in the workshop not to do anything but focus on making the plow. In addition, you are in charge of finding a group of skilled and reliable craftsmen. I wouldn't mind even if there were 40 or 50 of them. Don't worry, I don't lack money." Lisa Xuan expressed that he was rich and could do whatever he wanted. Faubert nodded and agreed. "Yes, young master. This is an important matter. I will arrange it well." Chapter 81. After the villagers on the ridge saw the magic of the curved plow, some of them quickly spread the news back to the village. One person spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and then the entire Han village was in an uproar. As soon as Lisa Xuan and his group returned to the village, they were surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. "Young master, is this divine plow for sale?" "Yes, young master. Where can I buy this divine plow? I want to buy one too, but I don't know if this divine plow is expensive." Lisa Xuan waved his hand to stop the noisy crowd and shouted, "This plow is called the curved plow. I have already sent 20 plows to the Han village today. They are considered the public property of the village. If you can't afford a curved plow, you can rent one from Han Lijing. The rent is 5 copper coins a day. If you want to buy one, you can go to the strange interest pavilion in the East Market of Chang and City tomorrow. They sell one for 170 copper coins. If you want to buy one, please come early tomorrow. The other villages don't know about this plow yet, so no one will fight with you." The cost of a curved plow was about 150 copper coins. Lisa Xuan didn't want to earn money from these poor villagers, so he set the price very low. He only wanted to earn money for his hard work. He didn't want the villagers to be grateful to him. He only wanted to feel at ease. As soon as Lisa Xuan finished his words, the crowd started to discuss. "Master, it's only 170 copper coins. It's only 30 copper coins more expensive than the straight plow we bought before. Why don't we buy one too?" "Yes, it's better to buy one. You have to wake me up early tomorrow morning, or else we won't be able to buy it." "Xiaodong, is your family buying it?" "Of course. Only a fool wouldn't buy such a useful plow. Didn't you hear what young master said? When the other villages know about it, you won't be able to buy it even if you want to." "Yes, that's right. Young master is really good to us villagers." "Of course." Lisa Xuan walked out of the crowd with Cheng Chumo and the others when he saw that they were having a heated discussion. At this moment, Enchanting and Faubert both said goodbye. Enchanting had already achieved his goal of coming to the Han family manor today. Now, He only wanted to return home as soon as possible and report to his father how efficient it was to use the curved plow to plow the land. It would be able to solve the urgent problems of the imperial court to a large extent. Today, Faubert had witnessed the miraculous power of the curved shaft plow. He wanted to return to the workshop as soon as possible and recruit more craftsmen to mass-produce the curved shaft plow. Time waits for no man. If he builds one more curved shaft plow, there would be one less family missing the spring plowing. Faubert felt that his body was filled with passion for work. His waist was no longer sore, and his legs were no longer painful. His entire body was filled with energy. Li Zishuan saw that Cheng Chumo seemed to want to leave in advance, so he hurriedly pulled him back and said, "Chonyo, don't go yet. I'll bring you to see the Han family Manor's chicken farm. If your family's farm also wants to raise chickens on a large scale, then do it like this. Otherwise, the chickens will easily catch the foul plague." Cheng Chumo thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "All right, then we'll listen to little Xian and go take a look." The two of them followed Li Zishuan to the back mountain of the manor. Compared to the first time Li Zishuan came, the back mountain had changed a lot. In the forest, the farmers had used bamboo or tree branches to form chicken farms one after another. Each farm was about half a mu of land. Moreover, there was a sign hanging at the door with a name written on it. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and turned around to ask, "Uncle Han, how many chicken farms are there on this mountain now?" Han Lijing smiled and replied, "Young master, because the farmers know that these chicken farms are for themselves, and because young master is paying them wages, everyone in the manor is very motivated to work. In 2 days, we have already surrounded more than 20 chicken farms. Young master, the 8,000 chickens that you sent before have all been settled down. The farmers have all used their own hens to raise these chickens. Everything is going smoothly. Then I'm relieved. Uncle Han, follow me in to see the chicken coop." Li Zishuan chose a chicken farm next to him and directly pushed the door open. Cheng Chumo and Han Lijing also followed in. They saw a few old hens and a few groups of chickens. There were about 300 to 400 of them. They were looking for food everywhere. The chicken farm was noisy and lively. There was also a row of neatly arranged chicken coop inside. It was spacious and airy. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Uncle Han, this chicken coop is very well done. Uncle Han, this chicken farm is done very well. Just build the rest like this. You have to hurry up. Now, we've only delivered 8,000 chickens to you. There are still 72,000 left. Steward Wang will continue to deliver more to you in the next few days. Uncle Han, I suggest that you pick some people to manage the farm. It's best if you pick those who have learned the ability to control chickens. Let them get familiar with the chickens as soon as possible. These chickens are very important to me. Nothing must go wrong. Later, I will give you another 1,000 strings of cash. Go to Chang'an City and buy more quicklime. You have to sprinkle quicklime around the chicken coop regularly." Han Lijing nodded solemnly and said, "Young master, don't worry. I will arrange it well." Then Uncle Han, you go ahead. Chonyo and I will walk around here." Han Lijing nodded and smiled. "Okay, young master, I will go back first." After Han Lijing left, Li Zishuan did not hear any movement from Cheng Chumo for a long time. He could not help but turn around and found Cheng Chumo staring at him in shock. Li Zishuan touched his face strangely and asked in puzzlement, "Chonyo, what happened to you? Were you struck by lightning?" Cheng Chumo wanted to kick Li Zishuan angrily, but Li Zishuan easily dodged it. "Damn you, you are the one who was struck by lightning. I say, Xiao Xian, from what you said before, are you planning to buy 80,000 chickens?" Yesterday, he received news that Li Zishuan had bought at least 7,000 chickens. He was shocked by this number at that time. He never thought that it was just a drop in the bucket. Li Zishuan was playing too big, far beyond his imagination. "Yes, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this? Are you crazy? 80,000 chickens? Chang'an City consumes less than 80,000 chickens in a month. Who are you going to sell these chickens to when they grow up?" Cheng Chumo said angrily. Li Zishuan touched his nose and said awkwardly, Chonyo, actually the most valuable part of chicken is not its meat, do you know?" Cheng Chumo heard him and looked at him as if he was an idiot. He was speechless, but what he wanted to say was written on his face. He was clearly saying, "I am not educated, don't lie to me." Lisa Schwan also knew that he could not explain it clearly, so he could only say vaguely, "Chonyo, you will understand what I mean next year. Your family's chicken farm must be built like the Han family's. Take a good look. Your family cannot buy so many chickens like me, but you must buy them, or you will regret it next year." Seeing that Lisa Schwan was serious, Chung Chumo could only nod and say, "Okay, I will tell my father tonight. P.S. Regarding the issue of updating, I would like to clarify. Swordsmen were surprised when I saw that many readers were urging me to update the book in the comment section. I can finally say goodbye to the single-player game. Swordsmen are honored that everyone is urging me to update the book. Swordsmen would like to clarify the issue of updating the book. Usually, the book will be updated at least 2 times a day, and occasionally 3 times. This book has been open for more than 40 days, and it has never stopped updating. Usually, a chapter will be updated at noon, and a chapter will be updated at 10 p.m. Due to the lack of popularity of his new book, there were fewer recommendations. Therefore, Vigilante A could only release his new book at certain times, hoping that others would be able to read his new book amidst the sea of books. Although this method was stupid, Vigilante A had no other choice. If there are many people reading the book, Swordsman will release 2 or 3 chapters at once to prevent people from waiting in the middle. In the end, it's all about understanding. I hope that everyone can understand. Also, if you find out that your comments on the bookstore's book review section have been deleted, don't blame it on Vigilante A. That's because your comments contain sensitive words that are automatically deleted by the system. Vigilante A. Vigilante's own comments have been deleted many times. As for which sensitive words are, Vigilante doesn't know. Everyone will ask why you did not put this paragraph in the comment section or put it in the author's word section. Are you trying to increase the word count by putting it there? First of all, Vigilante tried to post it in the book reviews and comment section, but it was instantly deleted by the system. Then, I also wanted to put it in the author's words section at the bottom, but there was a word limit there, so I couldn't put it there. I'm also in despair. I can't even post in my own comment section. Chapter 82. After visiting the chicken farm, Lisa Schwan and Chung Chumo left the Han family village. He originally wanted to see Hu Jing and his younger brother, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had been busy with the affairs of Strange Interest Pavilion these past few days and had forgotten to ask Li Chengxian to help him inquire about Sun Simiao's whereabouts. Even if he went to Old Hu's house now, he wouldn't be able to treat Hu Jing and his younger brother, so he left with Chung Chumo. In his heart, he planned to find out Sun Simiao's whereabouts after these 2 days of work. Previously in Zhongnan Mountains, Sun Simiao had saved his life, and he hadn't thanked him yet. It wasn't Li Zixuan's style to not repay a favor. Chang'an, East City, Curious Pavilion. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. Although it wasn't as hot as summer, the midday sun still made people sweat a little when it shone on their bodies. In front of the Curious Pavilion, the hot sun overhead couldn't stop people's enthusiasm, and there was already a long line in front of the door. "Shopkeeper, how many scooters do you have today?" "Yeah, there were only 300 scooters yesterday, and I didn't even get one. Last night when I got home, I was disturbed by that brat for the whole night." "Shopkeeper, you're too unkind. Can't you prepare more? Aren't you cheating people?" "Yeah, you're cheating people. Last night, I was disturbed by that brat at home for the whole night, and I didn't sleep well." Hearing the commotion outside, a skinny, dark-skinned, middle-aged man walked out of the Strange Interest Pavilion. He looked like a scholar. This man was the new shopkeeper that Li Jingma recruited for his son. His name was Sun Huaiyuan, and he was the cousin of Sun Huaiming, the new shopkeeper of Li Ji clothing store. He was quite talented. Previously, he was the shopkeeper of a calligraphy and painting store in Chong and City. Later, because he offended the owner's son, he was fired and had been idle at home. Yesterday, when he heard that Li Jingma wanted to recruit a shopkeeper for his son, Sun Huaiming strongly recommended his cousin. Li Jingma had always been very satisfied with Sun Huaiming's performance in the clothing store, so he gave Sun Huaiming some face and let his cousin try out the Strange Taste Pavilion first. However, before Sun Huayuan was appointed, Li Zixuan called him to his side and gave him some instructions. In the end, Li Zixuan handed him the future development plan of Strange Interest Pavilion written by Li Zixuan and asked him to follow it. Sun Huan originally had the arrogance of a scholar, so he was disdainful of the development plan written by a 14-year-old boy, who knew that when he opened it, he would see business plans that he had never seen before. He couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that the boss's son is a monster? At the same time, he also made up his mind to follow the plan. Otherwise, if he didn't do a good job and got fired, not only would he fail to live up to his cousin's good intentions, but his wife would also fall out with him. Sun Huayuan walked out of the Strange Interest Pavilion and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Today, there'll be 500 scooters. Please don't cut the queue. Also, I just received a notice from the master in my workshop. For the next 5 days, Strange Interest Pavilion will stop selling scooters. Because of my young master's order, Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop will focus on manufacturing a more important tool in the next few days. The scooters will be sold next time. Please forgive us." Sun Huayuan gracefully cupped his hands and apologized to everyone. He was actually quite helpless. After Uncle Fu came back this morning, he immediately sent someone to the Strange Taste Pavilion to inform him that the workshop would not be producing scooters for the next few days. It was said that they were going to focus on producing a batch of more important tools. For Faubert, a national treasure like the curved plow was obviously more important than a child's toy like the scooter. At this critical time, how could he be distracted? Naturally, he would give up on the scooter first. However, the crowd in the queue didn't think so. They were originally happy when they heard that there would be 500 scooters available today. Who knew that Sun Huayuan would tell them that Strange Interest Pavilion would stop selling scooters for the next few days, and that it was unknown when they would be able to sell scooters again. If they couldn't buy scooters for their children today, wouldn't they not have peace for the next few days? Sun Huayuan's last sentence poked a hornet's nest. "Shopkeeper, how can you do business like this? We're going to boycott your shop. We'll never buy scooters again." "Yes, we're not buying anymore." Brother, if you don't want to buy it, can you give your seat to me?" "Bah, who said I'm not buying anymore?" Didn't you just say that?" "I didn't say that. Go away." "Hey, why are you scolding me?" "I'm scolding you." "What? You dare to look at me?" "I'm looking at you, so what? Why don't you try looking at me again?" "Fine, I'll try. What can you do?" At first, there were people who wanted to put pressure on Sun Huayuan to cancel the suspension of the scooter sales. Sun Huayuan panicked when he heard the commotion, who knew that the commotion didn't get everyone's response. Instead, there was an internal conflict. There were already signs of a big fight. Sun Huayuan was stunned at the door. It was the first time he saw such a weird customer. However, he couldn't let them fight. If Wu Ho was alerted, it would probably implicate Strange Fun Pavilion. Sun Huaiming quickly went down to mediate. "Please calm down. Please don't fight. Although we will temporarily suspend the sale of the scooters for a few days, you can use our membership card to reserve the scooter first. When we have the scooter, we will send it to your home as soon as possible." "Membership card? What membership card?" The burly man who wanted to boycott the Strange Interest Pavilion asked in surprise. The rest of the people also looked over curiously. At this time, Sun Huayuan loudly explained to the crowd, "Friends, in order to save everyone's time, our Strange Fun Pavilion will introduce a membership system. We will also arrange a corresponding membership channel. Customers who pay 500 coins in one go will receive a white membership card. Those who pay 1,000 coins in one go will receive a green membership card. Those who pay 1,000 coins in one go will receive a blue membership card. Those who pay 20 coins will receive a purple membership card. Those who pay 100 coins will receive an orange membership card. Those who pay 500 coins will receive a red Supreme membership card. Our Strange Fun Pavilion's membership levels from low to high are white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. In the future, all members can line up in the membership channel. Of course, the higher the membership level, the higher the priority you will receive when you line up. Correspondingly, you will receive better discounts when you buy products. The Red Supreme membership card will give you a 40% discount when you buy products. Every membership card that we give out is special and requires a fingerprint. It will not be counterfeited. Every sum of money that you deposit and withdraw from Strange Fun Pavilion will be recorded in detail. There will be no mistakes. Friends who didn't buy a scooter today can apply for a membership card to reserve it. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity. Our Strange Fun Pavilion will have even more novel products in the future. There are only things that you can't think of. There is nothing that we can't do. Sun Huaiyuan introduced the business plan that Li Zixuan had written for him to the crowd. Li Zixuan had used the color of the character cards and equipment from the online games in his previous life to Strange Fun Pavilion's membership cards. He wanted to tell the people of the Tang Dynasty that life was like playing an online game. If you want to be awesome, you have to spend money. It was just like the online games released by a certain company in his previous life. If you don't spend money, you won't be able to play. The audience was stunned by this membership system that they had never heard of before. The people who bought the scooter yesterday were secretly glad. They only spent 360 copper coins yesterday, and they actually got a white membership card that was worth 500 copper coins. This wave of people did not suffer a loss. Most of the people in front of the line were watching. They were in front of the line and should be able to buy a scooter today. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. They were waiting to see if anyone was willing to apply for a membership card. However, the people at the back of the line could not sit still. Shopkeeper, I want to apply for a green membership card. I want to use your members channel. I also want a green membership card. Green was the color that protected the environment. Everyone liked it. Behind the crowd, there was an elegant young man wearing white clothes and holding a folding fan in his hand. He was looking at the noisy crowd. The corners of his mouth were raised into a meaningful smile. He ordered the manservant beside him, "Don't worry. Lu Yun, go and apply for a Red Supreme membership card for this young master." "Ah, young master, this..." The servant suspected that he had misheard. The white-clothed young master frowned. He naturally had a dignified aura. He did not want to repeat himself. "Yes, young master. This servant will go now." Seeing the young master frown, Lu Yun was so scared that he did not dare to ask anymore and went to apply for a membership card. Only then did the white-clothed young master relax his frown. He muttered to himself, "Strange Fun Pavilion, hee hee. How interesting."